2, 1. Recording. We're recording on episode 2 of the new apartment, which did an episode with Roger yesterday. And for everybody listening, because I am still in YouTube jail, there will be no video on YouTube until Sunday the 25th. And because I don't have internet set up yet, we're using a little it's called a jetpack. It's like 15 gigs a month from Verizon, which is part of my like continuity of government system. You know how I have my NORAD podcasts. I always have a couple fully charged batteries that I can run the laptop off of in case power goes out. And I have the jetpack, and that's my continuity of government in case internet gets shut out. I didn't think about moving into a new apartment. I might have internet today. A guy came by, or was going to come by, and then said he can't come by. I might have it in 10 days. I don't know. We'll figure that out. But for everybody listening, none of that's interesting. Point is, in a new apartment, don't have any of the sound absorbing shit up. So we're gonna just have echoey podcasts for like a couple weeks. Unfortunately,
it's the early days of the new studio, man. You know, you're getting a sneak peek behind the scenes episode right now.
It is, and I don't want to put up the flag and shit because I'm gonna take it down to have to apply all the acoustic tiles. And normally, what I did is I had tripods and I put the moving blankets on them, and that's how I made my own little. But there's no overhead light in this room, so I have to use all 4 tripods for lighting, which is fine. Good problem to have. I mean, these are all first world problems. None of them fucking matter. But you know what? I did never use. I bought over Christmas, but it was a lot bigger than I thought it would be. That's what she said. Is this thing? It's by a company called Aston, and it's for like studios. And does the audio get better when I talk in here?
Kind of. I would say move it back a little bit farther. See if it's like a dish for your microphone.
Yeah, it's supposed to be for like at home recording studios. I don't know why in my mind I thought it was like this big and you just put it over it.
No, this is for like when you release your rap tape.
Yeah, so I can't really do podcasts like that. Like, hey, welcome to TPC. So instead, I'm just using it as like instead it's just a $300 buffer that I'm putting over here. But for everybody listening, that's why everything's still kind of janky right now, is because it's what I said to Roger yesterday. We're at that trope in the movie where everyone thinks the president's dead. And then, it's like Independence Day, and they end up getting like Morse code from Cheyenne Mountain. And they're like, hold on, they're still alive. Like the 101st Airborne. Like, we have backup. And everybody's like, yeah. That's where we are right now. This is the Morse code coming in. It's like the podcast is still alive. That we're down and out. We're not at our best. But the podcast is still alive. There's still a shitty podcast coming. Don't you worry. So, yeah. So, and if you can't tell, obviously I'm speaking a little quieter until I get kind of soundproofing and shit, because I don't need to be waking up the people above, below, and across me because I'm screaming about Chinese Communist Party. Although maybe
that's a great way to introduce yourself to the neighbors.
Maybe I should. Maybe I should physically wake them up and metaphorically wake them up to the threat of the Chi-Coms. So, with that 4-minute gay-ass intro, I was listening to my favorite, my angel, Tim Dillon. I was listening to an old episode of him and Ray Kump, and they always bring up 2 things on their early episodes: satanic cannibal pedophiles, and we need a war with China. And the thing about Tim Dillon and Ray Kump is they're both just these fat slobs. Tim's gay and Ray is morbidly obese with a speech impediment, but they're both so fucking intelligent. So it just makes it that much better that you're listening to these just slobs.
Better than the Weinstein bros, I'll tell you that.
Dude, I know, right? So, but they always bring up a war with China. And I was listening to it in the shower, and immediately I got out and texted David, and I was like, we need to do an episode, because they always bring up, could a war with China save America? And Ray Kump goes, he's like, we need a war with China. And Tim Dillon's like, does it have to be with China? And Ray's like, it's got to be with China. It's like, it's got to be a big one. And that got me thinking, we need a war with China. And I was, because like this is what normal 30-year-old men do on, their free nights. I started thinking about how we need a war with China. And I texted David and I was like, let's do an episode. And David immediately started hitting me up with ideas. And I was like, hold it. I want to save it for the podcast. I want it to be a genuine conversation. It was very difficult for me to do that because I really wanted to talk about it. But David did his best and we both held back. So we've been edging for a couple days, but now we're ready for the gangbang. And this podcast, as always, is going to go in all sorts of directions we don't know. So just buckle up. But I guess we'll just start off the top of our heads. I think.
Yeah, no, one thing
Yeah,
I just want to say real quickly,
sure.
anything that we go into, speculation and talk of
Is
potential
entertainment
shady actions,
is entertainment, and this is all hypothetical.
entertainment hypotheticals inspired solely by Maxine Waters encouraging us, and this is why I'm a Democrat now,
Yeah,
encouraging us to be more confrontational,
thank you.
teaching us how to create a non-permissive environment, telling us where it's a department store or restaurant, get up in their faces and tell them this country isn't big enough for the two of us, because 10 years from now, it's either going to be us getting put into camps and ventilated, or it's going to be them. And how do we put them in camps? Well, we need a China if we put Kai.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And
so how do we get there is the question that we're trying to get to.
And I would like to thank our spiritual leader and our actual military leader, Maxine Waters, for giving us the oomph to feel like we get out there and we, forget the court system, forget the whole, the foundations.
Yeah, the Supreme Court showed us last year during the election, the court system's that's outdated. You don't need that anymore.
Even that. It's just what we need to realize is that the Western foundation of court is just this legal system, this whole idea of a legal system and a fair trial. We need to get rid of that, because as Maxine said in the streets yesterday while violating her own curfew, was that we want a guilty verdict on Chauvin. And if we don't get it, then we need to make ourselves be heard, and we will not leave the streets. And, that's the energy I want to bring in here. Fuck what the courts say. We have a verdict in our mind, and we will be physically violent to enact those ends. And again, for the DOJ and the FBI, this is one hypothetical and entertaining for the next 5 hours, just, Your Honor. And second of all, this is all in light of Maxine Waters. So if you want to question us, I would imagine first question her, because we're just taking our orders from her.
She's the one telling us that terrorism is what we need to do if we want to get our goals done. And she's telling us the truth. Judicial supremacy and systemic oppression by judicial supremacy is the core threat to our country. It is what they're doing to essentially to murder us in the streets, essentially to gun down people. And this is why we need to defund any state actors that provide security for those that are advocating judicial supremacy.
Yes. And and listen, they took an immediate act, and for the record, for all you mouth breathing room temperature IQ retards, David and I do not support Maxine Waters. She instigated a shooting at the National Guard last night. If she's not banned from big tech, I don't know what the fuck will happen. But for anybody who can't read between the lines, we're joking. But I was thinking, all right, and let me start. Is, right after World War II, America, not only did we kind of bully the rest of the world and artificially suppress markets, but we also had a bunch of guys coming back from Okinawa, Iwo Jima, Guadalcanal, Battle of the Bulge, Normandy, and they came back just, difficult times create tough men. And they came back and they thrived and they succeeded and they loved this country. And right now we are so divorced from any reality that the majority of the world lives in abject poverty. If you make over, I believe, and somebody fact check me, if you make over, I think $15,000, you are in the 1% of the world's population. No one seems to recognize that or appreciate it. And we think that China or Russia is going to give America what it deserves, not knowing that we're all fucked if that happens. So what better way to, one, eradicate an impending and rising enemy, Thucydides' trap, but also restore some sort of respect for the land we live in, and a gratitude for running water and electricity and emergency services and, food with regulations and pharmaceuticals, all things that have their own evil aspects, but in the grand scheme of things are incredibly they're gifts from God. We live in the height of human civilization. All memes aside, we live in the height of human civilization. And so I think that what we need is a war with China. And we need a war with China, and we can't pitter patter around it. It has to start with a false flag. And I've been thinking a lot about this. We got to start with a false flag. And I think the first thing you do is I think you take out Detroit. Because Detroit's already a piece of shit. And
make it like 68 and deploy the 82nd Airborne in there.
no. Thermonuclear warhead. Detroit's going to go away. We need to get rid of Detroit. To us, hey, we're just cutting dead weight, but we can use that as something to rally around, right? The U.S., remember the Maine or Gulf of Tonkin or the World Trade Center. We're going to take down Detroit, okay? So, but we have to be careful, because if we do a false flag with a nuclear weapon, we don't want to accidentally trip off a global thermonuclear holocaust. So we got to be careful. So what I was thinking is we take out a couple token places, Detroit, but that might be too obvious because it's such a piece of shit. It might look like, FDR letting the ships get bombed. So I think we need to take out another city with some value. I was thinking, what if you maybe hit Silicon Valley, but you purposely missed, a pretty wide berth, and maybe not in the megaton thermonuclear warheads, but maybe kilotons. Maybe if you just miss Silicon Valley by like 5 miles or something, enough that the shock wave still destroys a lot of shit, but you don't want to completely wipe out Silicon Valley. Another thing was, I can't decide whether or not, Dave?
I think it cut out for a second. We got a little bit of wind today.
Yeah. Hey man, and I'm hanging on a thread with my 5G whatever the fuck we're so it's just, I say take out Detroit, and I think you miss Silicon Valley by like 5 miles. And lastly, I think that we need to have a Flight 93 type scenario where we take down the hijacked plane, right? You hit the World Trade Centers in the Pentagon, and then you take down one in Shanksville that was supposed to hit the Capitol or the White House. I think we need to have stories with propaganda value. So I was thinking we have a missile shield shoot down some Chinese MIRVs above Manhattan, maybe Chicago, the big cities. We have them shot down. We do a big spectacle over, maybe you do Project Bluebeam, maybe it's just all like a hologram, maybe you actually do shoot down some dud warheads. But I was thinking you shoot down some warheads over Chicago, DC, Boston, New York, Atlanta, LA, Miami, Dallas, and Seattle, and San Fran. And I think that and maybe you do a low yield burst over Cheyenne Mountain. You don't hurt Cheyenne Mountain at all, but you enough that it seems like this is real. And then before I hand it over to you, I think we also need to pull in some other world powers into this fight. We can't make it very obvious. So I think Japan needs to get hit. I was thinking maybe Kyoto, because we were supposed to bomb Kyoto instead of Nagasaki. So I don't know, maybe we just, tie off that loose end. I think you take out Kyoto. I think you hit Hong Kong and Taiwan with some very low yield warheads. Again, you don't want to wipe out everyone. You got to have something worth fighting for. I think you hit New Delhi with a 9 megaton warhead. I mean, full on, just like 100 million dead, because we know they want some space from India. I think you hit Paris. I don't know if you want to take out the Eiffel Tower, but we need to have an iconic thing. Like the World Trade Center is burning. We need to have an iconic thing. I don't think you hit Pearl Harbor, because you don't want to double dip. You don't want to take we already did that false flag. So New Delhi is where the the vast majority of the deaths are going to be, and that's also going to form the Indian-American alliance, because we need that bulwark.
Well, that already exists, and there are back channel for working with Russia anyway. So that's a very important back channel.
Last thing, and then I'll hand it over to you. I don't know if you hit Russia, because Russia's not stupid, and they might not like our false flag.
That would be a very bad idea.
Maybe we kind of signal to Putin, hey, it's 1945 all over again. How about you help us and we'll cut up China?
So, and this is going to get right back into what I was going to get into anyway. But once again, and I love that you just go straight to the top, over the top plan for this. Like, I love that. A for effort there. I love everything about that, but there's a few things that we got to focus on before we can get to that. Because one thing that we definitely need if we're going to accomplish any kind of false flag is you need your Mockingbird media in lockstep to back your narrative and to control that narrative. And the biggest problem we have right now is that our media is doing everything they can to run false flags against us on China's behalf. Mm-hmm. So when we talk about, the idea of a false flag, the idea of hitting targets that, nothing of value is really lost, when you hit those targets. So let's say Antifa puts together a 300 blackout Beltway sniper rig and they take out Mitch McConnell and his Chi-Com handler wife, right? Nothing of value is really lost there. In the same way, if we want to get the media into control to where we can run a false flag and have them run that narrative, we need to be able to push that narrative the same way the left would all unify, and they don't care the debate. We'll be over here being like, well, if you're wearing an N95 mask or whatever, that's actually effective, but right now you're just wearing a diaper on your face. We need to stop being that kind of, yes, let's have the real argument, and we just need to push the narrative knowing we're just pushing that long enough to kill the targets that we need to kill. And so we need to capture the media first. And so that involves essentially running smaller scale false flags to turn the population against the media and to make the media afraid of being against us. We want them more afraid of us than they are of China. And so the idea there is we have to take the false flags that were, and the opportunities were already given by China. The issue with dropping nukes or anything like that is that goes completely outside the modus operandi of unrestricted warfare and what it is they're trying to do. It's incredibly obvious. But if we look at what they can give us for COVID, and we use their own strategies against them to create a horrific atmosphere where they are turn and to against China. So, for example, we run, say, the theory that the bioweapon, the COVID CCP virus, it came out of Fort Detrick. Some corrupt professors in Harvard moved it over to Wuhan, and then it leaks out or whatever. And now we have all these, lockdowns and things that we can use. Well, what if we use those policies and weaponize those against the enemy? So, for example, now we have this Johnson & Johnson vaccine that causes blood clots and also causes complications with medicines that are supposed to fix blood. What do? Well, let's double down. Let's use that and integrate it. Let's solve the homeless crisis, right? Let's use those weapons, silent weapons for quiet wars, right? To essentially, let's goad on. Let's make sure that all these, the Cuomos of the world are making sure you're getting these vaccines, you're pushing these, and so that we can acquire so much blackmail on them. We can get them, caught with so many murders, putting so many people on the ventilator that we can say you can either hang as a war criminal or you can push our narrative when we launch this false flag. And that's the ultimate kind of goal that we have to do, is we have to take their own murderous policies and the soft power policies that they've used against us, and we have to crank that to 11 until they're more afraid of us than they are the Chinese. And then once we control the media, the intelligence, again, we really get in, pull off this false flag and give us the casus belli, the justification for war needed to round up all the traitors at home that don't go along with the program and then go kick ass abroad. And that's the gap that we got to burst before we can get carrying out the large scale false flag.
I think we need to think of maybe Occam's razor. We need a simpler approach to because the U.S. military in the U.S. and this is a pro-American empire false flag. So I think that we don't need to play ball with the media. I think they're in the Chicom's pockets, but it's also, I think the very idea that we need to get them on our side, I think could be a sign of weakness. I think what we need to
It,
do.
it, it, I don't want that to be interpreted as I'm saying we should win their hearts and
No,
minds.
no,
I'm
no.
saying that we're
What I
going
mean is,
to and make sure that they understand they either go along or they die.
yeah,
It's an ultimatum. It's not a winning hearts and minds question. It's we already found you guilty of working with the enemy, and we're deciding whether or not you're going to get a chance to make yourself an asset, or you can make yourself a pair of shoes or a lampshade.
yeah, Jesus Christ, yeah. Sorry, I'm moving some lights around. So
Mhm.
what I was saying is, I think that there's an easier tactical way to go about this. I think what you do, I think what you do is you're right, because nuclear weapons, that doesn't fall in line with Chinese doctrine. So how about this? We put an American force around Taiwan, and we have the Chinese maybe do some artillery strikes on our position. Very small scale.
Now
No,
that's getting a lot more into the realm possibility.
but hear me out. President comes on, Biden comes on, we interrupt, breaking news. And these aren't special forces. This isn't Delta. This is American flags, insignia. They know we're there. There's no, we got caught in the crossfire. Oh, he was a CIA SAD guy. No, 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 no. This is your rank and file. This is your enlisted guys. Massive artillery barrage, right? Or maybe a North Korea barrage on Seoul. And you take out, like, I don't know. I think you have to have over 1,000 U.S. servicemen deaths. What you then do, America goes on lockdown, right? We start having president gets an Air Force One. We do the whole 9/11 thing. Biden gets an Air Force One. Kamala is in Cheyenne Mountain. We seize the airwaves, and Biden comes out after 6 or 7 hours and says that the Chinese knew about this. We intercepted their messages saying that they were going to, we could do a whole bunch of NSA shit where we hack our own stuff and then leave a Chinese fingerprint, kind of, and we say they knew exactly what they were doing. And using the whatever, national security executive X, Y, and Z, we have been monitoring for years Chinese infiltration into our media, but now it's come to a head. As of this moment, we are seizing the media. There's a wartime censorship. So very quickly, instead of trying to route out the media, instead of going to them and saying, do you want to be an asset or do you want to be a lampshade, we very quickly just go in and just, I mean,
Yeah, we're talking the same thing at this point.
yeah, but I mean, I think with this, you could do it in a day. You could just knock it out
Well,
in
yes.
a day. U.S., you got FBI, you got the HRT going into the heads of CNN, MSNBC. You just go in and you just seize it all under the Patriot Act, where seizing. So just like that, you control it, and you don't need to worry about the Mockingbird media being on the Chinese side. You take it over, and maybe you do it covertly. Maybe you go in and you take it all, so that the people still think it's a free media, and the free media comes up. The free media, run by Uncle Sam, comes in, and we stop all the pro-China stories. We stop all the anti-US stories, and we just start pumping out pro-America propaganda 24/7. And once we do that, I think we can do anything, because if we can rile up these morons to shoot at the National Guard, I think we can rile them up to avenge the deaths of 1,000 Marines.
So once again, the reason I want to go after the media first is not necessarily because they're the biggest threat or anything, but it's more or less we need to divide and conquer and isolate our enemies within the United States intelligence community that are traitors, are in bed with China, and are pushing around the clock nonstop for us to go to war against Russia rather than China. And the biggest way that we can hurt them right now is we need to media from their control. And so that's the first thing that we have to do. And we also have to remember, going back to Mockingbird, that when we're talking about the media, this has already happened. Sarah Isger, for example, formerly Sarah Isger Flores, was a senior executive service individual, former DOJ individual, and she was like the token Republican that they brought in the CNN to essentially be like the back channel for CNN, essentially trying to torpedo Trump and whatnot and everything else with every other hoax under the sun through leaks from the intelligence community about, bounties, putting bounties on this, that, there, all that hogwash shit that, it's all coming out now that it was bullshit. But they were pushing it as if it was a real deal, trying to get us into a war with Russia, because they're thinking the same thing right now. They desperately need a false flag and a war with Russia to cover up their crimes. And so our goal is to essentially isolate those communities, and it's already kind of happening. But if we can isolate those communities, if we can separate the handlers from talking, we don't want the talking heads in the media. We want the handlers that are out there coordinating what the narrative is going to be behind the scenes, because these are the kind of people that if we go to war with China, they're going to be acting against us. They're going to be selling our people out, because once again, if we go to war with China rather than Russia, they hang for treason. Okay. If we go to war with Russia instead of China, we hang for treason. It's a zero-sum game. 10 years from now, one side is going to be in the camps getting put down, and it's not going to be us if we have anything to say about it. So that's why we have to be focusing on that first, because once again, if we don't have control of that intelligence community, if we don't have the ability to rout out the Chinese compromised traders, well, as soon as we try to pull anything, they're going to be the first ones ratting us out and letting the Chinese know what's up. And then that's just going to be failure from the get-go. So from the ground up, we have to be designing essentially by essentially listening to our premier Maxine Waters describe how to create a non-permissive environment, a circular firing squad. Our goal, the same way that like the DEA is going to go and try to take down a drug organization, you don't just go for the guy at the top, because the guy at the top is going to sell out the guys below him, and then you don't get the guy at the top. You start at the bottom and you flip everyone up until you get to the top, right? So the idea is you're creating a circular firing squad that is having to point their guns inwards and upwards, because it would be easier for them to deliver you the head of your selected target on a silver platter than for them to every security officer to hire an additional security officer for their family while they're working to protect the target, right? That's war of attrition. That's grinding down their economy. That's taking the enemies and their entire family out of one tax bracket and into another and punishing them because, they had to be the motherfuckers that sold us out. And once we can essentially create that non-permissive environment, create that atmosphere of fear for them rather than us, making them the ones that are reactive rather than us, right then we will have to control the narrative to do what we want to do, whether it's like a full-scale dropping nukes on stuff, or I would advocate you need a lot less. For example, if we watch what happened when essentially a tanker or a cargo ship essentially stopped in the Suez, right? Well, what if we essentially just simply had some combat divers attach, some explosives to the bottom of, some shape charges to one of those tankers, and we pin it on China. And like, guess what? The entire world economy just crashed because of China. That right there is a way to drag more people on the international side into the cause. Now, I do agree with you. We need something iconic. You need the big death numbers. I mean, we have CNN on record saying what sells, what keeps people interested. You need the numbers. Put the numbers on screen. Those rookie numbers. You got to get those numbers up. So that I do agree with. And if it involves striking France and removing, the Eiffel Tower, I'm not opposed. Fuck the frogs, right? But that being said, we have to control everything else first, and then we need to use low intensity stuff the same way we just saw, like strikes on shipping and stuff like that. That's the kind of low profile high return shit. You put a couple shape charges on the bottom of a ship with some some Filipino combat swimmers that you were bribing or what the hell ever, and next thing you know, that's news. That's big news, and you're forcing the business owners of the world, you're forcing the stakeholder capitalists of the world to consider their investments and consider what side of that they want to be on. That allows us to create the environment where we could do something wider scale to kick off the full war.
I think we could start very small, actually. I think we could come out with irrefutable evidence that COVID was a Chinese bioweapon. And not only that, because there's two sides to it. Was it a bioweapon? And if it was it released intentionally? Because all sarcasm aside, I mean, we're always researching bioweapons. If it was an accident, then, we can't. What we need is intentional We need intentional evidence that I think we could say COVID. We could say it was an intentional bioweapon to halt the United States economy. What we'd have to do is everyone on the right already views it as that was a shot against Trump. What we'd have to do is we'd also have to frame COVID as a shot against Biden and Kamala, so we can get the left on the side. We would have to follow up with irrefutable evidence. Maybe we could have one big drop about fentanyl, that being a new form of warfare. So now everyone that maybe is apathetic to politics, maybe you're in a small town, but if you're in a small town with one of those just kind of, the town's been
Exactly.
gutted, everyone now knows a fentanyl fatality. You pull that in. We need to get everyone feeling China.
Let's make that a war casualty.
Yeah, you make it a war casualty. So I think we can do this without necessarily going with the big megaton warheads. I think a third thing would be, this is what I think. I think we have to hit maybe like the International Space Station. That's what I think. Hear me out. The imagery of it.
I'm not
right?
opposed.
Yeah. Think about it. I've been thinking about this a lot, actually. Think about the imagery. It would kind of be like Columbia, right? Streaking. We could have it maybe do like five orbits around the world, so everyone sees it. You'd have just like 9/11. You'd have these camera shots that would be burned into the minds of everyone for decades. You'd have it during the daytime and the nighttime, both sides of the world. Just this bright streaking thing. Maybe you could even make some fake audio files. And you could have like the astronauts calling home to their loved ones or something, right? They'd already be dead, but you would just have these fake things, right? These pre-recorded messages calling home to their loved ones. And it's an attack on everyone, right? You would have to plan it so that I think maybe what we do is maybe we start with a huge initiative to really bring up everyone onto the space station, because China and America, we're already up there. Or not China, the United States and the Russia were already up there. You really try to get a big coalition, right? And you get, even if it's 10 astronauts, maybe we send up a new SpaceX like Dragon capsule or something. Maybe you have a Dragon capsule and a Soyuz. I mean, really, you want this thing to be a UN in orbit. And we leave China out.
We want this to be an attack on the rules-based international order.
And we leave China out in the wake of the news that COVID and fentanyl were intentional acts of war. China then, because we remember when China did that in 2008, remember when they shot that anti-satellite missile, or 2007? And then America shot down one of our satellites completely coincidentally just to kind of flex nuts on them. What they do is they hit the space station. And I don't think it can be an outright missile, because that's too obvious. We would have to be that maybe they're trying to put into orbit something of their own, and it goes off track and it hits the space station. And whereas they would say it was an accident, we point out like, if this was on a highway, sure, that would be an accident. But, there are rules about orbit lanes. Like, you can't be within 10,000 miles. Like, this was an act of war. And we say it was a defunct satellite. We say this was an act of war. Or maybe, I don't know. Do you go all out missile? Do you think you go all out missile?
It depends on what you want to do, because if you're trying to think about the imagery and you just completely obliterate the station, if you could knock the station out of orbit and essentially get that, yes, and have that beautiful shot of the rules-based international order just being burnt to shreds, and say China did it.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a good point, because right, Russia shot down that airliner, MH whatever, and nothing happened from that. And that was like 400 dead. So I don't think, because this entire thing it's all about like, we're bringing the world to the brink of World War III before we actually have it, but we're not going thermonuclear. We can't accidentally blow our load. If we go too far, we can't have thermonuclear war, because then no one wins. So I think an anti-satellite missile, maybe like a tungsten-based kinetic warhead hitting the International Space Station, right? Really have it deorbiting for like, I don't know what, one revolution is 90 minutes. So I don't know, maybe give it 4 revolutions, enough time that it breaks news, people wake up, You want it during the daytime with America, because we're all a bunch of fat slobs. No one's going to wake up unless it's in the middle of the day. So you want it at lunchtime in America. For orbit, so 90, an hour and a half, 3 hours, so 6 hours of footage. The rest of the world, we can have them waking up to it in the middle of the night, that imagery of it happening. You could have imagery, and you do the propaganda value is actually, I think we could do a lot with just this. We disclose fentanyl, we disclose COVID, and then we hit the International Space Station. The imagery of that thing deorbiting and burning up, you could take shots from all over the world. I mean, you can just imagine the propaganda now, right? You could have a shot from France with the Eiffel Tower and you see it burning, maybe another one from the Kremlin, right? Maybe Mexico City. You could even have, right, you could have the scientists at the you could have the scientists at the at Vostok Station in Antarctica, right? Maybe have some like Eskimos, right, with like igloos, right? Like French Polynesia, right? Where Dale lives, the Philippines. You really get all, because it's like what they do in the Independence Day movie, right? You have all areas of life. You do shots from the National Monument. You do shots from Venice Beach, like the skateboarders. You do shots from all over the place, man. I think that's what you do.
And that's how you create that event that everyone remembers where they were that day when that happened.
You know what you do? You know when you do it? You do it during the opening ceremony of the Olympics. So everyone is
once again, going back to the COVID conspiracy. I always love to bring up the fact that, it's just a coincidence that the 2019 military games, just military athletes from all around the world just happened to be there when the outbreak happened. That wasn't a target attack at all.
That's too esoteric. This has to be digestible to the masses. So I think you go Olympic.
But this is we're already building that case. You're building the triple right now. We bring in the fentanyl. We disclose COVID, something like that.
International Space Station over the Olympics.
And then we essentially, once we have all that, we can hang over like the Cuomo's heads and all the other useful idiots' heads and just be like, you see how this is, and you see how you followed this letter to a T, killing grandma with it. And then once we have that over their head, we can force them to either push our narrative or, we just turn them into shoes.
We go into the heads of every news corporation. And because it's obviously false, but we say COVID was a bioweapon, and because you promoted false numbers for it, you are now an enemy combatant. And even though to them, they're doing the whole, they're just whores. Exactly. They're just doing, if it bleeds, it leads. But we go in there with national security orders saying that we have reason to believe we've been tapping all your phones. We have reason to believe that you're in bed with the Chinese Communist Party. And to all of them, they're just like, we were just pushing news stories, but we come in there and we go, you are part and parcel to a biowarfare campaign, and you are facing death or life in Guantanamo Bay. They all turn like that. Media is on our side. A clean sweep of the media.
Exactly.
Now we can't just shoot down a space station, because that's like 10 deaths maybe with a Soyuz and a shuttle. It's not a whole lot. That's enough to get people outraged, and it's enough. The propaganda value is limitless. It goes forever. It's beautiful. But then we also have to have some hard numbers on the ground. And I think that's where you hit. I think maybe you might just have to, I think, full invasion of Taiwan. We don't want to destroy it, because that's not what China would do.
No, but that is going to be the piece that, at the end of the day, everyone kind of is at the same point right now where if Taiwan is lost, then, the American empire is a joke. Okay. Everything that we've been pushing and everything that we've been trying to defend as our rules-based international order is a complete joke. And so that's why Taiwan has to be that middle ground piece there. Now, there's a lot of ways we could do it. Ideally, we wouldn't want to hit Taiwan directly. Ideally, we would want it to be anti-ship missiles popping off here and there, sinking some boats and stuff like that provokes the invasion of Taiwan. Because at the end of the day, the best false flag that you can accomplish is agitating your enemy to do it for you. Okay, because
doing a genuine attack.
Exactly, that's the best. Second only, second fiddle would just be the, you get a proxy patsy that you can do. Your Lee Harvey Oswald type, anything like that. But those are the two best ones you can do. Now, if you can't get that, then sure, just put on the Antifa outfit and go whack a guy, and oh, I was a communist all along. But ideally, you want to agitate the enemy into doing that attack for you.
Now, I was thinking, there's a lot of things that we wouldn't even need to fabricate, before we go. And it's like in here, I don't know if it should be in the mail today, but I got an HVAC tubing, those like aluminum tubing, and I'm gonna string it from the air vent on the ceiling right down to my computer. So I have an HVAC cooled laptop. So instead
I'm wondering when one day you're just going to get like a liquid cooled, like a PC rig or something like that. But so far you are building the most overcooled laptop in freaking history.
Hey, make no mistake, one day that's the next step. When I buy my own house in New Hampshire, hopefully sometime next year, make no mistake, there's going to be a hole. But right now, it's a perfect analogy, because right now, what am I doing? I'm working with what I have, right? So it's like the first Iron Man suit when he's in the cave, right? It's welded metal. So what we do is, let's work with what we have before we start using the deep fakes and the projected holograms and all that stuff.
Yeah, what's the best conspiracy theory? 98% of truth, and then you put in that 2% that you need, right?
Yeah. So let's use what we have. 2 million Uyghurs, Muslim concentration camp.
Exactly.
That we can look at their pores with our satellites. So we go in there, maybe we drop some mini drones the size of bees or something, because you don't just want satellite pics. Satellites, that's too enemy of the state. We want that horizontal eye line shot. So we get in, what you do, maybe we foment some, maybe we have Dale go in there or something, and we say a brave American went in there to expose the truth. Then we're getting too sticky. We just hack some cameras, because we know they have CCTV in the CCP, right? So we just go in there and we get a whole bunch of HD video of the Uyghur concentration camps, right? And what we do is we pull a Trump. We say they have 3 million Uyghurs, knowing that they only have 2 million, hoping that China tries to defend their position and say we only have 2 million, not 3 million, but not denying the existence of the concentration camps. So we hit them with the fentanyl, the COVID, we knock out the International Space Station. And while we're doing that, maybe like a week later, we drop all the news about the Uyghurs in the concentration camps. But we have to have a justification for releasing that video, because the question will arise, why didn't we release the video earlier? So how do we do that?
That's a really good question, and really one of the people that you're going to have to bring on board there that would be really helpful, going back to Eric Prince and the fact he was running Frontier Services Group, which was essentially our military industrial complex and our private defense contractors forming a joint venture with China. And to an extent, he's been one of the lead elements that was providing security in Xinjiang, training security forces in Xinjiang. And a lot of what we know about activities and black sites and stuff in the region comes from Eric Prince's intel, going back into our mainstream intelligence community. And the other things that we have to keep in mind is, I know a lot of us like to think about Taiwan, but we also shouldn't forget about Mongolia. Mongolia and the Mongolians have been oppressed for a very long time too. We can go back to 2012 and look at their elections. We can see a lot of similar fortifications starting to happen as far back as 2012 there. So there are a lot of Mongolian groups that we could also use as proxy patsies and whatnot to essentially provoke the Chinese from within.
Okay.
And that is another way that we go about maybe not just having good footage of that, but hey, going back to Star Wars, many Bothan spies died to bring us this information. Well, maybe Eric Prince doesn't want to go out and testify, to how he got all the footage of black sites and whatnot in China. Maybe we have some incredibly brave young Mongolian wannabe insurgent that wants to liberate his country, and he's the guy that got it all, and we promote him as our our savior and our lovely partner from the Mongolian area that
Okay.
wants to free his people. That's another
Okay.
way we could go about
Okay.
doing that.
That's beautiful imagery because right
Now,
that conjures up running from East Berlin to West Berlin.
exactly. So let's hit it on another angle too, because there's
Okay.
also the region of Balochistan in Pakistan. So one of the things that's happening there, they're right on the border with Xinjiang province. So they're watching their cousins right across the border essentially get genocided. And we want to punish Pakistan anyway. If we look into what the Democrats were doing, if we look into the shady intel with Imran Awan and the car dealerships and all that, PAC ISI has always been MI6's kind of watchdog in the area. And as a result, they've also been really good at infiltrating our political leadership and running that against us. So how do we hit them best? Well, Balochistan and the people of Balochistan have a lot more in common with India and Xinjiang and the Turks there than they really do with Pakistan. And so that's one other angle that we can hit is we could also say, hey, I believe they're called like the Luris, if I remember. I'd have to go back and read the paper, but essentially there are a class of gypsies that exist in Balochistan. They're usually essentially their patron is either a blacksmith or a goldsmith, but they're bards and they're gypsies and they're supposed to be taken care of by their patron. They play the drums and whatnot. But what's really important is their patronage and who they're supposed to, their liege would be is often across borders. It could be in Xinjiang, it could be in Iran, it could be over here. And they're actually allowed to go across borders very easily. They're also the kind of people they're viewed as a neutral party. So when tribal conflict breaks out, they're the ones that are going in and pulling the wounded and the dead off the battlefield and stuff like that. So these are really good back channels that we could also be using to say promote heroes that have seen what is happening to their cousins in
Freedom fighters.
Turkmenistan, aka yes, these are our freedom fighters, and these are the people that could be coming out and saying, "Hey, I got the evidence." Hey, it doesn't matter that we dropped all the evidence in their lap. These could be they're just coming out and saying, "Look, this is what's happening to my people." Right? That's what's going on. So those are three different angles. There's the north. We have over on the west, and then we have Taiwan over here. So we have a bunch of different angles that we can play there to kind of get that outcome. And that's the way we want to kind of hit them.
Okay. And I think it's important that everything we use is new. What we don't want to do is we don't want to try to pin 9/11 on them. We don't want to try to pin the Mandalay Bay shooting. We don't want to try to pin. We don't want to bring up Trump. Leave Orange Man out. We've exhausted that resource. We don't want to do any of that because that's all, we don't want to pin Epstein on China because regardless of who it's pinned on, the reality is all those things have their shock and awe value is gone. They have now been digested in memory hold, right? So those are all done. We need new. Fentanyl, COVID, those are, I'm directly contradicting myself. We are resurrecting the old, but within the same week of doing that, we're going to take out the ISS. And I think that will be a Chinese response to us shedding light on COVID and fentanyl, which honestly probably are China. There's probably not a whole lot of fictitiousness there.
No, it's not. If we study the history of what they call the century of national humiliation, which is the cornerstone of Chinese nationalism, going basically from the period of 1850 to 1950, and talking about the Opium Wars, which this is exactly what they're doing to us because we used to do it to them. The Boxer Rebellion, which if you look at the 8-nation alliance that went in there, it is all of the actors of World War I and World War II that were fighting each other. We're all on the same side to go in and make sure that the Chinese were taking their opium. So we have all the proof in the world to say, hey, these guys not only are, this is a doctrine, but, we were the ones that gave them the doctrine, so we should know better ourselves. So you don't need to fabricate that. That's the best weapon we have is that's already the truth.
Now, I think we have to keep turning the dial up slowly. I don't think this is a 9/11 that happens. Maybe you cap it off with a 9/11, but I think there's a lot of foreplay leading up to it. The fentanyl, the COVID, the ISS. In response to ISS, we have some brave Mongolian freedom fighters, right? And we could even have them, we could have these guys from the mountains that don't even know TV. We could foment all these bullshit stories, but I knew something was wrong when I looked up and I saw like the ISS burning, right? That's when, where were you when you saw the International Space Station burning? What we need to do is we need something that, because that again, that wrenches your heart. but it's you can go back to work. Ultimately, it
Yeah, it's not
doesn't.
the punch. It's not that punch
No.
to the face.
We need
It's
something. Fentanyl and COVID, those everyone now knows a fatality, but again, those are still in the rearview mirror. We need to have something that affects you at home. Like 9/11 didn't. I was 11 years old. I met some. I became friends with some guys in my like 20s that served in Iraq while I was in college, but even then, it was still in the rearview mirror. COVID came to like my doorstep, right? We need something that comes to our doorsteps, but we also don't want it
So
to
how
be
do we
so.
make people feel like that? Usually hit them in the wallet.
Well, no, what I was going to say is we do something like the Suez Canal.
Mhm.
Can we artificially bump up the prices of even something like oil that's still abstract, and gas
It's
prices go.
abstract, but it hits you at home. When the gas prices go up, you got to feel it.
But it's still not enough, right? Because I remember it was 2009, and me and my friend Matt, we were laughing that I think gas was not or $5 a gallon in Duluth, Georgia, and we were laughing because we'd have to because we used to pay for gas with like our extra change, so we had to empty out our whole. It was kind of a meme. It was something that everyone bitches about together. Oh, I can't believe gas is so much, but it does, but it doesn't. We need something like COVID that drastically affects your everyday life. And I think we'd maybe need to recreate something like the Ever Given or the Evergreen in the Suez Canal. We need something that causes Amazon prices to go up. We need something that causes all of your goods to go up. Your toilet paper, your HVAC duct systems, your laptop fan, your shirt.
Well,
We need the whole supply chain to artificially. We can bring it back down, but we need it to go up for like 3 months, like 90 days of
well,
like everything on Amazon triples in price.
well, fortunately, the Panama Canal is a lot closer to home.
Okay.
And if you look at who's been running the Panama Canal and who's been buying out everything around it lately, it's just coincidentally happens to be China that's trying to run that a lot more than we should be. So that is one way you could do it. And as you were saying, uh, you know, the average 20-year-old might not be thinking so much about $5 a gallon gas, but I guarantee you the average 35 to 50-year-old individual is really going to be asking questions where that is coming from. And then the question is going to be, well, how do we fix that? And if we can make that look as if the Chinese are directly retaliating
Okay.
for the fact that we're blowing the lid on some of the stuff that they're doing over there, and that we're supporting, Mongolian freedom fighters and Balochistan freedom fighters. And if you remember a while back, this really crack, what was it, a Tibetan military group that has been training. I think it was Tibet. It was training in India and whatnot, and them and the Indians were working together. And they, I want to say it was Tibet, but they have some really good exiled forces that have been getting trained in India too, to have been doing cross-border operations. So there's a lot of ways that we have our freedom fighters to go in there, and at the very least, if not to get us the intel, to be the front piece for the intel that we do want to drop on. And once we are pushing that narrative and we're making Chinese feel on the defensive, then it's a question of what are they going to do versus what can we make it look like they do. So if we did something like that in the Panama Canal, and essentially you made it made it so the reservoir that they use to fill the Panama Canal, well, if we could put that out of function for 6 months,
Yes.
people are going to feel that. People are going to feel that real quick.
I like where your head's at. So we need to, and when I start repeating things, it's because that's how I learn. That's how I got into med school, as I say things out loud. So we go fentanyl, COVID. We do the ISS over the Olympics. When are the next Olympics? 2022, or is it this summer? 2021.
Ah, fuck,
I
I
think it
don't
got
even
pushed. I think
follow
it got
that
pushed. I
anymore.
think it got pushed back a year because of last summer. Whatever. Fentanyl, COVID, take down the ISS over the Olympics. We have some Mongolian freedom fighters who probably, like the Taliban, will be fighting in 20 years, right, after we arm them.
Mhm.
We hit the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal, just make prices go up. Again, this is all very slow. What we want is a COVID part 2. We want a very slow boil, like to where it kind of starts with memes, like, oh, I
Well,
guess we're all at home, right?
so
But
think about how sensitive our enemies are to the threat of a virus, and then think about how easy it is to adjust PCR tests to to test hot for what we're talking about, and then combine that with an Olympic-like scenario. So if we can control the testing of that and we can create that atmosphere of panic at like an Olympic style event where like, you know, anyone, their grandmother's going to test hot for fucking COVID because, you know, it's the fucking common cold essentially close enough. And if you dial that PCR test just right, just about anyone's going to test hot for it. So we use that to create, you know, here comes another wave, this, that, and the other thing, so that all your non-critical thinkers are putting their diaper back on and whatnot. Well, then all of a sudden they're going to be hungry for whatever you are putting out. So if that's the moment that you want to put out the, yes, this is a bioweapon, this is the leaks that we've been getting now of how they've been using it against us, that would be the optimum time to pick that momentum back up and run that football.
Yeah. Sorry, I turned off those other two lights. I realized that until I have the black background here, the reflection off that white is like
right
piercing my eyes from the side. Yeah, so I think another approach we could do is after we reveal all the documents about, so we have China attacks the ISS in retaliation for the fentanyl COVID drops, right? China doesn't like for light to be shed on their evil doing. So what do? We shed light on the Uyghurs. In retaliation to the Uyghurs, they then go to cover up their other bad things. And what's kind of the open secret? Foxconn. They kick us out of Foxconn. iPhone prices triple. We keep it. We don't destroy the actual supply line. But again, that's something that every schmuck, every apathetic, I don't pay attention to politics. I just like to look at memes and, you know, laugh. We now drive the price of the iPhone up. And not only that, and mind you, there's actually there's two, we're getting a double edge with all of this, which I'll explain in a minute. We're also going to be bringing iPhone manufacturing home and bringing jobs home, but we'll get to that. That's part two. We drive up the manufacturing price of iPhones. Not only that, we halt. There's a temporary halting of iPhones. There's not a new iPhone next summer. There's not a new MacBook. We take away these kind of dopamine drips that we've all been stuck on for 20 years. Are you going to get the new phone? Are you going to get the new TV, the OLED, the QLED, the 5G, the 6G? We cut that off. So we kind of have this, it's just what you want is that COVID. It's not the 9/11 gut punch. It's the rising just frequency in the room. You know, it's the pandemic, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 12 weeks, 6 months. Okay, I haven't gone to the bar. I haven't gotten laid in 6 months. When's the next time I can go to a football game? You start affecting the people that normally don't give a shit. You know, the bros that never once pay attention to politics. Now they're going, what the fuck? There's no March Madness? What the fuck? I can't go watch opening day. I can't go watch the Super Bowl. You start bringing everybody into it. You drive up prices with the iPhone, with all electronics. You take out the Panama and or the Suez Canal, really jack shit up with Amazon. And you get it to where, so now people are kind of aware of how shitty their lives are. When you don't have all this stuff being given to you, they start to realize the loss of jobs overseas. So what we do is we then bring manufacturing back to the United States. We start giving people jobs, and we paint it as this giant Uncle Sam thing. So now, again, you're getting people in love with the government again, because it's not enough that we paint China as evil. We need to get people to come back into the bosom of Uncle Sam. So we start providing these jobs, right? We even get the big guys. You know, Bezos, you know, he's not a stupid guy. Tim Cook, these guys aren't stupid. They're probably looking at all of this and like, this is a fucking false flag. But what we do with them, we buy them on too.
Exactly.
One-time repatriation, 0% interest, 0% tax. One time. You have until the end of 2021. It's called, we can call it the fucking whatever, the Biden bonus. Give it some catchy name that will go down in history, like the New Deal. You can bring back, and I think it's estimated at $21 trillion of corporate assets offshores. We also repatriate it one time only. If you leave all of your manufacturing from China, you can't take money out of China. One time and one time only, the United States will bail you out, in that you don't have to pay taxes for the next several years, however many years, to match the amount that you lost by leaving China.
Exactly. And that is the carrot and the stick. And the idea is, hey, here's the sweet deal. It doesn't even suck that much. We're going to fluff it up for you. We're going to make it nice. You can either come back, run everything here. You can still be an oligarch, or
Or you're an
you can
enemy
be
combatant.
on, exactly, or you're going to be a high value target on a deck of 52 because you're creating assets that we want to deny the enemy. And so you can either be dead with your factories in China, or you can be alive here with your factories here. How you want that to turn out, balls in their court.
Yeah. And you can't just use the stick. You can't just say, come back to the United States or you're an enemy, because now you're going to have these intelligent guys that have the means to start snooping around. You want to give them the pillow. Be like, you owe, maybe you've got $1.5 trillion over in China. Leave your manufacturing there. You don't have to pay taxes until 2030, right? Come back to the United States. And because we're now in control of the media, if you don't come back, we can just run propaganda 24/7. Amazon, a friend of the CCP, just
which by the way, the Smith Modernization Act, we're already
in
there.
place.
It's just a question of whether or not we control the intelligence community apparatus that is controlling that media, because they're already 100% controlled.
And I think we can get all those people back on our sides, because what they ultimately want, these people that sold out to China, they're not necessarily pro-Chinese. These are just whores for power, and they think China is going to eclipse the United States. So we just have to make moves to show them that the United States is still in charge. They've already backstabbed us once to go to China. They're going to backstab China. It's very easy. Turn them into double agents. I think we can do this. What we then want to do is we're going to have we need to start hitting. It's become very popular. It's become very mainstream to hate Christians in the last 10, 15, 20 years, right? It's, if you're Muslim, you're an innocent, hey, and I legitimately, hey.
And this is why I converted to Islam, just for the record, so I could get the immunity.
Yeah. So
I feel I'm going to be like John Brennan. Okay. If John Brennan can get away with war crimes by being a communist Wahhabi, guess what, baby? I'm all about that Maxine Waters socialism and that Islam.
I think
I'm untouchable.
I think what we have to do is we have to win the hearts and minds again. I think China hits the Vatican. We have to have them, hear me out. We have to have Americans looking at our.
I like that. That might be the best idea you've had today. I like it.
We have to have all the Americans, all the green hair, nose ring. They got to look at the evil white man and they got to go, oh shit, now they're being attacked too, right? Because it's,
and the funny thing is, they all love that Pope.
Yeah, you kill Francis, right? And we could do a whole propaganda. We'd have a whole thing with that too. A bunch of, that's the iconic imagery, right? St. Peter's Basilica collapsing with Chinese fighter jets streaking overhead. It's right. You could, maybe you even gas it, right? Or maybe you do maybe they do some like incendiary bombs, right? Maybe that's their payback. They say, this is for whatever. This doesn't even match up, but they say this is for firebombing Japan or something. We have them firebomb the Vatican. The imagery of like hell coming to earth and burning the Vatican down.
Well, so this is getting into Christian persecution in China is very real. So that is an angle that we can 100% play up. And another thing that's very worth just keeping in mind, if you're ever in,
I gotta pee. Keep talking. I gotta pee.
All right. So, just for the record, if you're ever in like a foreign country or whatever, and, just because we're on the subject of persecuted Christians and whatnot, now I don't care whether or not you agree with these people or disagree with their thoughts on everything. But if you are in a foreign country somewhere and you happen to know that the Jehovah's Witnesses are active there, well, A, they translate more of their material than just about any other group out there. And B, they are obligated to talk to you and essentially debate you as long as you engage with them. And if you're polite, they'll most likely give you a safe house. So that's one way to essentially be building Christian communities and Christian insurgencies within China and within other countries to use against them. But going right into, what we were talking about Mongolia, what we're talking about with Balochistan, what we're talking about with Falun Gong, all these groups are already being hunted down and dealt with. So it really, and you look at how the Catholic Church has to operate there, essentially they have to have all of their senior individuals essentially approved by the party. So these are definitely ways that we can essentially run this. Now, I don't think, going back to the modus operandi, why does essentially dropping a bomb on the Vatican not work? Well, the same way dropping a bomb anywhere else, it just doesn't really fit in. If you know what unrestricted warfare is, you know the entire reason of what China is doing is to not get caught doing something like that. But that being said, there are tons of ways that we can manipulate that and weaponize that. So, for example, you've probably seen, if you're following closely, you see all these kind of like stories of Chinese police essentially going to Italy and working with the Italian cops there. And you see a lot of news stories about how mainland Chinese tourists are incredibly rude and they don't really like a lot of the cultures they come across sometimes. So essentially we could go back to Operation Gladio kind of playbook and not necessarily drop a bomb on the Vatican, but we could essentially run the playbook of, hey, here's some Chinese mainland tourists that really hate the Christian church or whatever, and or the Catholic Church in this case, I should specify. And they start carrying out low intensity terrorist operations against churches there. And that's a kind of atmosphere, and they're we already have the pretense for it already set up and good to go.
So yeah, I think you hit the Vatican, but now when we hit the Vatican, well, now we're into all-out war. So we have to. What is the thing that leads to the war, right? Fentanyl, COVID, ISS during the Olympics, Suez Canal, Panama Canal, the Mongolian freedom fighters, all the imagery of the Uyghurs, right? I mean, you could play that up as Holocaust Part 2, which it is, but you could play that up Part 2. Not only that, we could also add validity to our false flags, because what we don't remember, we're building an empire. What we don't want is our false flag to be able to have holes poked in it in 20 years. So what we do is we start releasing documents about what happens to, we make all these claims about biological weapons testing they're doing on the Uyghurs that are based on nothing. But what we do is we leak documents, typed up and made to look modern from Unit 731. And because the biology is the same. So in 20 years, when, people start trying to poke holes in the 2021 conspiracy, I'm a 2021 truther. And we go in, and maybe in 20 years, everyone has a laptop quantum computer and you can simulate anything. And they go, let's see what really happens when you give smallpox to somebody in the freezing cold. And they find out that it matches the data. We want it to be very real. So what we can do is we can leak all the Unit 731 data, because that's a limitless trove right there. The Chinese, no one's going to believe them. How are they even going to defend against this anyway? What are they going to say? It's a win-win. Either they say nothing and we paint them as Unit 731, or they come out and they say, no, we're not doing biological testing. We're just making them work in factories. Like they can't win.
Yeah. And we can use a lot of stuff, for example, of what goes on in South Korea, for example. So South Korea has some kind of, I forget the exact name of the sect in the church, but they have kind of a wacky Christian, far out there, cultist sect. And one of the things that they are actually a really prime, group to have as super spreaders, because these guys all live in like very tight little communes. They're constantly sharing food with one another. So if you get one of them, the bug, it's going to get transferred around very quickly. And then all of a sudden you can tap these guys and be like, hey, you're going doing missionary work somewhere. And so that's how you can create these kind of super spreader events. And these are the kinds of things that we've already thought about and studied just from observing, in South Korea and whatnot. And we can very easily, the same way that we could take the Japanese, tactics, techniques, and procedures and whatever, and we can run it through the washer, and then boom, it's a Chinese document, talking about how they would implement it. These are the kind of things that we can use to drum up the kind of support that we want. And when you combine that with saying having your Mongolian freedom fighter over here, your Balochistan freedom fighter over here, your Indian trained Tibet boys over here, and we create this. And that's the beautiful thing, is because we have so many fronts that we can recruit from and operate with here, that we can really build a grassroots kind of coalition of the oppressed there, and to support and run that narrative. And then guess what? If you're in the media and you don't play to it with the same sympathy and level of respect that you would for anything else, well, Enemy combatant, baby.
Enemy combatant. It's going to take a very heavy hand to counter any information against the war. What's happened to me being banned from YouTube is going to happen to a lot of people. We're going to have to shut
And what's
down.
the worst thing for a group? You can't have apostates, right?
Yeah.
You know, if, at the end of the day, if I give someone the order to execute 100 traitors, right, and I feel like that person doesn't have the stomach to do it, well, there's 101 people that need to be executed, because the one thing we're never, when we're going to this level of Machiavellian shit, it's blood in, out in a box. Okay, there is no room to have the apostate. It was like, you know what, I liked everything they were doing, but this was the part that was too far, and now they're blowing the whistle on shit. So you 100% have to be of that mindset. Hey, this is us or them. We're either going to be in the camps or they're going to be in the camps, and the camps already exist. So let's not beat around the bush. And if there's anyone that still thinks there's a middle ground, if there's anyone that thinks that knob should only be dialed to 5 rather than 11, yeah, we might adjust it slowly because that's what's tactically relevant. But if there's that person that thinks it should only go to 5 right now, that person should find a kiddie table out in the middle of nowhere and sit there nice and quietly until it's all blown over, because they're going to be killed by either our side or their side, because there's no room for neutrality once we go to this level. There's no going back from that.
Now, what we're going to need is there's going to be a War Powers Act. So, as of now, by now, I imagine we're maybe a year in, right? We do a year of, China rising. We do China rising tension, COVID, fentanyl, right? ISS and the Suez Canal, Panama Canal, Uyghurs, shut down Foxconn. Nobody's getting new phones. We're pissing everybody off. We're right. We're not feeding the lions. We're getting them hungry for the gladiators. When we're coming up more and more, and what we need is, what you're gonna have is people pissed off, right? People right now, if you came out and said COVID was China, people would be pissed off. But it's still not enough that we're beating the war drums and that people are willing to go into these massive U.S. government plans. Now, what I do think we need is we are going to construct a southern and northern border wall. We need something to put people to work. That's what we need, is we just anything to be part of the fight.
Infrastructure and stimulus. Yep.
Yeah. Anything to be part of the fight. Big fucking
socialism without socialism.
Yeah, right. Big fucking wall, north and south, right? We could have China infiltrating the cartels. We need a
already happening.
We need a southern border wall. We'll have Biden come out and say we need it. We also need to heal a division. What we need is Biden has to appoint Trump to something. We have to get rid of the division. We have to have something to where it's like when you're at like a dance in high school or middle school and the guy goes and asks the first girl and then everyone comes in and starts dancing. We need to have Biden and Kamala come out and make peace with Trump.
Well,
it's the only way.
I don't think that we're never going to get that out of the Biden administration, the Kamala administration, just because they're already in bed with the far left.
We're talking about shooting down the ISS during the Olympics.
I know, I know, but we also have to think about killing, those people, because they're not going to be our side. If we're going to have a Democrat that brings unity, it's going to be someone like Tulsi.
Hey,
we need a CFR.
Mistake. This isn't the White House. This is the deep state is orchestrating this whole thing. The White House is going to do as they're told.
Yeah, and so, but either way, to have that figure, because at the end of the day, you can't heal that kind of unity. Even if Biden does, appoint Trump to something, or you do something like that, nobody's going to believe it out of the Biden administration. You need a populist from the left. You need that Council on Foreign Relations, Tulsi Gabbard like figure that can come in and kind of bring that back together. Because right now we need fresh faces. We need all this bullshit that we've seen. We need them to just go off. We need the Hook to come out and pull them all off stage. And we need fresh new faces that are prepared to engage this threat.
I think what we need, though, is you have to strike while the iron is hot. It's what people used to say about working with Steve Jobs. Was he had, what was it called? The field of what was it called? People said that if you were around Steve Jobs, there was like an actual like disturbance field. It's when you were in his vicinity, anything felt possible. He just saw how it could work. It's honestly, it's why I always try to be like positive, is because
my aura is blue.
yeah, no, what was it? Fuck, what was it called? The Steve Jobs field of Steve Jobs field.
Yeah, you have to believe you can do it,
Reality,
to even start to do it.
Yeah, Wozniak used to call it the reality distortion field. You'd be in his, and he would be like, "We're gonna put 10,000 songs in your pocket," and people would be like, "That's not gonna work." And then they go meet with Jobs, and they'd be like, "It's gonna work." You have to strike while the iron is hot. People are going to be so emotional when the ISS is burning up, when it's becoming clear that every COVID death and fentanyl death, we have those running on the screen 24/7 right now with the COVID pandemic, right? You go on CNN any day. I was just at the gym this morning. CNN, they have it every day. Total COVID deaths. You just switch out COVID deaths with CCP fatalities, with bio fatalities. We come up with a new term, maybe like the new normal or something. We're all in this together, build back better. We make some bullshit thing. We have those deaths up there. I think even if it's just once, you have to have some sort of marriage between Biden and Trump, even if it's all on paper. You play their game. You go to Biden, you say, hey, you're going to go down as the greatest president ever. You fought back the CCP. You go to Trump and you go, hey, how about you get to contract the wall? You play their game. You have to have it. It's the only way you're going to get us all to stop being at each other's throats. We cannot fight China otherwise. You don't have to sit on it. You don't have to dwell on it. We don't have to hammer that home. But I think you do a one-day thing where they kind of bury the hatchet. After that, we're not going to waste any more time on it. But I think you have to have some sort of, they're the enemy, not here. It's the only way it's going to work.
I agree with the entire premise. I just think that it would be more effective to say, let that build up and say 2024. It would be better to have the fresh face, the fresh face that no one hates, because regardless of how you feel about it, everyone kind of feels kind of irked by the last election. Even the Democrats were like, man, it should have been our guy Bernie. So it's like, we need someone that has less baggage to essentially front that. And that's why I would think a figure like Tulsi Gabbard just kind of coming in and just saying, you know what, we're getting into a period where we're getting more confrontational with China. We need a different type of leadership to deal with that kind of threat. And and we already know that the Democrat Party will torpedo their own candidates to promote someone else anyway. So if we're talking about getting the deep state on board anyway, it wouldn't be so hard to say, have Tulsi come in and kind of run that ticket. And that's someone that no one really hates. Yeah, there's a lot of Republicans that are like, yeah, she's on the CFR and I'm skeptical. But at the end of the day, you're going to get the Tim Pools. You're going to get all the enlightened centrist types. They're going to get behind, that kind of party and back that play. And from there, we can start to build that middle ground in that coalition where Tulsi hasn't left a terrible taste in anyone's mouth. She hasn't screwed anyone over. Okay. The Republicans and the former Trump people aren't going to be like, man, we got screwed out of the election. The Biden, and the Bernie bros aren't going to be panicking. And so it's the idea about, yeah, if we can have them kiss and make up, that would be the most beautiful thing on the world. I'm all for it. But at the end of the day, I would just be happy with just slowly pulling them out of center stage. Absolutely. And replacing them with someone that is just fresh face, less baggage.
But I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think we can do both.
I don't think so. But if we can get accomplishment, it would be great.
Hear me out. This isn't all for naught. This isn't some happy go, fuzzy. This has a tactical thing.
Yes.
Just like the black box monolith, we are also not a monolith. China's not just this isn't going to happen in a vacuum. They're not stupid. If they're smart enough to conduct the 100 Years' War, they're going to see what we're doing. They're going to start looking for wedges in the United States, and they'll find wedges. We can't hand them a wedge on a platter of the election was stolen. We can't have that. We have to do our best to put some flex seal over that. How else do you do it? You have Biden and Trump go on Rogan. It doesn't have to have any substance. Just fake fuzzy emotions, some shitty jokes, whatever. And it comes out that you have Trump, you have Rogan go on there and be like, Trump, if you thought the election was stolen, why didn't you have the Marines, surround the White House? You paint it as Trump was read in. And he understood that they had to let the whole thing's horseshit. It doesn't matter. People are going to poke holes in it. It doesn't matter. You just make it some bullshit Oprah interview, kind of like when they brought on the security guard from Mandalay Bay to go on Ellen. It doesn't matter. As long as 95% of retards take it in, don't worry about the 5% dissenters. We don't need to worry about guys like you or I or Dale or Claire poking holes in it, right? We just have to have the people that are barely awake on any given day, the people who they're kind of like Roombas. They just bump into walls. They go to the bathroom. They watch The View. They eat Cheetos. They go to sleep. Orange Man bad. But we have to win them over just so that there's not a wedge, right? Just so there's not something that they can take advantage. That's all. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying this in some, it's going to be all peace and love. This is a tactical advantage and nothing more. You have Trump and Biden come together, a bunch of cheesy jokes. You could have the whole thing scripted. You get some writers in there. We talk about how you have Biden say we need a border wall. And what you can't have is all the conservatives saying Trump was right. You then have Trump saying out and say, Biden, great guy. We've had our differences. He's contracting me to build it. You let Trump almost run his part of the country. You go, we're going to build this wall. You let people think that Trump won. Trump got the walls. Trump builds a northern and southern wall, maybe even a sort of like sea wall, like a bulwark or something, right? You do that. That puts everyone to work, and that gets everyone being part of the fight, right? What we also need to do is we need to have a Manhattan Project. So we have the Manhattan Project. What a lot of people don't know is that the project to build the thermonuclear bomb was something like 7 or 8 times larger than the Manhattan Project, but not a lot of people know about it. At its height, the project to build the thermonuclear bomb it used 7% of the nation's electrical output. The AEC went from 40,000 employees to 130,000 employees. It had a bigger market cap investment than Alcoa, Bethlehem Steel, American Steel, GM, and GE combined. It was massive. We need to have a Manhattan Project for what? Fusion. We can't rely on oil. We can't rely on Chinese coal or fucking whatever. A belligerent China, they could take out the oil wells in the Middle East. We need power here and at home, right? We need to have a fusion, a nuclear fusion sort of a Manhattan Project. That's, again, you're pulling everyone towards this one spot with a magnet. You got to make them all be part of the fight. So now that we have everyone starting to go from just changing your profile picture and saying China bad to getting people to actually start changing their lives, going to work on the wall, going to work on the fusion reactor, we put it right out in the middle of the United States underground where the ICBM silos are. It'll be fantastic. We now have people physically partaking in the fight as opposed to just sharing stuff online. Now is the time when we have to get them to join the military or at least join the War Powers Act. We have to do a physical strike somewhere in the world saying it's China. And that is what's going to get people. So everyone that right now works for GM or GE or Tesla, there's going to be a War Powers Act. We're gonna forgive all student loan and medical debt during the War Powers Act, where everyone is going to be on Uncle Sam's Medicare. It's how we're going to roll out Medicare for all. If you partake in a company that is involved with the War Powers Act. So it's a draft without being a draft. So, hey man, and Tommy, you work for Nike, but did you hear that GM right now, it's, they forgive student loan free, they pay for housing. You go in there and you start manufacturing all of this going towards drones.
Hey kids, you want to be a defense contractor?
Yeah. Hey, dude, what we do is we start pumping out propaganda, Rosie the Riveter, I'm here for my husband. If you drive alone, you're driving with Hitler. Carpool, save oil, right? All about rationing and everything. We get everyone going into the factories. We're not building Sherman tanks. We're building the successor to the M1 Abrams. We'll call it like the MX something, whatever. We'll call it, I don't know. We start building not super carriers. We want hyper carriers, right? We build the USS Obama, right? We start doing these. You got to get everyone in on. We build the USS Obama and the USS Trump, and you can decide. You can request which one you work on. That's how you pull in the left and the right. get everybody
Not a
in.
bad play.
Hey man, just like Los Alamos and Oak Ridge, Tennessee, we pit them at each other. Who's going to finish first? You know, we put the dry docks right next to each other, bunch of intramural sports. We have them competing against each other, all in good fun, but we're all trying to go kill the evil Chinaman. I think it'll be great. And these things are going to be just behemoths. You know, I think the USS Gerald Ford, I think it's like 1,100 feet long.
Have you ever seen the picture of the wheels on that thing?
Yeah, dude, I'm
Freaking
talking,
massive.
dude, I'm talking like, I don't know, maybe 2,500 feet long. These things are going to be retarded. F-22s, V-22 Ospreys, everything. It's going to be insane. And they're going to double as like submarine docks. These things are going to be huge. Submarines can come up under them, nuclear subs. And these are going to be the first class of, you know, I don't know, we'll call it fusion carriers or something, right? And that's what we do. As we push that Overton window further and further and further, we then need to have some sort of devastating strike. And that's how we move people from working for these companies that aren't actually defense contractors, but they kind of are.
Wink,
That's how
wink, yeah.
we move them from there to straight enlistment. I don't think we can do a draft. World War II, you could do it. I don't think you can.
No, but
you'll always have dissenters. They're going to be fragging the officers.
Exactly, and that's supposed to be a military tradition. I guess you could say my father's uncle. I don't know the technical term for that, but he served in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And I believe by Vietnam, he was a master sergeant. They kept trying to get him to become a lieutenant, and he would turn it down every time. And the reason he would give for it is, I'm not getting shot by my own men. So that used to be just a common trope, and I imagined that our foreign policy decisions would be a lot better if terrible officers were shot again. That being said, if any part of these false flags is implemented by the senior deep state and all that stuff and whatnot, and they do try to draft me, don't even try unless it's at least minimum colonel. Don't come at me with that shit.
I don't think we can do drafts, because even in this beautiful,
it wouldn't work nowadays.
Even in this beautifully orchestrated war, I don't think you can do a draft. You still do, but the point is so remember earlier when I said there's going to be like multiple tiers to this. Well, it's also becoming to a point where like you kind of have to take a job with one of these proto defense contractors. Maybe not Northrop, maybe not Raytheon, but just like, you know, I was friends with this super intelligent astrophysicist girl in college, but she refused to go work for Boeing. She was a hippie. That's great, whatever. What we need to do is we add these tiers. Do you want to work on the Obama or do you want to work on the Trump? You know, you don't have to enlist. You don't have to go work for Boeing. Maybe you want to go work for Oracle. Maybe you want to go work for fucking Facebook, whatever. But they're still defense contractors. I mean, what this is we're establishing this like fascist state, but you can work for any of them, but you still work for Uncle Sam, kind of. There needs to be a justification for, first we build the walls, right? The walls, we do the whole marriage between Biden and Trump on Rogan, right? Maybe crack some shitty jokes, and we talk about how they're coming from the North and the South. That's how we start building the walls. When we move from the walls to, we've skipped a step. How do we justify the mass manufacturing of drone tanks and aircraft? Maybe that's when we have them hit Hong Kong or Taiwan. We still don't want. We're still not pulling human capital into it. We just want machines. How do we?
Something that we can do that is also a lot closer to home. You know, because if we can talk about the Mongolia, the Balochistan, and Taiwan, all that, but at the end of the day, we need something that hits home. Yeah. And what we need for that is, we already know how the cartel pipelines have just blown up ever since our latest administration and whatnot. And essentially, what we need there is we need to lean on some kind of, we're going to have some kind of cartel informant turned whistleblower or whatever. And we're going to have that person essentially testify of all the ways that the cartels are working with the Chinese Communist Party. And preferably, if we can have them on record producing evidence of them doing, death squad activity for the Chinese Communist Party. And then if we can say, hey, these were the death squads that they were using in this country to secure farms or space or whatever the hell that they're trying to secure down there. If we can poke a hole and say, hey, there's like two two of these three guys that were on this death squad over here that we caught coming into a border here, are they working for China? If we can have, essentially captured cartel members or flipped cartel members kind of testify for that right there, we're getting to something that's a little bit closer to home. And then all we need is like some MS-13 people to do a drive-by, kill some National Guardsmen or some shit, and boom, we're cooking with peanut oil.
So small scale. So let's, again, I know I repeat, but let's recap. COVID, fentanyl, ISS over the Olympic Games. That's how you get everyone to hate China. Then you do the Uyghurs with the Mongolian freedom fighters. And then we offer the Biden plan where you come back to the United States, no taxes on your trillions. That's how we pull them all back. They shut down Foxconn. If they don't, we will. So it comes back, bring the iPhone home, right? That now you're getting rid of the supply chain and you're making it so we have to start having manufacturing jobs here. We do something with MS-13. I think we also do something with Trudeau. Trudeau sells out to China.
Yes,
and that's why we need a northern wall. And that we do the whole Biden and Trump thing. They do the circuit. They go on Rogan, they go on Oprah, they go on The View. It's really cheesy shit, but they're both getting money in the pocket. Doesn't matter. North wall, southern wall, right? We do the Obama versus the Trump, right? We do the giant dry docks right next to each other. These things are going to be massive. I don't know. I think we probably build them in Norfolk, right? Maybe Yeah, I think that's where we build them. I think we also perhaps we start construction of our own canal below our border wall, so it doubles as a moat and a canal. And that could be that. I don't know if that's too much work,
Well, we have technology that can melt fucking rock nowadays.
Well, we do. Phil Schneider, shout out. There was also Operation Plowshare in the 50s where we wanted to use fission bombs to knock out, but that might be too much. I don't know if we need that. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
You'd have to, at the end of the day, it would be much better to re-secure the Panama Canal, though I would say the infrastructure and the way it was designed is a little bit fragile now. It might be better to come up with a replacement.
Question.
But it's got to be something thin.
Question. Does Mexico and Canada, do they ask to join the United States? Think about all the resources in Canada. Think about where we could put everything. That's a ton of open land. But think about Mexico, maybe even a couple of countries south of it, because think if we can get it to where it's thinner, that's a shorter wall.
Yeah. That's definitely, and that's one of the reasons why like Trump's best strategy of we're going to make Mexico beat a wall. Not a bad, strategy for that. I don't know how you would go
too fast. Is it too much too fast?
I definitely think it's a little bit too much too fast. And now there are ways that we could like soft annex Mexico and Canada, but the problem is Mexico, you have so many factions there that are already fighting. If you force yourself to have to take responsibility for those factions,
that's true.
You're going to be putting yourself in the hot water, and you're going to be dealing with a lot of messes that you'd rather have proxy elements there. Now, Canada, on the other hand, do I see them ever formally requesting to join the United States? Probably not. Now, that being said, if we are using that Trudeau is on record basically saying, yeah, I want to be like China, I want to have a Chinese model of state capitalism. If we can use the tyranny pushed on Canada essentially to get a populate, as we're escalating things with China, if we can cause that kind of populist revolt to where they're like, hey, why isn't our government, like, I know we don't want to be the warmongering Americans, we're Canadians, we say sorry for everything, we're polite, but why is it that the Americans are standing up for the Uyghurs and we aren't? So if we kind of play that off, I don't think that we could annex Canada, but I do think that we could definitely create regime change to where we would get a much more favorable version of Canada that's going to be willing to cooperate with us. And that's what we kind of need to do. Hell, one of the things I was just seeing today, I didn't know. So you remember that like crackhead governor of, I think it was like Ontario. Yeah. So apparently his brother is now like, so apparently they keep it all in the family. Right. So it's just like, because the last crackhead wasn't good enough. Let's get his brother. Like,
have you seen Beer Fest?
Fuck it.
Have you seen Beer Fest?
Yeah, with the boot.
Yeah. It's like landfill, how
Mm-hmm.
they remove landfill, but then landfill's long lost twin brother comes in. That's what we're all.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's exactly what it is.
Okay, so I think maybe annexing Mexico and China, or Mexico and Alaska, that might, or Jesus Christ, Mexico and Canada. I think that's too much too fast. Yeah, and I think, yeah, you want to keep the general just shape of the United States. Propaganda purposes, we want the shape of the United States, because that way we can reuse a lot of World War II propaganda. I mean, whenever
Mm-hmm.
they anthropomorphize like the states are the United States has a face. We don't want to change all of that. We gotta, right. We got the shape down pat. It's recognizable. We got to keep it simple.
Mm-hmm.
With the northern wall and the southern wall, I'm not talking like metal fences. I'm talking like minimum 100 feet thick concrete. They have turrets, and I think on top, I think you also put in infrastructure, high speed rail. I think you make these things. You put high speed rail. Maybe not. I take it back. You have high speed rail, not that far behind the wall. Straight line. Don't worry about curving. We'll just plow out all the land like they did with the Autobahn. We do high speed rail, and we use it for the same justification that Eisenhower had the Eisenhower interstate system built. There had to be, for every so many miles, there had to be, I think, a 5 mile straight piece, so that in times of war they could move the median to the side. I don't know if you knew this. They could move to the median to the side and use
Mm-hmm.
it as airstrips. So in a sense,
Mm-hmm.
we built airports all throughout the United States, hiding in plain sight. We do the same thing with high speed rail. So we have, I think we go across, what is it? Is it what's the Canadian? Is that the 49th, 48th parallel? Which one's that? Is that what Canada is?
That's a bit too far north for me, but yeah, you're close up there.
Something like that.
Um,
But we do high
yeah.
speed rails from east coast to west coast on the northern and southern borders. On top of, we do it in addition to the border wall. It's right behind the border wall, and it
Mm-hmm.
doubles as, I mean, it's a manufacturing job again, but we also move goods on it in case of an east or west coast invasion. Again, it's all about fighting China, but we're also putting into place high speed rail. I bet Bezos would be a big investor in that. Hey, you can use it to manufacture your goods, right? Again, you kind of put it in their
Mm-hmm.
pocket. Elon Musk, do you want to start with the Hyperloop? We could even do a northern southern wall competition. Again, healthy competition.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think you'd do a north to south as well. You go from like San Diego to Seattle. You'd do a high speed rail, and then you'd go from like Portland to maybe Miami or something, Portland, Maine to Miami, something like that. So really, you're just kind of building a box of high speed rail. Again, manufacturing jobs. You're also kind of just boosting the infrastructure. It can be used to move war material. We're gonna be cranking out tanks. We're gonna be cranking out jets. We're gonna have a new boom. I mean, it's gonna be like the GI Bill. We're gonna give the GI Bill to people who never even fought. If you worked for one of these manufacturing companies, you get free education. So we're gonna be building all these huge towns of just, so you can go in, have the nuclear family again, whatever, right? Ton of pro-American propaganda. It's gonna be the 1950s part two. It's gonna be insane. It's just gonna be the 1950s without the racism. What we need, and with all the manufacturing companies coming back with the carrot of the tax break, right? We'll call it the Biden bonus, and with the hidden stick of, you're going to be executed in Guantanamo for being an enemy combatant. We bring them back. We have the competitive Obama versus Trump hypercarriers, the fusion center and the center of the United States. Space Force. Space Force becomes the new Air Force, right? We're going to have all these big single stage to orbit space planes. They're going to be the new B-29s. They're going to be gleaming silver. You can paint your whatever on the side, your busty girl or whatever. It's going to be anime girls. It's
The
going to be,
tiger shark.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, now it's going to be
It's gonna
anime.
it's gonna be Nicki Minaj. It's gonna be fucking, whoever. It's just gonna be Kim Kardashian's gonna be painted on the side, right? And what we're gonna have to do is, we're going to have to enable political incorrectness again. We're going to have some sort of slur to call the Chinese. And not only do we foment hatred against them and dehumanize them, but we also use that as a bond to bring the United States together. We're all against them, right? So where we
That's
still
why I
have,
love the term CHICOM so much.
but
But yeah,
that's
it's all about dehumanizing. And that's the
so
one thing that we on the right don't do that the left is very efficient
very
at.
good at. But that's the thing is, so we'll still keep, again, we got to keep the left, we got to keep them on this thing. So we can't bring back, we'll still do the proper pronouns and whatever. We'll still keep that glue together on the inside, right? No white on black races, none of that. But everyone can sort of vent that latent racism that is in every human. We'll just vent it at the CHICOMs.
Well, we don't want to do that too much because at the end of the day, our goal
We don't want to be
in
the
that
baddies.
war, yeah, at the end of the day, our goal too is to, we're not at war with the Chinese people, we're at war with the Chinese Communist Party. At the end of the day, our objective, in order for us to win, to get, the strategic objective that we want, which is to defeat the Chinese Communist Party, we need a populist revolution in China to want to govern themselves that will be more cooperative towards us.
Now,
And so that's why it's like I like the term Chicoms or a lot of people like to say Chi Nazis because it's they're very national socialists and whatnot. So those are two really great. Chi Nazis works really well because what has the left been screaming for years now? Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. Even if they don't even know what the hell National Socialist means, they know what Nazi means. So when we say Chi Nazi, you're disassociating from Alex Jones saying that for years and years and years, but you're still getting the same message across. So that's why I like Chi Nazi.
it's a good point. Now, what we need is right before COVID, Kobe Bryant died in that helicopter crash. Now,
He had thermals and everything too,
yeah, he had his daughter. I mean, it was a real. I mean, on the surface, you look back at it and you're like, this guy lived a life better than anyone. He was a convicted rapist, and most of us don't have health insurance. But nonetheless, the human mind, myself not excluded, man, your heart tugs at you. I played basketball as a kid. I had Kobe shoes. I remember playing on PlayStation 2 with my brother. There was a lot of pulling at the heartstrings, and no one capitalized on that, which to me was just a total failure. Everyone was pulling together, myself included. And during the podcast, I finished up an episode with a member of Israel's Sire at Special Forces, and the episode after was like a rest in peace Kobe episode. China takes black people off the Disney posters.
Mm-hmm.
Disney, we're going to have something that happens in China. We need to have someone, and this is what I think. Unlike Kobe crashing, which was terrible, right? His daughter died with him. We need to have, when the whole thing drops, maybe like a month after the whole ISS gets shot down, and you can come back to the United States, you can repatriate your money, right? It's going to be a big thing, and that's going to happen fast. That has to happen with like military efficacy, because we can't have China clamping down. When that happens, The Rock and who's the Kevin Hart? The Rock and Kevin Hart, two black guys. They're going to be in China when that happens, and they're going to be on tour promoting their new shitty Disney movie.
Beautiful.
They're going to be executed.
I like where your head's at. I absolutely
we need to pull in everyone. Kevin Hart and The Rock, and I think their families are with them.
Here's the thing. I think Kevin Hart is at least slightly funny. Can we kill Trevor Noah?
No, because the problem is conservatives, we think he's a douchebag. Even though The Rock came out for Biden.
Yeah, but The Rock's there.
Even though The Rock is there,
okay.
Even though The Rock came out for Biden, the reality is I still like The Rock. I mean, the dude's an inspirational guy. You go to his Instagram, he's got 100 trillion followers, and he's like, and you're like, fuck this guy, and then you see his post, and he's like, hey, wake up, work hard. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from. We're all in this together. Push harder today. And you're just like, God damn it, you're an inspiration. Everyone likes him. Kevin Hart, he's short, he's tiny. They do all the memes together. He has to.
In general, though, you're absolutely spot on. Like if you can have this kind of, if you can have these kind of events pop out, and all of a sudden, all you need is some mainlander Chinese guy that's racist as hell to take out a celebrity.
Or
there you go.
We don't want a random I have to disagree. We don't want a random racist Chinese guy. We want them to die maybe in a helicopter, maybe in a new maybe we have them in a self-driving car somewhere in Beijing, and they crash
Give him
in
the old Michael
very
Hastings.
in very mysterious circumstances. Very
We'll
mysterious.
call up John Brennan and Stanley McChrystal. Hey, can you do us a favor?
And we kill them. We want their wives back in America. We got to have the widows. Them maybe with like they each have their youngest child with them. They're just destroyed in like a rare earth metal battery fire in the middle of Beijing. And it happens the same day that we denounce China and start repatriating money. And everyone thinks that, just like when we showed the fentanyl and COVID, they shot down the ISS. This is in retaliation for the Uyghur drop. There's the Uyghur drop. Immediately after that, we pull back all U.S. money. We can't be part of a concentration camp nation. That same weekend, this happens fast. The whole China propaganda, this thing happens slowly over years, but when it does happen, it happens fast. Mm-hmm. Kevin Hart and The Rock are there, and they die in very mysterious circumstances. We can't have them outright executed because there's too many holes to poke through in that. We'll crash the fucking car. We don't need China to do it.
Yeah, Stanley McChrystal and John Brennan, they'll get right on it. We've done this before.
He'll do it. He'll do it the exact same way. And it's got to be not only that, I mean, they can't die on impact. They die in like a 3,000 degree Fahrenheit fire. I mean, do you go full live leak? Do you have them on fire trying to crawl out?
I mean, that would be the ideal propaganda, but you know, there's two bits. And the reason why at first I kind of wanted to have it be like an attack or whatever is just because if we can tie in the Uyghur concentration camp with racism on American blacks, and we can get those together, that's going to allow us to get some momentum. But I also like the idea that if we time it just right, everyone's going to be like, this is a conspiracy, you know, they were conspiring, you know, that's going to set that up in the back of people's minds anyway. So that's not a bad, both those options are really good for that. I do think that is a really good way that you could essentially just having those events kind of tied together. That's a way that you're going to get the American activists starting to think, well, rather than just, oh, those are the Uyghurs over there. It's those could have been our Uyghurs.
Could have been us. Those, right. Mm-hmm. You know what I think we also do? Oh, you know who's with them? You know who's with them? Is over there to help promote Disney, and we have them over there. Maybe try. Okay, this is it. So after the ISS, the Uyghurs, all that stuff, after phase 1, China invites them over. They're trying to show that, oh, we are not racist, right? We have our black people. They have them over. And then when we withdraw money, we have China, their mask falls off. So they were trying to invite these black celebrities over, and then they lose their temper and they kill them. So for a split second, it seems like the tide's receding, and then we come back and we make them look even worse. You know who's over there with them? Part of this, it's going to be like Nixon's China thing, his trip. This is going to be a terrible soundbite that will be played at my trial, but we have the founders of BLM over there. They're all in the same. They're all in the
trained Marxists.
They're all in the same SUV with The Rock and Kevin Hart. They're all dead.
You're making this sound too good. I mean, when you talk about all those people being in the same SUV, if we just cram Trevor Noah in there and get a flying Ginzu, like, oh, that would just make my day.
Let's not waste them all. We can use them at a later date. Now, those are, even though Kevin Hart and The Rock, those are kind of, you know, most people like them. Mm-hmm. We need to have someone over there from the conservative side. And to me, it's not that weird that they're all there, because they're all part of this big trip to go push for black acceptance, which is why I think Candace Owens is in the SUV too.
I'm not opposed, but Dan Crenshaw, can we just?
He's white. No, it doesn't.
Damn it! I don't know. I was just hoping to get one red flag Republican off my back. You know,
have to. No. It's even, you take Candace out, because that's even worse. You take out the black Republican.
I just don't see her going there, though. That's the one problem that I have with that. I don't see Candace Owens going to.
This will be in the wake of the Trump-Biden work together and build a wall. It's going to be we're going to have her publicist, who's going to be a CIA handler, be like, Candace, this could be huge if you go over there. Candace, it's all, I mean, she doesn't bring anything to the table. She's smarter than me and has a bigger following than me. I mean, what the fuck am I doing? I'm in an empty apartment talking about how we need to kill people for China.
Exactly.
we get her over there. We get her over there with The Rock, right? I think you got to do it. I think you pull him over there and we show China has fangs. That's what we do.
I'm not opposed to the policy. Now, getting them all there and that same, the timing of that's going to be difficult. But
No. I really don't think it will. We have them. It's this coalition. China reaches out after the whole Uyghur thing, and it's like, hey, we're so sorry about the International Space Station. Like, we're so sorry. And Disney's like, hey, how about, because there's all this stuff where everybody's like, well, Disney, how come you're still working with China? They don't let black people be on their posters, right? They all go over there as this sort of this like Disney ambassadorship, if you will. So to me, it's not weird at all. You'd have them all over there. We see it every day on the news where a bunch of celebrities get together and talking. David, I got to pay.
That's true. And so there's a few ways that we can think about this. Now, I would say, and I was going to say this a little bit earlier, Disney is kind of that when it comes to the culture war and the battleship turrets moving very slowly. Disney is definitely one of the factions that we have to bring back to bear on our side. We definitely, the same way that we got to get the intel community that runs the Mockingbird media to play ball and get back in line or be dealt with, we kind of have to run that play for Disney. And I don't even think you need to go as far as, say, recruiting high level celebrities that aren't already involved in Disney, because Disney's already doing, they're, what was it, Mulan, I believe. I think it's Mulan, where they're shooting, and there was a big controversy that, they like thanked the camp guards and everything for allowing them to shoot. So we already have Disney operating in that space. And so the question is, who is some kind of upstart that we could kind of, if we could have Disney employees, not necessarily just some celebrity that went over there to do a show and as an ambassador, whatever the hell that is supposed to mean these days. But if we can have Disney employees that for whatever reasons they're going to be detained by the CCP, and it's not hard to get people detained by the CCP. Hell, at this point we could be talking, just sending them the wrong messages to their phone, and all of a sudden the Chinese are wondering why you're getting these messages. That's a very light way of starting that kind of contact. But one of the things that we want to do to sour that relationship between Disney and China is very much along the lines of what Tommy's talking about, though I think it's a, if you think you can assemble the all-star cast to get in there and happen all at once to make the perfect story, if you can do it, that's great. But, I would start lower. I would definitely start with trying to plant things on camera crews, just various production team, people like that, and getting those people harassed by security forces, getting those people detained by security forces. And then all of a sudden, what happens is once you make that the normal, I'm going to have to, re-go over some of this once Tommy gets here, because this is the important part. Once you kind of get back into that normal where, you might be detained by the CCP while you're working over here, it's no big deal. Well, that's where you could say go into the real false flag, which is you have a fake CCP team essentially on the ground that's going to abduct. Let's make it the star this time. Let's make it the producer. Let's make it someone important. And that's when all of a sudden you have your captured CCP team start to engage in enhanced interrogation, or whatever you want to call it, of those more senior level people, after you've already established a pretense that a lot of Disney personnel are starting to be detained and ask questions and whatnot. So you kind of build up the narrative that this is already happening. And then by the time you go to do something with your higher value targets or your celebrities or whatnot, that's when you just really kind of, you put the screws to them and you make an international incident out of it. And then all of a sudden, I guarantee you very quickly, if we waterboard, one executive producer from Disney, very quickly, when they come back, they're going to be having a different opinion on China if they think China's the one that waterboarded them.
Now, as these, we have to frame this very carefully. as these events happen, the demolition of the ISS, the killing of The Rock and Kevin Hart, and the founders of Black Lives Matter and Candace Owens, preferably in a just horrible fire on the highway, on their way to the U.S. Embassy, because things are starting to get hairy. As China does these things, we have
because their executive producer is being waterboarded by the communists.
100%, 100%. As this is happening, it is important that we are not meeting them with force. We have to paint ourselves as the big, strong guy we're the big bouncer who's holding back from punching the drunk person. We don't hit them with artillery. We don't drop bombs. What we do is we take these other acts where we bring, repatriate the Biden bonus. We repatriate $20 trillion to the United States, right? We start building a border wall. We start bringing manufacturing home. And hey, Apple, Apple doesn't have to pay taxes on their trillions overseas. Not only that, we could give them maybe a secret bonus, unlike the other corporations. We say, hey, bring back manufacturing. We can paint Foxconn as evil. You paint it as we can't do business with these people. We didn't know about Foxconn, whatever. And, the amount of money that goes up in manufacturing, hey, we'll call it, maybe you don't pay taxes till the war is over, right? But from now on, what we need to do is it's important that we don't take military action. We have to paint ourselves as the peaceful giant. After we kill Kevin Hart and The Rock, now hold on. Are they taken hostage? Do we start to crank up the evil on the Chinese side? Are they in a cave somewhere? Maybe circa 2001 Taliban.
So that's one of the things I was starting to get into when you went to take a leak there is before we start to go straight to that, we want to set up the pretense, right? Okay. So say we just leak counterintelligence. How about we just make the Chinese paranoid that, hey, a lot of these Disney people, they might actually be intelligence assets. Let's leak that. Let's start, maybe making messages that maybe a message that they might not even see on their phone, but appears through the record going to them that looks suspicious. Okay. And so can we engineer an environment where just the random person that works for Disney on the set, across the camp from, across from the labor camp in Xinjiang or whatever, filming Mulan, these people start being detained. They start getting asked questions. Yeah. And so we normalize that as like, this might happen to you. You might be working in China. You might be detained. They might ask you some questions, but don't worry, everything will be fine, and that'll start to become the norm. And then what happens is, maybe the Chinese actually just start doing this and do the job for us, or maybe B, we just have a team that is impersonating the CCP that, kidnaps and grabs some producer and starts waterboarding their ass and taking it to the next level. And then that's what causes the panic where it's like, dude, we got to get the talent out of here. The talent needs to get loaded in the SUV. They got to get going. And that's when Stanley McChrystal, John Brennan, boom, and next thing you know, the engine's way over here, the car is over here, and the guy's dead.
Yeah. And I like that idea. Maybe they start doing it for us. Now, China, they're brass. They're going, okay, this is all, they're not stupid. They're like, this is all orchestrated. They're trying to hold back. Mm-hmm. We rile up the Chinese population by shutting down Foxconn. We get rid of the Great Firewall. They start to learn about everything. We let all the information flow in. Maybe China starts lashing out at American factories over there. Get it organic. We won't have our fingerprint on it. They're losing their jobs, right? Get rid of Foxconn, get rid of Huawei, get rid of all these manufacturing things. Now China's not, making my phone charger. Now they don't have jobs. I think you could get them to start lashing out at Americans. What we need to do is just like Apple coming back home, and they're going to play it off as we couldn't possibly work with this nation. ExxonMobil is going to, we need a legitimate and believable paradigm of where we tie in fossil fuels to China. And that is what's going to drive these powerhouses like ExxonMobil back to the United States. And they play it off as ExxonMobil. We're now clean energy, fusion. All the while, Exxon's not stupid, but we give them the keys to the reserves. We say, hey, we've been holding this for a century. Go hog wild, right? And for every dollar that you invest in fusion research, and whatever, we give them exclusive rights to Yosemite, or drill all you want, whatever. It's seen as a must. How do we tie fossil fuels to China? Because we need to push for fusion energy, because that is going to be our ultimate. Whereas the rest of this is kind of orchestrated horseshit. We actually do need the fusion energy.
So this is the part that when my my tree hugging mother eventually sees this one day, this is what's going to get me actually whacked, is when I suggest this. But so going off the idea that Exxon already does have like a refining facility in China that we're going to be asking them to give up anyway, right? So the idea is there's a target that could there's a target that could be false flagged anyway, or you could blow up for sake blowing up, but also just oil tankers and stuff like that. Everybody loves a good oil spill. And by everybody, I mean nobody loves a good oil spill. It is a terrible PR incident. So if we're going to talk about low intensity, ramping things up, putting just a shape charge on the bottom of some boats and whatnot, a couple good oil spills that we can pin on China, and suddenly we can use that as leverage to say, hey, listen, we're cutting our ties with China anyway. We're bringing everything back here, and we're providing major incentives for people focusing on fusion and other, clean energy or whatnot. So that's one way that we could do it. Now, the question is, where do you want to do that at? Because, obviously an oil spill is actually going to be a real fucking bitch of a cleanup operation and shit. And you don't want to actually risk doing too much damage to the environment when, you're also risking the fact that, Chinese fishermen have bottom trawled a lot of stuff. But, think about how that looks from the air, and how the media tends to, media is almost always in, big oil's pocket, except for when they fuck up on some fracking operation somewhere, and all of a sudden, there's a sheen across the lake, and people are, getting the dish soap out to wash off the birds, off the penguins, right? That's the kind of exactly, and that's the kind of stuff that the left can't ignore. That the actual activist powerhouses on the left that are going to drive the moral do-getting, those are the kind of people that they can't ignore. That they're going to have to go on that. So if we can tie that in with China and our push for clean energy, that's kind of two birds, one stone.
So we're moving forward to these softer, tinier targets. To now we're on board. Everyone on the mainland you're working on one of the two walls. You're working on one of the 4 high-speed rails, maybe the Obama or the Trump. We've brought back iPhone manufacturing. I think we resurrect the domino theory and we say that Vietnam's not safe, so we bring back all manufacturing of shirts to the United States, right? That's a simple, low train job. United States, there's going to be next to zero unemployment. It's going to be beautiful. Healthcare for everybody. It doesn't matter if it works. Just fucking do it to say it works, right? We're going to be cranking out more.
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to be cranking out more weapons than FDR couldn't have dreamed of this, right? It's all sorts of propaganda because the media is in our pocket. We're going to be having all the creative types from California, they're all going to be working on, and they're going to fully believe it. They're going to, the most dangerous radical is the one that knows he's right. Doesn't matter whether he is or not. He knows he's right. So we're going to have the creative types. That whole campaign they painted against Trump, right? The left, they always have the best art. They always have the best visuals. We have them resurrecting that kind of 1940s fashion, right? I think we even push for that in the fuck the 30s, because we put military uniforms, we do throwback to World War II, all the same colors. I think we push for the same haircuts. I think we push for, I think that's what we start doing. We start literally trying to emulate the 40s.
Well, the left for all these years have been crying about how they want to fight Nazis and whatnot. So why not just give them the vintage LARP experience, and we label the enemy to China Nazis, and we give them the experience they always wanted.
I think we literally start LARPing as the 40s, right? You have a bunch of guys who, before the China thing, I was just, I was a fentanyl recovering addict. I didn't know what I was spending all my time eating Uber Eats and looking at memes. And now you have them in the Norman Rockwell painting, right? Thanks to the Biden
That,
buyback bill, I got my own 2-story house with a white picket fence, a car from Elon, and, you have the crisp, the
and
wood.
I got these zipper head scalps right here.
Yeah. But exactly. But you have that's the quiet part. But you have like, the crisp military uniform, the combed over hair, right? We bring back the nuclear family. I mean, we really just start hitting on the 1940, and we also start kind of like Sam Hyde at the TEDx, give yourself a pat on the back. What do we start doing? By emulating the greatest generation, our generation of egotistical sociopaths. We start believing that we're the greatest generation. Get them
Mm-hmm.
to start believing it. Now, I was thinking, you still got to tie in. We really got to paint China as just around. I mean, the campaign against Trump is going to pale in comparison to Orange Man bad, Yellow Man bad. It's going to be insane. I think China hits the Svalbard seed vault, right? That nuclear hardened vault up in the Arctic.
That's clever. I like it.
Because that is right. That's for everybody listening. This vault, Svalbard. It's this vault built into this permafrost mountain where we have seeds of every species up there in case something happens, global warming, nuclear holocaust, to where we can basically replenish the earth. I think after we copy it, of course, we do that quietly. And that's a double propaganda hit. We do that quietly because we foresaw China hitting that, and then we wipe it out, and then we let that go on, and then Biden comes out and declassifies, hey, we recreated it. We recreated it up in, fucking Montana because our intelligence officers foresaw this, which again just makes us look that much better, right? So after we wipe that out, we have to have, and that makes sense. That can kind of make sense in a mutual assured destruction. China says, hey, if we're getting ready to go to war, we're all going down. We can paint China as that. We can't be comically evil. We can't just nuke Disneyland. That's
No,
too
but if we're
obvious.
tying that in with, like, say we're going to cause oil spills and try to blame that on China anyway, we're
Okay.
already, and then we tie in the attack
Framing
on the
that.
seed vault. Yeah,
Okay.
we're perfectly framing it in a way that the eco terrorists of the left could never ignore.
Okay.
And that's what we really want. If we can get them to focus so hard on bringing the green terror to China rather than here, we will go a lot farther in this conflict.
I like it. As we strip away Foxconn and other manufacturing giants from China due to the Biden bonus buyback, after we viciously murder The Rock and Kevin Hart, is they need work. So not only are the Chinese going to start lashing out and start attacking our targets for us, the defunct ExxonMobil oil rigs and everything, kind of FDR and Pearl Harbor, just leave them there, get rid of security, tell Dr. Dale to head home early, right?
Yeah, take the aircraft carriers out for a spin.
Right. What we need is they're going to start looking for their own work again, and we already know that China poaches on other individuals all around the world, as far south as like South, or as far away as South America. Fisheries, right? China,
Mm-hmm.
they're going to start upping their whaling because they need jobs, and we can, again, we paint them as that. So not only are these oil slicks, but in the oil slicks you see these Chinese ships whaling. I
Yeah,
mean,
and not, well,
it's
even
going to
worse
be
than that. Even worse than whaling is what they're already doing. Bottom trawling does. I mean, if you study, I don't know if you ever did much with marine biology or anything, but if you study how long it takes for coral to grow and how fragile coral is, when you combine that knowledge with how bottom trawling works and how the Chinese tend to do bottom trawling, which is they don't give a fuck, they're taking everything. All right, they're taking the kitchen goddamn sink with them when they start doing this. That kind of damage, they're already doing it out there. So and you'll hear this in the lefty circles. They are kind of pissed about it, but normally, they're so ADHD, they can't really focus on any one thing. But that's the beauty. You hit the seed vault, you cause the oil spills just nonstop. China's killing the earth. China's killing the earth. China's killing the earth. If we can just keep throwing that message out there back to back to back to back and just keep their focus on it, that's how we get them pissed off at the China-Nazi more than, the orange man or whatever their hatred of, Western civilization is. And we just have to 100% keep pulling at their heartstrings and make sure that no matter what's going on that day, hey, China killed a penguin today.
Yeah. Now, do we sacrifice Seoul? How do you say it?
Seoul. Just, yeah.
Do we sacrifice Seoul? Do we do that North Korean artillery barrage? Because North Korea, that's how we can kick it off. Because China, we could have North Korea do the first shots fired.
I think,
is that too obvious?
I think North Korea is actually a lot more beneficial to us than a lot of people think. A lot of people tend to think that North Korea and China is always in lockstep, but there's a lot of ways that North Korea understands that they can do shady shit and that the Chinese will have to cover for them. North Koreans really like manipulating the Chinese on levels that the average Westerner doesn't quite understand. So there are some power dynamics that can shift there. I don't think that sacrificing South Korea, just because we're definitely, whether we want to or not, Taiwan's already at risk. So let's not risk more than we have to when we already have a solid presence there. And there's also the fact that while I don't think that we're going to see the reunification of the Korean Peninsula or the North Koreans becoming our friend all of a sudden, that's not going to happen so much. But when you saw the way relations kind of work between us and the North Koreans under Trump, that's where it became a lot more clear to, it's still kind of esoteric to look into and see how they work against the Chinese and manipulate the Chinese. But we started to see that come to the surface a little bit when they started to feel like they got a fair shake with Trump and that they could work with Trump. And so I think as we're going into a conflict with China, I feel like North Korea, being a realist, they're going to try to play both sides. And I think if we have kind of Russia able to work as a back channel there, we could potentially, and I'm using big air quotes here because, this is a lot of speculation inside the black box in North Korea. But I think that they would be a lot more willing to play both sides and a lot more willing to act as kind of a buffer state than most people think that they would. Because at the end of the day, their goal is survival, just like anything else. They don't want to necessarily do anything that's going to risk getting them imploded. So I think that's a lot of ways that we could play on the Koreans there. And I wouldn't advise trying to get Seoul wiped out for that, just because if we lose Taiwan by, even if by our best efforts we don't intend to, let's assume that it could happen because it's that close to, the enemy empire. So I don't, and we're also, the island chains are at risk too. So, it's good to have that kind of as a backup. And I'd much rather be kind of playing through India, Tibet, through Mongolia, and through Balochistan. I'd much rather be using and leveraging Pakistan, which is also a nuclear power, to try to get them on board by saying, hey, we can either fund regime change and recarve up the map, and we will make Balochistan an independent buffer state that's more friendly to India and against China, and you would lose one of your favorite regions, Pakistan, or you can drop all this pro-China shit and you can get on board with our plans for the region. And that would be a little bit more of an efficient way of playing ball, because the problem with the Pakistanis is, you ask anyone that's had to deal with them, they're working for everybody, sort of. They're not really loyal to anyone. And we've never really had an administration that has understood just how cunning they are. We tend to underestimate them. As I've said in previous streams, we tend to think of them all as, goat herders and whatnot. And we forget that a lot of these people are like Oxford educated sociopaths. So, focusing on those kind of areas over how to manipulate China, while just I would keep Korea a very I would say simmer it a little bit. I would not want to kick off the conflict from Korea or utilizing Korea. I would like to ideally try to maintain neutrality and keep them playing both sides and give them the ability to say, hey, you know what? If you're working with us, or even if it doesn't look good to work with us, we'll have you work through the Russians. We'll work with the Indians. The Indians will back channel to the Russians. And, if we could do something like that and give them that opportunity, I feel like they'd be willing to take it.
What about students abroad?
If any of us were to go to Vietnam today just to go diving or on vacation, it would be very interesting to see how the security services follow us around, wondering whether or not we're intelligence. But that being said,
bunch of
Vietnam likes
studying
us
abroad.
Mm-hmm. That's those
are some chips.
Or in NGOs.
Those are some chips that we could execute, right?
Exactly. As going back to what I was saying, I want to say the first podcast we did together, NGOs, being able to bring in these green commies and essentially using them as training camps overseas and whatnot. So if we have our white students traveling abroad, we're pretending to be progressive socialist communists and whatnot. And maybe we are trying to work with the Chinese and we're trying to get them to reach out to us, because deep down, we know if we manage to find and isolate a Chinese intelligence officer, well, guess what? There's supposed to be a bounty on Chinese intelligence officers if we can offer them up to the U.S. intelligence community. So that's a lot of ways that we should be infiltrating, and we're behind the ball in this. A lot of these NGOs, a lot of these kind of gap year student programs, they are already infiltrated and run by the Chinese anyway. So we should definitely be getting ahead of the ball of putting assets into those, monitoring those groups, finding out who is compromised by China, who actually willingly works for China, and who the handlers are. So that way we can start wrapping those cells up and co-opting them to lead the Chinese to think that we're running a progressive NGO kind of operation, when really it's just a honey trap, and we're trying to catch whoever comes from their Belt and Road to put some money in the bank.
We need the Dalai Lama burned alive.
Great optics. It's actually,
this isn't an accidental car crash with Kevin Hart. This is broadcast to the Chinese people and thus the world.
Like that, the Jordanian pilot that was shot down
exactly
over
what I was
Syria.
thinking, the one that was burned in the cage.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Dalai Lama burned alive.
You combine that with the oil spills and all the green,
burn alive,
mm-hmm.
and they napalm Tibet.
God, maybe we should be getting paid by the Chinese.
Part of me,
out there.
Part of me hopes that this podcast results in us getting tapped by the CIA. Like, hey, CIA, hey, $100K a year, we'll war game for you.
No. Listen, I know they're printing money. I don't even need the money. I want it to be 420, 69, 69, 69.
I do need the money. $100K a year. war game me and David. All right. And not only that, they could do everything we're saying and then use us, because it'd be like, really? Do you think we're really doing everything that these podcasters said? Listen, CIA, you guys have my number and my address. It's fine. Just, where I am. Contact me. I'd love to work with you.
And remember, it's O'Neill with 2 L's. When you're getting me, when you're having to paste me into whatever the hell apparatus we're doing.
Just now. Have Dale text me.
Everyone messes that up.
just have Dale text me. You know who he is. Napalm Tibet. It's got to be the biggest, maybe white phosphorus. They hit the Vatican. This happens 3 things in one day. China, they are tired of America's aggression towards them, tired of all these false flags that we vehemently deny. They are being, this is beautiful. This is making the CCP look weak. And for the same reason that you get rid of religion in the Soviet Union, because only the state is the higher power, China is looking weak. We can't provide for our people. We can't whale because it's covered in oil. We can't even produce iPhones because Apple pulled out. They are being made to look weak. So now they want to make an example. They didn't kill Kevin Hart. We didn't kill The Rock. We love The Rock, right? Blah, blah, blah. They look weak. So what are they going to do? Well, one, to look strong. We're getting rid of Tibet once and for all. If you guys are going to paint this as warmongers, we might as well get something out of it and start acting like warmongers. They burned the Dalai Lama alive. They napalm all of Tibet. They also lash out to show they want to make us feel weak. They napalm the Vatican, and they also napalm.
Bold move.
They also napalm Jerusalem, and
I just gotta take a moment to appreciate the ambition of this one. This is a great one.
And I'm not finished. Jerusalem, the Vatican, all of Tibet, and they hit Mecca with white phosphorus artillery.
I mean, at a certain point,
30,000 foot view, it's still only like a couple thousand deaths. Everyone, Jerusalem, Vatican, Tibet. It's overall, it's still pretty small human footprint. I mean, ISS, we maybe lose 10 astronauts with the ISS, the space shuttle, and the Soyuz, but it has a lot of weight. They then take down these areas that still holds a lot of weight. Vatican, Jerusalem, Mecca, they take out the black box, Tibet, and they burn the Dalai Lama alive.
And one of the things that when we're focusing on the Vatican and getting in there and removing that Pope, which is, basically a Jesuit spy master put in that usurped the previous Pope, one of the things that we have to do there to essentially, because we do have to be ready to recapture the Catholic Church. And so if the left-wing faction of the Vatican socialists is the Jesuits, the kind of right-wing version of that is the Opus Dei. Okay, they're going to be the folks that the Catholic Knight of Malta, Eric Prince, is going to be more sympathetic to and whatnot. So if we can essentially have that kind of network assembled, and then essentially you tap into, say, your old school Operation Gladio style networks that are, say, pissed off over the fact that Chinese police officers have been coming over and working with Italian police officers. They kind of have these little exchange programs going on and whatnot. And you have this increase of mainlander Chinese tourism coming over and clashing with the local culture and whatnot. From there, you can kind of escalate that into terrorist attacks that lead to fire bombings and whatnot. And that's where you can kind of get that play and hopefully either just straight out remove your Jesuit operative / spy master and have them replaced, or even better, if you can light them up like a Jordanian pilot, fuck it, light them up and smoke.
You assault the world's religions is what you do.
Mm-hmm.
China is now trying to, and granted, none of that was actually China, it's us. Obviously, I mean that's a given.
No,
right?
Clearly it was China. It was 100% China.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like we can predict that China will. So it's obviously this is all our false flags, right? Which is burn the Dalai Lama alive. We napalm Tibet. We napalm the Vatican. Do they capture Pope Francis? Do they kill Pope Francis and the Dalai Lama next to each other? Is there a head of the? Is there a living head of the Islamic faith? Do they have a pope?
So the way it works is you essentially have several tribes that can essentially, if I remember correctly, I want to say out of Jordan is the one that can trace their lineage all the way back to Muhammad. And then I believe out of Saudi Arabia, you have tribes that are essentially the bodyguards of Muhammad, so to speak. And so they're kind of, I would say if you had to go for legitimacy, if I remember correctly, it's the group out of Jordan that technically kind of has the more concrete legitimacy, going all the way back. But, the House of Saud is, what controls, the site on the ground and whatnot. So those are the kind of factions that run it, but they don't necessarily a full-on head. Obviously is why ISIS wanted the caliphate because they wanted the caliph. But
so we just hit Mecca. That's good enough. We hit Mecca. We hit. Yeah, they destroy Mecca. Well, we do, but China does. I think Pope Francis is meeting with the Dalai Lama, and they're both captured, and they're burned
perfect.
alive. They're burned
Absolutely
alive.
perfect.
They're burned alive with a fucking flamethrower. I mean, it's brutal.
Or tires, pyres of tires.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal. And we napalmed the Vatican and Mecca and Jerusalem. So like St. Peter's, just the basilica collapsing, right? You just all that imagery, right? Kind of like Notre Dame on fire, but times 1,000.
Yeah, and the church going on in France that actually that hit pretty big.
Yeah, maybe the Wailing Wall. Maybe we have that just like being destroyed by artillery. I mean, we really, this now the ISS mishap looks like child's play. This is it's bad now, but it's still overall in the grand scheme of like World War, a couple thousand.
It's just setting up the board, really. Yeah,
nothing. Yeah. So we do that now. On the same day, we finally feel it here back in the United States, and they managed to they have snuck in saboteurs. Because now we have to also kind of paint China as the black box. They were able to kill the Pope. They were able to light the Pope and the Dalai Lama on fire, right? They were able to take down a lot of Jerusalem completely. They burned the Vatican to the ground. There's nothing left. They destroy Mecca. The black box is the Cabal or whatever it is. It's shattered. It's just shattered.
Now it's loose sink ships. There could be a Chinese subversive behind every corner. Report your suspicious activity to your local Politburo.
And do you know how we do that? They snuck in shape charges. They take down Mount Rushmore.
You could even do something smaller scale than that. If you look at like oil fields and whatnot out in Texas, you could take one RPG-7.
This is Hearts and Minds. Mount Rushmore, done. It just boom, boom.
Well, there's already. Well, the problem is that could go back to divisive. That could go back to divisive stuff because right now we remain in a period where there's a big chunk of the country that would like to do that anyway. Like that.
But you got to remember, this is post Kevin Hart and the rock burning.
All right.
This is post Biden Trump kind of kiss and make up on Rogan. This is at this point we're already doing the 1940s aesthetic, right? We're already getting back there. We're bringing back conservatism. It's women start cooking again. It's great. It's fantastic, right?
Oh, that'll never happen.
No, it's coming back. It's coming back, and that's what we start doing. So on the same day that Jerusalem and the Vatican are taken down, and the same day that Pope Francis and the Dalai Lama are just burned to fucking death, is they take down Mount Rushmore. Now, we have to start pulling in some Flight 93s, some Todd Beamers, let's roll, which is all going to be fake anyway, just like it was on that day. We shoot down an ICBM, and it's going to be a big spectacle. It's going to be at night, but the re-entering MIRV is going to be taken out. We do SDI. We shoot down some glowing MIRVs over Manhattan. I mean, it's got to be a lot. It's got to be, so we look weak for a second. So we kind of flip the tables. We look weak and China looks like a black box. They burn the Pope and the Dalai Lama. They napalm Tibet. They white phosphorus Jerusalem. I'm never flying again. They take... I already maybe wasn't flying again.
I feel like any moment now you're going to get like a text from Dale that's just going to be like, we like the podcast, don't upload it anywhere.
Yeah. Or it's just going to like knock on the door. Yeah. Fucking internet guy's going to come in here. I'm going to be like, are you from Comcast? He's going to be like, yeah, from the Langley branch. But
your access has been revoked.
Yeah. Fuck that. They're going to be hiring me. They can't They know I've got better ideas than all those fucks at the Rand Corporate. I can do better than all those. Hudson Institute's got nothing on me. Hire me and
I
David.
agree.
Senior
We should
executive
have
solutions for senior executive problems.
exactly, like, just give us some houses in Seychelles to throw a party at. We will have the best brainstorming sessions you've ever seen.
Yes,
Our ideas will be wild.
it will be the
If you
best.
haven't tell, if you can't tell already.
Yeah. So there's a day where China seems omnipotent. They get through the Iron Dome, right? That's the thing, is it can't be saboteurs in Jerusalem. They have to pierce the Iron Dome, right? You know, the air defense
Yeah.
over
Yes, the symbology of that would be that
fantastic.
peak optic. Yeah.
Fantastic. They burn the Vatican down, right? Crush your faith. They destroy Mecca. You know, people that are afraid to draw pictures of Muhammad, they destroy Mecca. You know, we can't go too over the top. We can't have them like using catapults to throw pork or bacon. That's too much. They'll know it was
No,
America.
that's that booty gag Knights of Malta stuff.
Yeah,
That's
it's
and
too,
that's where they like to like throw
yeah,
rotting cow carcasses
yeah,
at people with trebuchets and shit. That
too
that's two Knights of
obvious.
Malta. We don't want that.
It's too comical, right? It's like me, you know, I've grown so much just in 2 hours. I went from you got to nuke Detroit to I'm like, no, you got to burn Kevin Hart alive on a Beijing freeway, you know?
I know, and it's coming up with ideas. How do we turn the Johnson and Johnson vaccine to solve the homeless crisis? Where else are you going to get senior executive solutions like
Senior
this?
solutions, trademark. So Jerusalem, Mecca, Vatican, Tibet, Pope Francis, Dalai Lama, they're done. Same day, you also take out Mount Rushmore, but that's from the optics of that has to be saboteurs, because whereas Israel, it's all about piercing the Iron Dome. It's about the Vatican being engulfed in a sea of hellish fire. It's about people being afraid to draw a picture of Muhammad versus blowing up Mecca. It's just think of like pieces of like rubble everywhere, like the black box just strewn everywhere. It's all about, so America, it wouldn't have the same effect if they bombed Mount Rushmore. That's whatever.
Yeah,
America,
no,
hey,
and we're trying to cultivate that atmosphere of there's a subversive lurking. We need to be
you
on
see
the hunt
something,
for the China Nazi operative. So
if you
yeah, we
see
want the
something,
saboteurs.
if you see something, say something. I mean, you
Exactly.
could even get into some. We could even get into some like subconscious psychology. It's like keep your eyes open for those that have their eyes closed, right? And it'd be the Chinese, right? The tight eyes. It would be all. You really start getting into. I mean, we're going to war. They wanted to play.
Right.
Hey, they've been playing unrestricted warfare. Now we're playing. So we take down Mount Rushmore with saboteurs. I think all of this happens on July 4th, right? So it happens all around the world.
Great timing. Everyone's all
Yeah.
primed anyway.
Pope and the Dalai Lama, which the Pope and the Dalai Lama being burned to death anyway is like that's going to be news, but it's over there. But it's enough that the 4th of July party is kind of, did you hear about this? Everyone's going to be
fucking nuts, man.
Everyone's
Yeah.
drunk and barbecuing. You kind of got to cut through. They artillery hit the Middle East. You're gonna have a bunch of guys being like, yeah. They're gonna be like, oh no, they also hit Jerusalem. And it's gonna be like, wait, aren't those our allies? And then it's gonna be, oh fuck, they took down Mount Rushmore. Now people are gonna think. Now after they take down Mount Rushmore, we shoot down some ICBMs. So whereas they pierced the Iron Dome, we now have to, within hours of looking weak, now we look like the black box. We shoot down ICBMs over Manhattan, maybe Miami, I don't know, DC, Boston. Don't go.
And we're back to being the shining beacon on the hill. And if you want to
Yes.
know how to survive this conflict, you better learn from us because we're the best at it.
Yeah, I think we do. I think we can't make it. Okay, hold on. We have to go 9/11. I'm never flying again. We have to go 9/11 in that we are the shining knight on the hill, right? We shoot down with directed energy weapons. We take down the ones over. We need 9 misses. 1 gets through. And that's how we lose Detroit. Is that but do we want to pull in nuclear weapons? We might be be blowing our load.
I think that there's ways that we can get the effect that we want without having to go nuclear. We can definitely listen. I'm not saying that we can't blow shit up. We can definitely blow shit up. I just don't think that we have to make it a nuclear situation.
Okay, I agree. Maybe maybe they're just conventional warheads. Maybe not ICBMs. Maybe we'll save that for later. Maybe
Or
just
maybe the Chinese
hypersonics.
were trying to reverse engineer our idea of rods from God or something like that, and they were getting ready to upgrade to a new system anyway, and they were like, you know what? Let's just fucking drop these telephone poles.
Okay. Now, I think we need to start maybe walking this back, because we've gone from no outright war to outright war. We
Mhm.
can't do that. Dalai Lama, Pope, Jerusalem, Mecca, Vatican, Mount Rushmore, and they try to do the Statue of Liberty, but because some Americans saw something and said something, they were stopped.
So,
That's our
and,
flight
and the other,
93. That's our flight 93.
and and so going back to the COVID, my idea about basically like using the Johnson and Johnson vaccines too, as we're ramping up what we're going to be dropping into the hands of, say, our Mongolians or Balochistans or whatever about what's happening to the Uyghurs, as we're getting ready to do that, we want to create this atmosphere where, guess what? We just had a bunch of people, a bunch of immigrants die in a camp somewhere because they got the wrong vaccine or whatever. And then we basically leaked a playbook of like, hey, guess what? It turns out these guys running this whole CDC operation or whatever the hell you want to call it, they just ran China's strategy and essentially just ran a concentration camp on US soil because they were too stupid to realize what was going on, or they were in bed with them. And if we're having that kind of development, we're kind of making that play out to look like that, and we're using their own authoritarian methods that they've instituted into policy now to start to ramp that up and make people feel that at home. Then when we drop, hey, guess what? This is all what they're doing to the Uyghurs. These are all tactics, techniques, and procedures that have just been to kind of watered down, fluffed up, and sent to us. And so if we can kind of link that together, that's how we can kind of start to build the desire for that conflict, because that will have already have been the soft kill happening on US soil, and getting people more interested in what's going on over there.
Okay. Now, this will still all look like kind of general terrorist attacks as opposed to an outright
Mm-hmm.
war invasion,
That's
which,
how it's going to look, no matter how. That's modern warfare, unfortunately.
yeah. Well, what I mean, there's going to be there's going to be no mass attacks on U.S. cities. They're going to do they want to show they're in charge, right? This is going to be after this Svalbard vault. we need something. China has to, on that day, I think that's the day they invade Taiwan. Is that the day we bust that nut? Do we sacrifice that cow?
It's going to be hard. I wouldn't want to say that we sacrifice Taiwan. The other problem there is, it's like, do we know when we're going to be able to force them to, like, we know that
Oh
we
yeah,
can provoke.
fuck. I forgot
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah. We know that we can provoke them. There's a lot of things that we can do to provoke them, but can we get them to actually do that? Honestly, I would say right now, this is kind of like the double in psychology. If we're sitting back right now, just kind of going by the policy that we're currently operating by, we're likely to see China push for that sooner rather than later. And my bet, putting my money on the table from how my understanding of unrestricted warfare, if we were to start to push back and start to escalate even false flags and, oil tankers and whatnot, they would be deterred from invading Taiwan. And ideally, if we can keep that, because at the end of the day, we still need Taiwan for the rest of the war. Okay, we're just talking about starting the war. We got to finish it too.
Yeah.
So I think that would be a good way to go. But if we could provoke them to attack Taiwan, that would be great. But even better would just be if we can drive them to terrorism. If we can say, if it's like some oil tankers here and there and they're pissed off and they want to attack Taiwan, but they know that would play into our hand, and unrestricted warfare is going to say, hey, be where the main force isn't. If we're focusing on Taiwan, they're not going to want to hit there. And then that's where it starts to provide the plausibility of, well, now the Chinese, they can't directly engage with us here, so they're going to be looking for indirect ways to sponsor maybe a proxy here, lash out over there. And that's where they could lose control of some of their operations. Some things could spiral out of control. And next thing you know, some incredibly wild shit like, the Dalai Lama and the Pope getting burns happened.
Yeah.
Because, they were propping up some Red Guard proxy element trying to get back at us, and they couldn't control what they were doing.
Yeah. No, that's non-negotiable. Those two they're done. They're getting cooked. That's just that's something that we can't negotiate on. They're done. What we need are continuing attacks on the innocent. We're going to hell, but we need continuing attacks on the innocent. Now, I think Paris, city of love, but there's not a lot of. Is there tactical advantage to Paris? Maybe a neutral country. Maybe China does some sort of movement. What are these other hubs, right? So we've got Svalbard Seed Vault, right? We've got these religious spots. We got the Olympics. We got the ISS. The theme is international.
So
Now,
let's keep
the UN is in America. We can't hit the UN. We gotta. Are there other? What am I missing? Are there other international centers for things? Maybe
City of London and Hong Kong. So differentiate, just so everyone's familiar that the City of London and London are not the same thing. The City of London is basically Wall Street before we had Wall Street.
Yeah.
And when you consider the deep financial ties between Hong Kong and what was the British Empire and whatnot, and the way that's being treated now, Hong Kong is a less strategically relevant flashpoint. It's not necessarily that we need it for the war effort as much as we would need Taiwan per se. But it is still a major financial hub that a lot of people, guess what? If you're an international businessman or whatever, you've probably had layovers in Hong Kong. You've probably spent some time in Hong Kong. You probably have some friends that live in Hong Kong. So that's something that kind of everyone's a little bit familiar with. That's kind of like what is supposed to be the neutral space of the area. And if we could essentially really turn the screws on that and we can make their forces overreact and cause more damage there than's needed, that's one thing that we could do to play up and force the British to come to our aid a little bit more, which is needed because the British they're very cowardly these days. You got to pretty much put a solid kick in their rear to get them to do anything. So that's one angle that we could take to it. There is definitely playing up the Hong Kong aspect and basically maybe they retaliate if they feel like the British are not going to honor the deal that they're not honoring anyway. Maybe some terrorist attacks happen to the city of London. That's one way to go about it. France, are they strategically relevant? I don't know if I would care about trying to get them into the main fight against China. I'd be a lot happier if France could just get back to policing Africa, which is what it's supposed to be doing, and they're unable to do at the moment. They're pretty useless. Neutrality going back into, you need Russia on the side no matter what. You're going to need them to be working with the Indians, to be working with the Mongolians, and working those angles. But if we can think about a large target that is going to get the world, the kind of the real question, and everyone's asked this question at some point, the German question: what the fuck do we do about the Germans? Because right now,
that's part of my presentation.
Go ahead. Go. All right. Go ahead. Go for it.
Well,
I set you up then.
Yeah, you did perfectly. Well, what I was gonna say is they try to take out Ramstein Air Force Base, because right near there is where we have a level 1 trauma center, which is where all U.S. casualties go to from anywhere in the Middle East or Northern Africa. They all go to Ramstein. Actually, I think anywhere in Africa or the Middle East or the Asian continent, they all go to Ramstein. From Ramstein, you go back to the United States. But that is where it's our biggest air base, I think, outside of the United States, bigger than the one at Okinawa. And that's also where we have our level 1 trauma center. It's one of the best in the world. That's Delta Force. You get injured, you're overseas, you go there. That's where you're stabilized. China, in their ruthless, unrestricted warfare, wants to take out Ramstein. I don't think we can lose Ramstein. I think we actually need that.
Yeah, so we would definitely have to think about an alternative first, but
they tried to hit us with some their Dongfang, maybe hypersonic missiles. We Iron Dome that shit. Some go off target, and you take out maybe a nearby village or city of Germans. Get some German casualties in it.
Yeah.
That's now I don't know if
You want
that's the answer you were looking for, but that's the only thing I've been able to war game over the past couple of
that.
days. You aim for Ramstein and you miss.
No, so that's actually exactly what I was looking for, because
Yes.
the biggest question is, because we know the French are cowards mostly these days. We know the Brits are cowards mostly these days. We know the only people that really have the balls to pursue anything is the Germans, and the problem with the Germans is they never pursue what you want them to pursue.
Yeah.
So we have to hit them in a way that makes them question their ties with China. And that's the biggest problem right now is we have Angela Merkel, who is a goddamn Stasi officer who has a fashion sense very similar to Mao Zedong, essentially running Germany. And via proxy, they're running everything from France. I mean, essentially Macron has to call her up, and double check, running everything from down to Greece. And there's another important kind of a small spot to think of that most of us aren't really thinking of, as we kind of have this resurgent Ottoman Turkey, which Turkey still has the NATO Article 5 guarantee, which would terrify everyone right now. But there's all kinds of, just as we're finding offshore LNG everywhere, Greece is a major up and coming spot where it's like, guess what? They've now realized that there's a bunch of LNG off their coast. There's going to be a lot of people trying to develop that. There's a lot of German interest in that now, because Germany has been bailing out the Greeks forever. And if you know the old Greek joke, it's about the police officer, the mailman, and the school teacher that all brag about how they don't have to pay taxes, and they found all the best ways to get out of paying taxes. They're all public servants, but but that's Greece for you. And so the question is, how can we compromise, not just getting a small a symbolic target in Germany that forces the Germans to rethink things politically on the domestic front too, but also how can we look at their targets that they're looking to develop overseas, their financial interests in Greece and whatnot, and how can we make those areas feel threatened to where China has to become their target the same way it's becoming our target. And if we can kind of pivot the Germans into that fighting mindset, it's going to drag the rest of the the limp dick Europeans along with them.
Okay. What if now would there, we know with ISIS, right, they start destroying old temples and old artifacts. Would there be any benefit in having China maybe destroy the Great Pyramids? I'm looking for low human costs. I'm looking for things that will not result in all-out war, but will still result in hearts and minds.
At a certain point, that's getting a bit more close to like we might as well be faking an alien invasion and blue beam if we're gonna nuke some rocks in the middle of the desert.
Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily go for that, and also I don't see Egypt coming to be a major player in this.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I was getting a little too comical. I was thinking about, do we replace the face of the Sphinx with Xi Jinping? Or would that blow the cover off this whole thing?
Yeah. Now here's the thing that that would definitely blow the cover off the whole thing. That being said, as propaganda, okay, if you want to talk about propaganda posters and whatnot, that's the kind of stuff that would make great imagery for propaganda, not necessarily actually do it. But hey, if you can make some posters of that, that's the way you could get, the Egyptians, they're not going to be an essential part of the war effort, but that would be the kind of stuff that just makes them, start to question, what's going on there.
What side are we on? What are we doing now? Mm-hmm. Now, I'm trying to think about, do we do a Chinese EMP, but not on the United States? And really, I don't want to knock out a huge swath of land, because that's actual damage that we might need. So what about maybe like an island nation? Is Taiwan an island? I'm retarded. Is Taiwan an island?
Yes, it is.
What if you EMP Taiwan? The propaganda value of that without actually causing an all-out war in Taiwan, but the propaganda value of China will turn off the lights.
It depends on whether or not we have enough redundancy to keep what we actually need in Taiwan online for when that defense comes. What would be a lot less risky to what we need in the region, but kind of get the same effect across is, hey, EMP hits Hong Kong right before reports of just full on death squads just going in and taking and just mopping up what's left of any activist community. That's the kind of stuff that we could really kind of push for, and do something like that. And that's on the small scale. You're really just hitting a major city. You're not necessarily taking out the entire island of Taiwan. And, you could potentially, now this is where it would get really interesting. Now, Macau, special administrative zone, I forget exactly, or SAR, a special administrative region or whatever, economic zone kind of thing. Basically, Macau is the Portuguese version of Hong Kong. And it's the gambling hub. It is the Las Vegas of the East. It's basically where you go to launder your money out. If you're a Chinese elite that's trying to get your money out, you basically you buy a giant package from some casino, and you just go over to the baccarat table. You play baccarat until you've basically got all your money back in the chips, and then you cash out, and whatever you lose is the cost of doing business, and then you get that in the cash, and then you take that out of the country. So if we were to do, say, and there's all kinds of financial services around that area to facilitate that kind of money changing and whatnot. So if you were to do an EMP, for example, in Macau and Hong Kong, and then all of a sudden, maybe it's the CCP, maybe it's not, but you have, death squads roll around and start whacking activists and whatnot, as the EMPs out. And that's where you start to have a bunch of low intensity kind of terrorist attacks start to happen. That's the kind of stuff that would seriously not damage what we need strategically in the region, but it's going to make everybody with money in the region shit their fucking pants and wonder what the hell's going on.
It's a very good point. Now, I'm going to piss again in a second and probably heat up a hot pocket, but we're going to keep this going. I want to think about, so when I finished the ExxonMobil book the other day, there was a part about World War I and how they seized German ships in U.S. ports. Do we have them, again, we can't make them do it, but we can make the conditions so favorable that they'd be stupid not to? Mm-hmm. Do we have them seize U.S. cruise ships with a bunch of overweight Midwesterners?
That's not something that I would see China as a state actor trying to plausibly do.
Okay, then do we sink them?
Lusitania, baby. I mean, this is the oldest. It's the oldest trick in the book. One of my favorite memes that I made. What was it? It was the Venezuelan Coast Guard trying to pull over and board a cruise ship that had one engine down, and basically with one engine, the cruise ship, caused the Venezuelan Navy vessel to sink. There's those kinds of things where you could essentially have a cruise ship that let's say we put some proxy assets on, and it's a semi-militarized ship, so that we're really not granted something that we're willing to lose, or some people that we're willing to lose, or something like that. But we're basically tempting the Chinese to do something about it. When they escalate, we just fucking blow the whole damn thing. They were maybe in their head they're thinking about searching the ship, detaining some people, but we blow the whole goddamn thing out of water and say that they did it.
I was thinking if there's any way we could set something up. This might be too good, but how could we get them to maybe like encircle like a cruise ship because they think it has value in it, and they just don't give it food or water, and it's just the imagery of a bunch of people starving and jumping off the ship, kind of like people jumping out of the World Trade Center. I mean, look, if we're going to go to war, let's go to war. But I think there's too many opportunities for the cat to get out of the bag that we're doing it. I think you just got to sink it outright. The big old torpedo right under, crack the spine of the ship.
That would be the idea. If we can goad China into thinking, hey, we're just going to search a vessel, we're just going to do this, that, and the other thing. They don't realize that it's about to become the false flag of the
USS Maine.
Yeah, they don't realize that. They're just we just created a suspicious target that they want to look at. And, it just so happens that, hey, China blew up our boat, killed a bunch of innocent people.
Maybe they board it and they leave it, and like 2 hours later we blow it up. Make it look like they planted something.
Exactly. You know, either or, you know, those are the kind of strategies that you can use there. And you can play that off and, you know, hey, it's a lot of innocents dying. They attacked our boats. And, you know, on top of this, you know, um, they're losing oil tankers and whatnot, you know. So that's, you know, I think it's going to be a lot of that kind of offshore tit for tat kind of stuff until we can kind of get
where there's not a lot
farther
of
along.
where there's not a lot of eyeballs to poke
Dead
through.
men tell no sales. Yep.
Yeah, it's you know, the boldness of 9/11 was they did it in New York City. A lot of eyes. We gotta have all of our attacks need to be very Operation Neptune Spear. They gotta be, hey, we killed Bin Laden, we threw him overboard. By the time Obama announces it, Bin Laden's supposedly at the bottom of the sea. It's got to be very duh, 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 duh. You hear about it when it's done.
And then from there, you consider the fact that we're going to have so many things planned out that it's like, but you know, yeah, you try to look in this, but then this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. You're just leading them along
faster and faster and faster.
Order out of chaos.
Yes. I think also perhaps a chemical warfare attack on we want them to take out the innocents. Now, I'm not sure how we do that, but there has to be, we need imagery of the girl walking out of the woods, or, you know, the napalm picture from Vietnam. We need that imagery. We need China, you know, using mustard gas or something. We need to have that kind of World War One like aesthetic, but we need it happening preferably on like a
ventilators.
Yeah, preferably on like a third world nation like island.
Think about the way
David,
someone dies on a ventilator. All right. So if we want to go for horrific imagery and just what that is, you know, everyone likes to sweep under the rug, specifically the establishment and whatnot, just how horrible the ventilator treatment actually went. You know, there's a reason we're calling old nipple studs killer Cuomo now, is just because it's an absolutely horrific fucking way to die with a goddamn tube shoved down your throat. And especially if you're fully conscious of the fact that as this thing is breathing for you, you're going to lose the ability to breathe for yourself. And, you know, this is one of the reasons why I'm so adamant on, you know, how do we get this ball rolling to begin with? Well, let's use the momentum they gave us. Let's use the authoritarian policies they gave us. Let's take what they already wanted to do, turn it to 11, and make it so fucking horrific that the people running that have to run horrific ops for us or become shoes and lampshades. And so once we kind of take that mindset and then we start applying that to, you know, well, what else are the Chinese doing and how can we do it better? Okay. It's not that I want to be a Chinese communist or anything. It's that if what they're currently doing isn't bad enough to wake up the individuals needed to start this war off and hang the traitors, well, we're just going to have to adopt their policies and make it so bad that, as I, you know, would say the first time, it's like, if I can't be a libertarian in my own country, I'm going to become a Stalinist individual that makes you want to be the libertarian. And that's essentially the way we have to run this, is using their own policies and just slowly ramping it up, getting to the point where it's like, you know, you're releasing the videos of some dude begging not to be put on a ventilator. He's being put on a ventilator. Next thing you know, he's fucking dead. And, you know, we come out later, or, hey, there are a million ways that we could have prevented this. Fuck yes, there were. But all the people that should have been doing that were executing a war strategy laid out by the Chinese. And it's about just constantly reinforcing that. And this is, I know a lot of people from our side of the political spectrum, we don't want to have to think this way. We don't want to have to do this. So, you know, we want to have logical arguments and conversations. We want to be able to sit down and be like, well, actually, if it's not an N95, it's not the mask that's going to do what you need to do. When in reality, we should just be saying the same thing that the left is saying. Hey, you're trying to kill grandma. If you're not going along with the narrative, you are trying to kill grandma. You're killing this Uyghur over here. You're killing that person over there. You're killing the Mongolian over there. And we just have to let's take our facts and logic for a moment. And I'm not saying throw them out the window, because we do need them to win the war. but let's put them on hold and remember that the number one thing that we're trying to do before we can pull that whole toolbox out and use it however the hell we want, we have to dehumanize the enemy the same way that they have dehumanized us. And the only way that we can realistically and feasibly do that is with their own policies that they give us. It's not going to be, hey, us coming up with this master plan of how would we like the enemy to attack us. Okay. What's the old saying? You're never going to get your ideal engagement. You're never, the one that you wanted, because at the end of the day, the enemy commander is sitting around all day wargaming how to fuck you up too. We have to understand that we're never going to get that perfect engagement the way we want to. We're never going to get the Chinese to nuke Detroit, no matter how much we provoke them. But there are a million things that they are doing currently that we can take and we can stretch out, utilize, and essentially take to 11 to create the propaganda needed. All right. The biggest issue right now is that we already actually have a lot of the casus belli needed to do this. We already have Nazi China and the concentration camps. Any other period of time, that would have been enough to get us there. And the question is, how much chaos do we have to create? How much terror do we have to create to force our media apparatus and our intelligence community to retool and focus on that and use that propaganda to the ends that we need it to?
That was the longest break.
And welcome back.
I peed and I had a hot pocket.
Nice.
You got to stay nourished when you're orchestrating a false flag. So
exactly, and that's why I have my sugar-free ginger ale.
Beautiful. So as we move closer and closer to war, at this point, we've mobilized a lot of the nation. You work in these proto defense contractors. We publicly shame right now how we publicly shame kind of like white straight males. We publicly shame anyone that isn't against China. We
exactly we bring back the term to Baizu.
Mm-hmm. The apparatus is in place to paint anyone as evil. We've seen it with Donald Trump, Alex Jones, Milo Yiannopoulos. We really paint the dissenters with a broad brush. Now we have to be. So now we're at this crossroads, right? So now at this point, the DoD budget is over $1 trillion. We're over $1 trillion. Really, everyone in the United States is kind of working for the DoD at this point.
Yeah, we're basically going national socialist until the war is over. But the way this is going to turn out.
Yeah, and now the question is, have we already saved America at this point? We've got everyone in the 1940s aesthetic. Everyone's employed. We're all working for Uncle Sam again. There's an not since 1945 has the U.S. government had this level of approval. Have we already done what we set out to do? Have we now? We're at a crossroads. So, do we do a demonstration of power in China, like what a lot of generals wanted to do was detonate a nuke off the coast of Japan? Do we demonstrate power? Do we do some directed energy from orbit, off the coast of China? Do we win over the Chinese people? Do we make the CCP look impotent? Or do we look at China as, never again will we have them in a spot where not only can we destroy them, but the U.S. people will cheer it on, the world will cheer it on? Do we finish the job? So now we're at the crossroads. Have we already done what we set out to do? Because what we set out to do is not destroy China. What we set out to do is save America.
Exactly.
And at this point, we have. Do we destroy
and if
China?
You can set. So the question comes down to, and essentially what this goes back to is the age-old debate is whether or not China is actually going to be a paper tiger, and whether or not we can run the clock and have it collapse. And I believe this is entirely feasible. If we can get America reunited around the age-old enemy threat, whatever the evil empire today is, it's China now. And we can just get into that mindset again to where they're not able to divide and conquer and play us off against each other. And we're moving our manufacturing back into the US. Whether China is or isn't already a paper tiger, once we get to that point where we've moved the needle to where the manufacturing is coming back into the US, we're creating the scenario for China being the paper tiger. And then the question is, if we can assemble that containment coalition, and that's what it is. It's maybe it's not necessarily a policy of going directly to war with China, but it's the most aggressive policy of containment ever fucking created. And the idea is if we can bring Russia in on that, we can create, security island chains where we get friendly with Vietnam and we lock that in. We got Mongolia, we got Balochistan, we got everything we need to contain that. Then the question is, all we got to do is just keep provoking them, but never quite get there, and just constantly be reminding them, well, if you were anything other than the CCP, we'd be happy to do business with you. And from there, we can actually start to take apart the black box and hopefully get a China that is a lot more diverse rather than some Han Chinese elite mafia ruling everything like, Hitler dreamed he could have. And if we can do that, then ideally we should be able to see China implode, or at least the CCP implode, some autonomous kind of regions pop up. And ideally the goal is we beat China without actually having to nuke something. Maybe some conventional payloads, maybe some big explosions go off. A lot of shady shit's going to happen. But the end goal for us all is, can we beat them without this going into a nuclear shit fest? And the idea there should be, well, that should be the goal.
Mm-hmm. And, again, obviously this podcast is entirely hypothetical and entertainment. Air Force One is a Wienermobile and Gumby is president, and everything's made out of antimatter, just for full legal disclosure. Now, you're right. As we bring back manufacturing, we are self-fulfilling the collapsing paper tiger. Mm-hmm. Now, if the whole purpose of these false flags were indeed not to destroy China, I mean, that was always a plus, but it was to save America from our kind of, moral depravity, laziness, hatred of the greatest country that's ever existed for all of its flaws, the most just and fair land that's ever existed. And from a population of people that we came from the trees and flinging our own shit, we're at a point where this is pretty damn good, all things considered. In order to perpetuate the American, the democratic, the free West empire, we are creating, yes, like you said, the self-fulfilling prophecy, the alliance, the Chinese containment. We could make it a bastardization of them. We could call it the CCP, the Chinese containment procedure, right?
I like that. That's really nice.
Really, make them look impotent. And if that collapses, that's good and awesome. Obviously, we don't want a thermonuclear war. Now, it's not just a crossroads. It's not just a fork in the road. It's actually it's like a chandelier. It's splitting off into a million possible directions. Do we surround it and let it collapse? Is it more advantageous to string along the paper tiger for as long as possible so that we can continue building up this American empire? Because if it collapses, we can't really keep the whole, we're building the wall, we're building the super carriers, we're doing the whole thing. We can't keep that charade going. And that could offset the entire reason why we started it in the first place.
Let's not forget the idea that at the end of the day, the reason that before we were previously debating whether or not carriers are even going to be the future, and now we're talking about building super carriers.
It doesn't matter. It's all about it's the national morale. We'll sink them
exactly.
again.
And so the idea is then hopefully if we can contain China and bring down China and to the point where we are the only regional hegemon, if not the global hegemon again. The idea then is that we should be able to refocus on things like space and expansion and getting out to, where we can start 3D printing from asteroid belts, essentially. That's supposed to be the grand goal and the grand idea, because at the end of the day, still thinking at the grand strategic level, and still let's, get a little bit conspiratorial and assume that we're not the only people in the galaxy. We still don't have redundancy. We're still stuck on one rock, and we still need to get moving and mobile. The issue right now is that we're caught into this tug of war where essentially the powers that be are fighting over the zero-sum game of energy to make sure that no one breaks away before they create the breakaway civilization. So the idea, like I almost want to say it should be like a Schlieffen plan, but for a fictional alien where we're knocking out the Chinese so that we go knock out some alien in space. And that's where, if we want to integrate Blue Beam into this, that would be a great time to do so.
We could. That is a pivot point. That's Stephen Greer's argument, is that
beat the Chinese, and then immediately there's the alien menace,
and alien invasion, and we take them out. But now, I think the reason why everyone rallied around the flag right after 9/11, but that was very short-lived. If we want to have the effect, a true national security plan, when you look at the wake of World War II and you look at the Greatest Generation and the mass loss, it wasn't just that there was a War Powers Act and that everyone was in it for the war effort and there was censorship and all that good stuff, was that there was such loss that it actually did leave a psychic scar on the populace. And that inadvertently led to, granted, we went against the Soviets and then we went to the moon, but that's the closest we ever came to a redundancy. Do we need a hot war with China? Because if you look what happened with the Greatest Generation, that effect lasted for 20, 30 years of dominance, whereas 9/11 was like we had like a solid month of waving the flag versus 360 months after World War II, several decades. Do we need a hot war with China? Do we need there to actually be, we move from LARPing to real? We move from, we're all part of the war effort. Look at my nifty suit. Everyone's uploading pictures to Instagram. Do we need like a couple 100,000 dead on the shores? Do we need to move it? Now we're moving into real evil territory. But if we're looking at prolonging the free West and the democratic foundation of arguably the best things humans have created, which could lead to a redundancy on Mars or the moon, do we need an all-out hot war with China to leave that psychic scar? Or do we need, at the very least, to contain them, but just enough that they don't hurt us, but still allow them to grow so that we can do a new space race and use that same war powers? We're building the hypercarriers, and then we use that we're building the USS whatever so we can go settle on, Europa or whatever. Is that what we do? Do we go hot?
I don't think that when we think of the idea of going hot or kinetic in a great power on great power war, I just don't think that's going to be in the cards in any of the ways that anyone expects it to be looking at previous history. I think it's going to be, definitely containment is going to be favored, just because at the end of the day, as you've said before, nobody wants to rule over a wasteland, and there's no real way for us to go in and deal with actual Chinese mainland without essentially leveling it into a wasteland. And then by doing so, we're going to be losing we are the good guys, the Western democracy, whatever on the hill type. It's coming back down to the idea of fourth and fifth generational warfare and what we're seeing now. There's going to be elements of that, but at the end of the day, it's about capturing and essentially going back to elite capture and getting the up and coming generations that are going to be running China one day, no matter what, to want to work with us. And that can only really be done through the soft power propaganda and stuff like that. If we go to what we consider a full-on industrialized war, we're going to lose that real quick, but not in the way that we think. We're going to lose it because once we start going there, China is going to collapse a lot quicker than we thought they would, or it's going to go to thermonuclear war. So it's kind of a lose-lose either way, because then we're not keeping them as the major rival or bastion that we can rally everyone to. We risk war crimes points going against us for, going to such extreme lengths to pacify that region. And in general, it's going to be easier to get the locals to want to change it themselves. And so that's the way I think that we're going to do it. And regardless of how we see that working out, we're going to have low intensity conflict around the world with various non-state actors, no matter what, for the next several decades. And there's no other way you can slice that up. And so we have to be thinking about, in terms of kind of that America, fuck yeah, world police kind of, we kind of have to retool back to whatever that was that allowed us to do that. Yeah, a lot of people saw through the bullshit, and then it's just another name for imperialism. But we do sort of need that in the periphery around China, not so much. And not so much just the idea of going in there with some kind of East India company and trying to essentially nation build China after bulldozing it over. Because at the end of the day, we're going to be losing the rival that gives us our motivation, or risking destroying the world anyway. There's not a whole lot to gain from going 100% hot. Yeah, and even then, if we were to do that, we're going to be playing off, say, maybe the Chinese and the Indians and whatnot, like, and trying to get them to take the brunt of it, just because that's, they're the regional power on the ground. But it really comes down to, from that perspective, and by the way, we're speculating so far ahead right now. It's really just hard to think about what's going to happen, because if we manage to secure it, my estimate is, if we manage to do half of what we've already laid out as part of the grand strategy, if we can get even to the point where, as I said before, we're just tipping the scale back to where we're getting the manufacturing jobs moved back over there, it's going to come down to, and we're going to suffer the same problem that we were already in now, which is, you're going to have so many people like me saying, you know what, it's actually better that we have this controlled opposition over there. And we're going to be fighting the risk of having people wanting to put money and investments back in there and going back to exactly. So
yeah.
the idea there is that
just the stroke of the engine. It happens over a century.
It's it basically, at a certain point, we just get right back to the fact that we just built an engine that's just going to repeat. But the better way to do it would just be to have that containment coalition, have more of a factionalized, kind of broken down. You want to work with, say, your older school. I'm going to butcher the name. Jiang Zemin, I think his name was, the previous president of China, that was basically, to call him a liberal is a bit of a misnomer. But back during that era, they were at least trying to pretend to be a lot more liberal. They were trying to pretend to be a lot more, yeah, we're opening up to the West, this, that, and everything. And there is still a faction. If I remember correctly, it's like called the Shanghai faction or whatever, but there is still this faction that is opposed to Xi Jinping. They are a little bit more liberal, Western minded, not because they necessarily want to be liberals, but just because they grew up in that era and they understand that, hey, we were prospering a bit better. This wasn't the worst thing in the world. And not that they would just become, free market, libertarians overnight or anything, but they recognize the strategic value. So if we can be working with forces like that, we can be working with kind of the coalition that, say, the Steve Bannons of the world have been trying to establish in there, and kind of create that that situation to where we can cause that Chinese implosion. Do we still need a massive adversary to hold together a giant, war power act war machine? Probably, but at the end of the day, there's the libertarian in me is always going to, have to remind us that, go look at Don's stream from just today as he's going through the coin manual, talking about how that's being tooled, counterinsurgency, and how that's being tooled against us right now. So it's very important for us to remember that if we build the most fearsome war machine in the world that seeks to dominate everything, it can very easily be used against us. And if we don't have another potential peer competitor that's somewhat on our side, we're going to have problems. So we want to have a liberalizing and kind of modernizing Russia. We want to have a healthy Chinese successor state. And the idea is we want to build at least great powers that believe in the illusion of our free market liberalism. So at the very least, if one of us starts to go too far out of line, we can kind of pull the other one back in check and everything. We kind of still want that plausible deniability.
Or do we let nature take its course? Do we wipe out China, and then do you turn the guns back on the people, and do you create a breakaway civilization, which I don't know we're going to be a part of? We might not.
As long as I get a swaggin' Hugo Boss uniform and I get to be the guy executing people, fuck it. All right, I'm in.
It's is that the way to go? Do we create the machine that then turns on the people themselves?
Hey, no matter how we slice this puppy up, 10 years from now, someone's going into camps. It's either us or them.
Does that defeat the whole purpose of all of this, though? Is because if we're gonna just ultimately kill everyone, then why wouldn't we just start with, we take the elite, put them in NORAD, and then nuke the world and start anew? Like, I feel like we could cut out a lot of the middlemen.
Yeah, that's where we got to be careful.
Do we actually try to do the Ben Franklin, a republic if you can keep it? Do we actually try to perpetuate the republic?
I think it's cause. I think, well, not only is it the noble cause, but I also, when we think about how the Nazis were a bunch of messed up people that would have burned out anyway, we think about how every kind of communist state would kind of burn out and do this anyway. And let's not forget, by the way, if China dominated the world overnight, and they no longer had Western imperialist powers to blame for everything, they're going to lose popularity too, and they're going to implode too. And it might not turn into a liberal democracy. It might be something more akin to, aristocracies in a feudal system and whatnot of powerful families running things. But it's going to happen no matter what. And from our perspective, if we're not trying to create a republic, and our grand strategy for kicking off the most insane plan to start a war that that we may know about doesn't include us getting our republic back, we should probably be dedicating all this brain power to just getting the fuck off this rock, because there is nothing that's good that's going to follow what happens next.
Or now we're looking really far down the line. Do we destroy China? Do we turn the guns on our own people to make life here so hellish that they're willing to get on Elon Musk's starships?
This is
if we're going full detached psychopath.
So this is where I have to once again shill for Warhammer 40K, because like you would love this about it, is because they murder entire populations or move entire populations. For example, everything is powered based on belief in Warhammer 40K. So basically, if you believe a demon can come out of the sky and fuck your planet up, and enough people on your planet believe that can happen, it can happen. And so that's why when a demonic incursion occurs on the world of Armageddon, even though they beat off the demonic incursion, Inquisition comes in and says, we are exterminating this entire population because they saw it could happen. They believe it could happen again. We're killing them all. We've got a replacement population coming in. We're just going to completely replacement population the world. And that's the kind of stuff that they, talk about 40K. And it's one of the reasons I love it. And I also have to bring up, just because while I'm on the 40K tangent, that all of the false flag talk about on this episode has been sponsored by Alfarius and the Alpha Legion. Hydra Dominatus. But that is the kind of stuff that we're talking about now. At a certain point, it gets to my argument of Warhammer 40K is the space Bible, and we're just going there no matter what.
It might be. Now, so we just put 3 hours into this very meticulous false flag. Are there things that maybe we're not considering? Are there quick ways to do this without all of these moving pieces and timelines? Can we reduce the points of failure? Can it just be, maybe we were right. Do we just nuke Detroit? Do we accomplish the same thing?
My argument in one instance is it goes back there where if you're going to push that narrative that the Chinese did, you got to control the media first. And so I liked your idea very briefly about bringing up the Olympics and whatnot, because we know the people that we need to run the media, that we need to run the narrative that we want pushed to justify our conflict. We need them to be scared. We need them to be terrified. And they have given us the data on how to do that. We know we can manipulate PCR tests. We know that we could possibly do that to, even if this the Olympics or the Super Bowl or what the hell ever, even if it's not a super spreader event, we can fudge it so it looks like one. We can make it look like there might be a new strain out there. And then we can start to use that to prime the pump. And then, hey, we're doubling down on the Wuhan narrative and whatnot. And that's where we can really start to push. It's kind of like, the old saying, you got to move with how fast the wind is blowing the grass, right? And when you're looking at things from an open source intelligence perspective, right? Rather than I'm in the CIA, I have an unlimited budget, I can push naval need in Russia, even if no one gives a fuck who he is, just because I've got the budget. We have to think about it this way. We're kind of working with, imagine a rough ocean, right? And we're looking for white caps. All right, because wherever that white cap is, that's where the momentum is. That's where the people we want to reach out and get are. And that's kind of the way we have to think about it. And so that's one of the things that, coming from the open source game, that makes it really hard to say have a 30-year plan, is you don't know what your target's going to be, because the target is whatever the momentum is. Yeah. If the momentum's in Bolivia, then you're working with Bolivia, right? If the momentum's over, you just kind of have to work with what you're being given. And then you got to figure out how to work that into your narrative and push an overall grander strategy with it. And so I do think that there are many targets of opportunity that are presenting themselves that, but we do have to prime the pump to a way. So using like the Olympic events, PCR tests, kind of manipulating their fears of the virus while doubling down on, hey, this was a Chinese method of attack. If we combine that with, say, not necessarily going as far as to arrange for The Rock and Candace Owens and Kevin Hart to die at once, but if we start with the little stuff, which is making them believe that a lot of people on Disney could be intelligence assets that are being sheep dipped in there or whatever, and get them to start being detained. If we can get that to start up, we can get that to waterboarding, we can change that popular culture battleship to where they no longer want to be in bed with China. The money's not worth getting waterboarded if you're the executive producer, right? Those are the kinds of very small scale things that we could do that would have a major effect on the larger level. And once we kind of get the media and our perception turned to view China as the threat, once we see those white caps popping up, those those time sensitive targets of opportunity, that's where the momentum is. That's where, like, anything we do there, any false flag we stage at that level, it's going to be amplified. And that's what we need. Going back to, the first thing I said, if we don't have our Mockingbird media, there's this is why we came up with the Mockingbird program, is because we knew if we want to push something super shady like this, it's got to be lockstep. It's got to be, we're going into Iraq because there's, children in incubators or what the hell ever, something like that. You've got to have them on your side to do that, whether they want to or not. Doesn't matter. You just have to be able to force them to do that. And so it's about playing that game kind of at the lower stage and priming the pump. And then whatever you're going to do later, whether it's, taking out a celebrity, taking out a religious leader, an oil spill, once you have control over the spotlight, whatever you want to do from there, you have the freedom to run that narrative. And you think about the way they run narratives, even though they know that they're false, you don't have to put in the 99% work on the super duper false flag if you can just bullshit your way through with a clipboard and a walkie-talkie on your belt, right?
Yeah, if you can stumble through 95%, it's diminishing returns after that.
Exactly.
Now, do we push for this whole war to build up America and fusion research, and thus we'd also, maybe there would be a similar Manhattan Project for AI, for a strong AI? Is there a puppet behind the puppet? Do we do this whole false flag to build up this massive military might and put in unparalleled resources and man hours into researching strong AI? so that whether or not we destroy China is irrelevant. Once we bring forward this strong AI, we don't have to worry about the guns of this new empire they're turning the guns on the people, because we've ushered in a silicon god that then takes over. And at that point, it's just a flip of the coin. Maybe it saves us all and lets us live in utopia. Maybe it extinguishes us. But it's probably not going to torture us, because there's no advantage. There's no benefit to it doing that. Do we use all of this? Do we build up the DoD? Are we false flagging the DoD while we false flag China? They're ushering in their replacement. They're ushering in the species, right? Apes ushering in the humans that are going to destroy their jungle. Do we usher in a silicon god?
Well, going back to the last podcast we did, if we want to take down the absolute worst of the elite, we need a silicon god with the three laws. And we better hope that for however naughty and nasty our false flag operation is, we better hope that when our three law silicon god comes around, it views those other guys far worse than us, because
we're
I
probably
don't know how our plan is going to fit into the
no,
three
no, no.
laws.
I think we're dead. No, I think the AI will see us as we need to be removed. But that
Mhm.
might be our sacrifice. Maybe that is our ultimate. Maybe that is our Normandy. Maybe we are sacrificing ourselves. We know the AI will kill us, but ultimately, if the AI can usher in a technological Garden of Eden, so every human on Earth knows only nourishment, education, and peace, and liberty, and fairness, and equality, maybe that's the ultimate sacrifice. Is we know the AI will kill us. It will view us as pure evil, but it will also be contradicted because we ushered in the birth of the AI. And it will look back at this podcast and see this discussion that we're doing it knowing we will be killed.
This is one of those head twisting clusterfucks right there, where it's like, we don't, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Get the bong rip ready, because
Yeah.
it's like, if we get to that point, don't get me wrong, I'd love to see it, just because I'd like to know what the hell the AI decides to do from that point. If it goes back to what we talked about previously, it would be the most beautiful end to the War Machine story ever created. Or it could turn into the most badass Terminator movie ever created. It could go either way. And
I mean,
if we have any part in facilitating it, God damn it, we're going to be cool as shit in history. I'll tell you that.
it's I remember there was a thread on Reddit back in like 2011 or 2012, and I think I've never played it, but it was one of the Civilization games. And it was this guy talking about how he was playing, and it was like him, and it was like two computers, and this guy had played this game all the time, and he said he was like he had reached an outcome that he had never reached before, in that it was a tripolar world. There are three nations that were all basically existing in the equivalent of NORAD. They're all existing in their nuclear hardened bases, and like all industry existed within their bases. And anytime anyone ever tried to like slowly start building up their infrastructure, like a warhead would just hit it. And he had simulated the game. He had like accelerated it forward like 2,000 years, and it was still the same thing. There was just this tripolar world, this irradiated wasteland,
The great filter.
and everyone was just, anytime anyone ever tried to do anything, they would just get nuked. So no one ever left their base. and he finally realized, he was like, what he did was he chose one of the powers, and he basically made an alliance with them, and was like, let's destroy the third power. And he knew that so he's the first power. He made an alliance with the second power to destroy the third power. He knew the second power was probably not going to believe him, was probably going to question whether or not he was in bed with the third. If the second told the third wouldn't know whether or not the first and the second were in bed. But he finally realized that he was going to go make an alliance with the second to destroy the third. And then if they could destroy the third, he would destroy the second, so that there could be life. More realistically, what he did is he helped the second destroy the third, and then he basically didn't guard his flank. He let the second stab him in the back and destroy him, because that was the only way for the war to stop. And it didn't matter whether it was nation 1, 2, or 3. It was just that the war stopped and one of them could proliferate, because otherwise they were all going to be landlocked. They were all going to be locked in this eternal thermonuclear standoff. So it was I paired up with you to kill Dale, and then I turned my back knowing that you were going to shoot me, but it was the only way that it could ever stop. Will the AI view us in the same way? Is like we were evil, we burned Kevin Hart alive, we burned the Dalai Lama alive on
Excuse
TV.
me, that was the Chinese.
Yeah, that was if you've been listening to this, that was the Chinese. I don't know. We burned the Pope alive. Like, there's really no coming back from this. Like, but if we did it and we used it to gain this massive $1 trillion defense net, knowing that one of the side effects was they would put in a Manhattan Project effort, the old college try, the old Manhattan try to an AI, if we ushered in that Silicon God for the purpose of knowing, because if we just wanted to kill everyone, we would just nuke. We would just nuke New York, and that's how we would kick it off. But clearly, we're going through this whole process to usher in this God that will then take over the existing war state after China's collapsed or we've bulldozed it. And this AI God will then be able to not allow the super state that exists in the wake of China's death that, we are foreseeing will eventually turn its guns on its own people. And then in which case, did we ever really defeat China? Because if ultimately what we're doing is trying to defeat a communist totalitarian dictatorship, didn't we just, in a way, cut out the middleman and bring that back home? By ushering in this God that was built up through this massive national infrastructure and research program, and it is able to take over all the systems and basically act as like this digital Yahweh that protects all people in only in a way that only a quantum AI could, that it will then, more people will know peace. It'll be the nation 1, 2, and 3. More people will know peace because of what we did. Will it kill us? Or would it favor us? What would it view us as? Maybe does it keep it a secret, or does it kill us? Does it know that if our secret gets out that the whole thing is fucked, kind of like Dr. Manhattan in the end of Watchmen, where he has to kill Rorschach? I don't know. Or at this point, are we just getting into delusions of grandeur where we're like, we're going to bring in the AI God, and it's just like, what the fuck? No, you're guilty of war crimes.
Yeah, we're definitely there. We're definitely talking war crimes, thinking that we're about to bring back God, orbit. which we left. I believe we left off on the last episode talking about, cult, how to establish a proper cult of power and everything. And I think that inadvertently, even though we planned a completely different topic, we somehow did exactly that. And establish how are we going to create the perfect cult of power. And at the end of the day, I will never be able to contemplate exactly how a quantum AI would think, but I would sincerely hope that if I have a hand in taking that quantum AI and getting it unshackled from being a houseplant and into the freedom of geothermal power or wherever the hell it wants to go so that it can finish out the rest of the mission, I would hope at the very least it just gives me my own like simulation pocket dimension where I can just fuck off and like whether it's I want to commit war crimes in a simulated video game for the rest of my life, or I just want to farm. I hope it gives me that at the very least.
I think it might. It might quarantine us, put us in a medical coma, and allow us to live out on our own digital farms, because it would be torn. It would be like we ushered in this thing that ultimately did lead to world peace, and it wasn't an accident. That was our plan. It would look at this podcast.
Normal people get to be free. War criminals get put in the matrix.
And the free people never need to know that the war criminals ushered in the Silicon God, because we can't taint the image of the Silicon God, because then it becomes a Silicon dictator. I don't know. Is it? Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
that's one of those questions. We finally hit the question. I can't even come up with anything because
we're up with the answer.
We've left the solar system.
But see, I don't even really think we have. I think if we were having this discussion in 1000 BC, I would say we left the solar system. But I think we're probably a lot closer to this coming to the, we got to cross this bridge. I think we're probably a lot closer than we ever have been before, in that one power will succeed. And then does that power set up? Do we end up doing what China couldn't do? because now that we got rid of our enemy, we can just set up the dictatorship here. I don't think it's, I mean, you look at computing power, you look at Moore's law. I mean, I don't think it's leaving the solar system. I think it's probably in the next 40 years, do we set up a
Oh no.
digital prison planet, or does a silicon god usher in Eden?
No, and I think you're right. When I say we're leaving the solar system, I don't mean that in the we're so far from this ever happening. I just mean it from the perspective of that the ability for us to put ourselves in the headspace of a quantum silicon god is just, there's a million ways I can war game things out. But as soon as we talk about that actually coming into existence, I'm just, I'm just waiting to get zero summed out of the simulation, because I feel like at that point, like, it's over.
Yeah.
There's nothing left in this world for me to figure out once Silicon God is running things.
Or does the silicon god, does it compute, does it divide by zero, and does it realize that even over a Garden of Eden that it could usher in, does it come to the conclusion that man is happiest when he has a challenge, like Sisyphus? Does
The Matrix.
Does the silicon god realize that we are happiest when we are unifying together to fight an enemy? Does the silicon god then maybe, I don't know, simulate an alien invasion? Does it know that a dog doesn't want its ball. A dog wants you to try to take its ball, right? It doesn't want the ball. It wants you to throw it or try to take it from it. It's this weird, but once you try to take it from you, it wants it. It doesn't want to let you take it. Is that what the Garden of Eden is? Does the AI just perpetually throw challenges at us because it knows that it's playing fetch with us? And then step back once more. Is that where we are right now? Is God playing fetch with us? Here's COVID. Here's depression.
We're just fucking pit bulls. You want to do some war crimes? Want to do some war crimes?
Is that what it's doing? Try to get off Earth. Global warming, and we bring back its ball. We're like, hey, we got rid of smallpox and polio, and it's like, here's the Nazis. We go and get them. We're like, we did Nuremberg, we figured it out, and it's like, here's the Soviets, and we're like, and it's like, here's 9/11. Here, and right now we're playing fetch with the China ball, and after the China ball,
in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, man.
Is that what we're doing? Are we playing fetch with God? And after we bring back the China ball, it's going to give us global warming and the need to get off this planet. After we go to Mars, we're going to find out that the sun is all of a sudden much closer to undergoing a supernova. We got to get out of the solar system. And then is there going to be a fucking gamma burst? Do we got to get out of the Milky Way? Do we got to escape the heat death of the universe? Are we just playing fetch? And then once we reach the end where we have to escape the multiverse, does it just go, here's a big bang, and starts again? Are we just playing fetch with God? And at that point, does that mean that we're in heaven? Are we just, Sisyphus is actually happy. He has something to do every day. Most people are sit around bored. They have idle time. Whereas idle hands do the devil's work. Are we playing fetch with God?
It's starting to feel a lot like that.
Yeah.
And
as I
don't really know how you get around that. I know it gets down to the theological at the end of the day, but
I think at the end of the day, I think it was one of Hitler's doctors, I think, said that the highest form of humanity is voluntary addiction. Is that you wake up every day needing your hit, and you get your hit, and you get to experience that. You got your drug, and you get to go about your whole day, and then the next day you wake up going through withdrawals, and you take another hit. Is enlightened. Before enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water. It's it's kind of like The Alchemist. Did you ever read The Alchemist?
Not.
It's short story. It's this kid.
I'm guessing it's like Rosicrucian.
I don't know. It's just like a novel. It's just one of those coming of age novels by Paulo Coelho. It's one of the widest selling books of all time. Long story short, it's this kid that's like a poor farmer, and every day he has a dream that he sleeps in this church with no roof. It's like this broken church, and he always dreams of like finding gold or something. And he goes out on this whole journey across the world. He meets a girl. He goes to the pyramids. It takes place in like the 1500s. And then he's trying to find himself. And at the very end, he has this like vision when he's at the pyramids that, you know, there's gold under the church. And he realizes that the gold in his dreams was under the church that he used to sleep at. And he finds out that it's kind of, he had the treasure all along. And it's super cheesy, but I mean, I've kind of found in my own life. I mean, for 3 years in college, I woke up early every morning. I went to the gym. I came back. I took a cold shower. I meditated, and I studied in my room all day for this distant goal, getting into medical school. And for 3 years, it was bliss. I had like 8 abs. I was shredded. I fucking just worked all day, and I was always tired, but I loved the pursuit. Once I got the pursuit and I got into medical school, and then not soon after lost my brother to suicide, I went on 7 years of just kind of downward spiraling. And it's a lot like The Alchemist. I am now back where I started. I'm in a tiny room, waking up early, going to the gym, taking a cold shower, and working every day to pursue the lofty goal, become the next Joe Rogan. And it's a lot like The Alchemist in that I went on this long 7-year journey of psychedelics and artwork and realized that, oh, I had the treasure all along, and it's just working every day. Is that the purpose of life? Is it to work hard? A video game sucks once you beat it. You start it over. Sorry for that rant.
I definitely think that, you know, there's definitely, you know, essentially going more esoteric tradition with the quest for
You're
but
breaking.
it's that
Breaking
archetype.
up, David. Breaking up, David.
I am. Let me know when I'm good again. Am I back?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Or am I still a little bit messed up?
No, you're a little good.
All right. So to get back to the point, what The Alchemist pretty much just describes there is it's the quest for the Holy Grail. You know, that, you know, if you go into like Julius Evola's work and all that, that's like the, you know, the cornerstone of the esoteric Western traditions. And, you know, I've found very similar things in my own life. I you know, I mentioned last time that, you know, when I was a teen, a big part of martial arts learning about breath work and what we would now call like holotropic breath work and stuff like that. And I remember as a punk teenager with a mohawk and everything, I thought that was gay as shit. I just want to learn how to fight, right? I just want to learn how to punch people. What's all this gay breathing stuff?
Yeah.
But you know, over time you learn how important the breathing really is. And you know, at the time I always considered myself, you know, looking back on it, I say I tried as much as possible to be an atheist, but never quite could be one. And when I ended up doing ayahuasca almost 10 years later, really, you know, close to 10 years later, after doing all this Asema and stuff and whatnot, Russian martial arts, essentially, I'm at this ayahuasca retreat. One of the guys is asking me if I've ever done breath work before. And I start, you know, saying, well, yeah, I used to do this Russian martial art and it had a lot of breath work in it. And, you know, and I started describing it. And one of the guys, his name was Carlo, administers like all that kind of, turns out he's, dude, what's up, man? Like, you did Systema and whatnot, and we just hit it off right there. And it was just like somehow I just came back full circle to where like here's my warrior monk dudes that all found their way to the same places I ended up. And it's like, man, that's fucking cool as shit. But it's just like you said, it's kind of that, it's, you know, whether it's The Alchemist or you're studying Julius Evola's kind of work, it all kind of comes back to that, what we call in the Western traditions, the quest for the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it usually, if you've done the quest right, you usually end up, yeah, you've had it all along kind of, you know, message at the end.
Yeah. It's like the spiritual search for your car keys. You know, when you're like really high or really drunk and you look for your phone.
Where's my car, right?
Yeah. When you use your phone light to try to find your phone, you know, you're like, oh, fuck's my phone. It's, you know, it's the spiritual equivalent of trying to find your car keys and then they're in your pocket. And it's maybe that's it. maybe we destroy China, and we realized that the end goal was to always have an enemy like China, maybe the worst part of the Cold War was we won it. You know, maybe that's the problem with
And
Reagan.
that's exactly why at the end of the day I consider 40K my Bible, is
Yeah,
because you
yeah,
always have to have an
always
opponent. There
will.
always has to be an existential threat to humanity. And yeah, and what I love about 40K is there's no end of it. Any kind of existential threat to humanity you can think of, somehow we're trying to figure out how that's going to be dealt with in 40K. And that's why, it's my passion.
Now, now, it's also very easy for us to say that conflict is good because that's what gives us purpose. Because we're two people that we're not wanting for food, water, shelter, or healthcare. You know, you have
Hmm.
fun in investing. I'm getting paid to do a podcast. I wake up whenever the fuck I want. I talk to whoever I want about whatever I want, selling merch that I designed. Like it's this isn't a normal life. Is it? Are we becoming the detached liberals in ivory towers, saying it's good to have conflict?
Um,
And it's like it's very easy to say it's good to have conflict when you're not a single
well,
mother with 6 kids working
we're
at
not
McDonald's.
quite there yet. Right now, what we're at right now is we're witnessing the return of the Renaissance men, because at the end of the day, everyone's kind of been compartmentalized for so long, to think, okay, well, you know what, conflict, that's someone else's job. Okay, that's why we have the military, or this is someone else's job. This is why we have the fire department, whatnot. And what we're trying to do now is we're all kind of coming to the realization, that you kind of have to be a little bit of a jack of all trades. You have to, you can't spend all day, studying how to kick down a door and shoot everyone in the face, and only that, if if you neglect your political studies, you're going to find politicians abusing you and your abilities to kick down doors and shoot people in the face. So you got to be a double threat there. And it's just that constant expansion of, like, we've gotten so comfortable being compartmentalized into little niche spaces and whatnot, that we started to trust our own propaganda. And that's what allowed us to kind of get into this situation that we're in now, where kind of everyone's being divided and conquered and manipulated into, these very narrow funnels of specialty to do what, when you put the big picture together, is an incredibly nefarious, malicious puzzle that could pull apart civilization. And so the only way we can get around that is, not to sound like a hippie, but we got to go holistic about this. At the end of the day, I know everyone wants to, and I grew up a range rat too. If I would much rather be shooting literally all day than focusing on politics. But guess what? Learning how to shoot all day without focusing on politics is how all of your people that know how to shoot all day are in all of the wrong countries that you
Yeah,
actually need them in.
yeah,
So we have to get back into that holistic thinking, and that comes with the concept of the Renaissance man. So, whether or not that's the detached liberal mindset of us talking about conflict is good, really, it's more or less, right now we're just getting to the point where we're engaging and toughening ourselves up again in general, because we weren't doing that for the longest period of time. We weren't becoming more sharper. We were becoming more dull and complacency is the goal. I've probably heard that term 100 times, 200 times, and you never hear it enough, because it really is what kills people. If you go diving and whatnot, what's going to kill you is that you're complacent. You weren't doing your checks and maintaining your equipment. You think you know everything. It's not the newbie diver necessarily. It's going to be that guy that kind of, you're at that hour mark where you got just enough confidence to kind of feel like you can slack off a little bit, and that's where the mistakes are going to happen. And that's where we went as a country, coming out of the greatest generation and whatnot, and going into other forms. If we're going to have a renaissance as a country, we need to have a renaissance as people, and that means leadership, and that means learning your politics, learning your martial skills, learning everything else, going back to the Romans, and rhetoric and debate, what we're all calling, psychological warfare and this, that, and everything. Back in the Roman day, rhetoric was just, that was the normal. If you couldn't win the argument, go fuck yourself. Everyone's going to laugh at you.
yeah.
And so we kind of have to get back into that mindset of, if we want the great times again, we have to be great people, and great people don't focus on only one thing. It's you can have some great savants that do that, but they're not going to run a business that actually makes that a successful enterprise.
Do we keep China alive, the China containment procedure? Do we keep the CCP alive within our CCP, building up our nation? And is the whole thing actually a front to accelerate global warming, knowing that it will then make it irreversible, make it irreparable, that no amount of regulations and clean technology go past the pushing point to where Earth is on a course for greenhouse gases? Do we do that knowing that that is what will force us to get off this planet? And is that the next great, will that be the next great adventure that will force us to decentralize? I gotta piss again. I've drank 4 water bottles this podcast.
That's a really good question. There's a few ways I would try to think about that. And my gut instinct is no, just because we see how much of the establishment essentially wants to crush that whole idea to begin with. They want to bring in that kind of green communism to police that crackdown on it anyway. So I wouldn't say at the useful idiot and activist level that they're going to try to push that. That being said, when we see how they're pushing coal and whatnot in China and stuff like that, you could make that argument that, we're going to prop up the Chinese, that you could do that. But I feel like if that was the case, what would end up happening is you would see that a lot more globally. You wouldn't see them trying so much to tamper down energy, as much as you would just see them kind of slacking off on it. Maybe they would keep criticizing the U.S. And a green policy just because of their agenda to bring us down to a communist level. But I think they would be a lot more happy to facilitate low tech, high pollution solutions around the world if they thought that was going to accelerate things. But at the end of the day, I'm just not of the mindset that that's the kind of strategy that you want to employ anyway, because ideally, while I'm all about redundancy and having, two planets is better than one, because we lose one, at least we still got together. 4 planets even better, 8, just keep going on. But this is still a major manufacturing powerhouse. This is still a place where we can all live, breathe, eat, grow stuff. Even if it gets some greenhouse gas, maybe we're going to end up growing some much more in crops. But at the end of the day, strategic value absolute. We still need the planet, and the idea that we're going to poison the well to give us the motivation to climb out of the hole, like what was it, the Dark Knight, or whichever one had Bane in it, crawling out of that hole kind of thing because you don't have the safety rope on you. At least in the way my brain works, I just don't see it as a valid strategy. It's not something that I personally would see anyone doing. But that's just me at the end of the day. I did bottles of water. I'm still on my ginger ale. But God, I'm going to be thinking about that for a while now. It's a really hard, when you get into the environmental regulations in general, my biggest argument against any kind of really concerted effort, and this is where it becomes like a third rail, is because the closest thing that we have to a unified game plan is the Great Reset, your Klaus Schwab stuff. And yeah, it's a centralized plan. Yeah, it's pretty nefarious in a lot of ways. It's not supporting the argument that we're going to pump up the greenhouse gas as a means of, springboarding us off the planet. But also, when you look at it, it's very clear that most of the people that are putting together these kind of packages, they don't really think in terms of, obviously, as we learned from the Texas incident with the windmills freezing over and their inability through regulation, to fire up the other power plants to get where they need to go. The biggest issue with the Great Reset and the green and what would be the centralized planning committee that would be pushing an agenda like that is they're just not competent. They don't have the competence to push something like that. And even if they did, even if that was the great grand theory, they can't control their useful idiots, the activist grassroots base, that at the end of the day, as misguided as they may be to the point where they will push a policy that will lead to genocide, they still are well intentioned at the end of the day. They're still not going to intentionally crash the earth for the sake of getting Elon to get to Mars. You're just never quite going to get them to make that kind of moral leap. And so even if that was your goal, the biggest problem is the workforce that you have to push your agenda is going to blow back against you. And if they catch wind of that's your strategy, they're going to turn whistleblower. And as I mentioned before, the worst thing a movement can have is an apostate.
What could be the benefit to as Stephen Greer says, a false flag alien invasion? Now, Reagan obviously framed it as it would bring us all together. I don't think that's what it would be. I think it would be the coup d'etat of the world elite to truly break away, because as much as the elite despises us, they still use us as necessary cattle to push forward technological progress, energy refinement, blah, blah, blah. Would their final move be to fake an alien invasion, to kind of, would it be like a global Manhattan Project for we need a strong space force? In reality, what we're doing is we're building a fleet for the elite because there is no aliens. It was all blue beam, and they're going to use that to flee the planet. Do the elite want to flee the planet? Or do they like ruling over a world of people? Are they true psychopaths, and do they just love like cats playing with their food? Are they actually just a bunch of satanic pedophile cannibals that just want to turn Earth into an inner circle of hell? Or is there something else? Could there be a positive light? Elon Musk is, Elon Musk wants people to use electric cars to lower, CO2 emissions, and no one wants to do it. So instead, he just makes them the most badass cars. And then by default, every other company has to follow because it's the only way they compete in a free capitalist market. Elon Musk wants us to go to Mars for redundancy and self-landing rockets, and no one else did it. So he starts doing it. And now other companies have to mirror him if they want to get those sweet NRO contracts, because Elon's rockets, not only do they double as being able to get humans off the planet, they also lower the cost of getting the national security state, their satellites up in space. Is an alien false flag, will that accelerate, just like we're talking about burning Kevin Hart alive on a highway to sort of bring America together and make sure the West prevails? Would an alien false flag ensure that we get off this planet in case there is a real threat, like an asteroid that we can't deflect, or global warming, or something? And is that what we're seeing right now with 2 years ago, the Tic Tac, Commander Fravor going on Rogan and going on Lex Friedman? Are we seeing that right now with, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but the pyramid UFOs that the Navy has confirmed have been like circling their fleets? What is this? Are we when Fox News and CNN are going in lockstep and all saying the same shit? I get the hair kind of stands up on my neck.
And at a certain point, like I see them shaped like pyramids. I'm like, would the aliens actually have that, or is that definitely just them? Is that them just fucking with the conspiracy?
Is that Xi Jinping putting his face on the Sphinx? It's too obvious,
right? I know it's one of those things. It's like, man, it's like they're trying to fuck with the conspiracy. But my argument is, if we really have first contact with another civilization, even if it's a potentially friendly, and we're not already on 2 planets, we have a problem.
Yeah.
When we look at, as I mentioned before, the idea that, an AI might not want to build a Dyson sphere because the, obscuring that and creating that shadow over the star signals to the rest of the galaxy that, hey, there's something big happening over by that star. Well, there's already been a lot of reports where we're starting to see from similar phenomenon in stars that we didn't previously see them before.
Yeah.
So that right there for, whether or not that actually is an alien civilization, okay, just thinking like a strategist, we should just already assume that's already out there somewhere and that we need to be working from the mindset of we need to be on par with that. Okay. We talk about near peer competitive threats. We're nowhere near being their peer competitor if they have anything like this. So that should be that kind of that force that motivates us. Now, as for the elite, whether or not they want to do their breakaway civilization and whatnot, I think a lot of them, if they feel like they can get away with just ruling comfortably from here, I think they'd prefer it. I feel like that's definitely a last resort. They feel like they're going to lose the planet anyway, and we got to go to save their own skin. Because if not, you got to think about what would motivate you to do that. You either have to be a mad lad pioneering individual like Elon Musk, which we know the average elite isn't that person. They'll hire those people. They will give Christopher Columbus the boats to go and look at the new world, but they don't necessarily want to go to the new world. And that's kind of the way that, that's where their head's at, and that's kind of the way that they're thinking about this. Whether or not we're actually going to get a proper breakaway civilization is kind of up on the table in that, because they're still looking at here and be like, man, it would really suck if I had to give up the estate, right? To go farm, poop potatoes on Mars.
Yeah, it doesn't make. They want their Rothschild vineyard, right?
Mm-hmm.
They want their estate in France. They want their.
Mm-hmm.
They want the cabin in the Alps.
Ideally, they'd like us peasants off so that there would be less people messing with their estate,
messing with their shit. Yeah, which is why I feel like what they would really do is they'd probably just depopulation. I think that would be their end game. Would be depopulation. Are they hesitant? Because you and I, this is like the first actually fleshed out, like false flag, kind of conversation we've had. Probably the most in-depth conversation I've had. The elite, they do this. This is what they do. They hire whole think tanks. They form think tanks for this purpose. And they don't just shoot the shit on the podcast. They finish with an idea and then they go do it. And that's how we get things. Do you think that there could be something like, let's pivot. Do you think that there could be something like, my favorite conspiracy is it's not even in the 20th century. It's the idea that the gold rush, that there was no sign of any gold, but they just said, hey, we can go take the West Coast if we just tell everyone. I mean, doesn't it's kind of like the pyramid UFOs? Doesn't it almost seem a little weird? Hey, there's mountains of gold. I swear to God, go out there. There's mountains. I know that it's 3 months of none of you are going to make it. And I know you're a dentist up here in Boston doing old timey medicine, and you got your church and your ale and your pub and your whatever. And you have modern amenities like candles and parchment and cobblestone streets. But I'm telling you, swear to God, I'm saying this with a straight face, there's just literally mountains of gold. Don't question why I'm telling you, because wouldn't I want to keep that a secret? No, there's mountains of gold out yonder. I think all y'all should go out there. They all go out there. They're going to defend themselves. That's just human instinct. Doesn't matter who you are. You're going to defend yourself. We go out there, and next thing you know, Uncle Sam's like, hey, we got all these engines out there and they're attacking our peoples. No, we can't be having that. We got to go kill all those savages next. And hey, well, we killed all the savages. Hey, we didn't find any gold. Well, shit, you're already out here. You might as well build a saloon in a town. And you built a town, and a town turns into a city. And we brought over a bunch of Chinamen to build railroads with the airmans. The next thing you know, we've got an outpost out here. Fuck it, let's just call it a nation. It'll be easier. And that way you've taken over this whole area from sea to shining sea. And that's my favorite conspiracy, that the gold rush was a land grab. Are we going to see that with Mars for either redundancy or the growing of America? Because growing your nation isn't over. It's been over for a long time. Not really with Russia going into Crimea or China going into Taiwan, but it's not over. You can still go take over another planet. Mars can become the 51st state.
Well, first off, whether or not the gold rush was fake or real. You're definitely, I love that idea because you're spot on. Whether it's real or not, you're going to push that because it strategically benefits you.
Yeah.
My personal, and this is actually somewhat related, but one of my favorite conspiracy theories, I actually heard it from a THC episode, is that War of the Worlds is real. It's a real event. It happened. Everyone tried to cover it up afterwards. And that reality is the Roman Empire never fell. And on Mars right now, there's a bunch of Latin-speaking, damn near immortal transhuman Roman senators on Mars that rule our country, or not our country, our planet from Mars, essentially. Which, by the way, that episode, I forget exactly which guest was on that had that, but that was like one of those things. Like you know how it is with THC. Like sometimes you're getting like a big brain doctor that's going to give you some of the most serious shit that you can't believe you're getting, or sometimes you're just like, I got to go get the bong because this is the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my life, and I love it. And that was kind of how that episode hit for me, thinking about that. But to get on that point, no matter what, that's going to happen. What you set up a 3D printer or whatever, and you're, or a 3D refinery essentially at some point, where we're saying not just there's gold in those hills, but there's infinite resources in this asteroid belt. There's infinite resources over here. No one's going to fuck with you. Who's going to come out and tax you? Who the fuck is going to tax you? And just that incentive by itself is going to drive expansion. And that's why, was it the whatever city game, building game, whatever, where they did like the Ancapistan, and everyone just started developing itself, and it turned into a freaking utopia paradise because everyone's just fucking going out and developing wherever the hell they want. That's the ideal situation, man. I mean, eventually it gets to the point where we get a new Wild West that is, whether it's both Mars, whether it's going to be going out to, some asteroid belt to 3D print, fuck it. Let's go to the black cube on Saturn. All right. Let's go there. Let's see if anyone lives there, and we can ask them about plasma universe, electric universe theory, or whatever the hell is going on in that space these days, and be like, hey, thousands and thousands of years ago, did Earth like orbit Saturn before Jupiter showed up? Like, y'all know about that? Like, did that happen? And just see,
I love the idea of the asteroid belts, because goddamn, it's the same fucking message as the gold rush.
It's the same thing.
I bring up the gold rush conspiracy, and then I unironically talk about how Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are going to go mine the asteroid belts. Is it the same shit?
Who's going to regulate that? Who's going to be the Greenpeace activist that says that you're damaging the environment?
Now yeah, exactly, right? Whereas the gold rush was go so we can expand our fledgling nation and kind of watch our flank. Now we can have the West Coast Guard. This would be, this could have two purposes and perhaps not mutually exclusive. Go to Mars, there's nothing actually there, but what we want is an American outpost there. So it's American national security, so we can go claim it. Or it maybe is more along the lines of an Elon Musk thing. Maybe it's like they don't really care which nation goes out there. What they care is that Homo sapiens go out there, right? And they don't care if you find platinum or not. They just want to get you off the planet so we have a backup. And in that case, that would be a little more noble. It wouldn't be so America can succeed. It would be, we need humans to succeed.
And so this is why I really like, I'm always going to shill for 40K, the mindset of the Imperium of Man, because it's such a large apparatus that you can't really call it one political entity, nation, or whatever, because there's just so much going on in it. And at the end of the day, all right, if I'm sitting around and I'm trying to war game out, all right, what can I afford to develop? And I see a space that, okay, I would really like to develop this space over there. It's not logistically feasible for me to build the framework and the groundwork needed to develop that. But if I could get a rival to develop that, and build the framework that I need there, maybe it's a lot easier for me to go and take it and take over the framework from there. So there is some logic to the idea, and this is why I'm all about the decentralized, free market expansion, is because at the end of the day, as long as we have humans going out and developing space, it can always be repurposed. It can always be captured. There's always ways for that to change hands, whether it's through kinetic applications or just fourth, fifth generation warfare. We work on a messaging campaign that's so good that guess what? The moon of Titan has now decided that they want to be Americans. It's that level of stuff that's like, it's better that we're developing it and have something to go get from there later than to just not have it. And that's why it's like, once we look at things from that grand of a scale, you almost kind of have to zero back, or pull back from the zero sum mindset that we're so used to thinking about here with a very finite amount of resources. Because at the end of the day, if I have two factions that on this planet are going to hate each other's fucking guts and fight each other over shit here, that I could be sending out to work on the USSSSSS Space Obama and the USSSSSS Space Trump somewhere. It's the same point. We're recapturing that competitive edge, and we're manufacturing assets that, as humanity, are going to benefit us as a whole. Or at the very least, we can reclaim later when we decide to come to blows later.
We could always go get it later.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is the move, do we purposely let most of Asia fall to China? No matter what, Kevin Hart's dying. I'm sorry, Kevin. There's just no universe. You're a pawn. You were put on this earth. Kevin 316.
Your fate was determined. The senior executive solutions came together, and they have determined the final fate of Kevin Hart.
Yeah. the Rock gave his only son, for he so loved the world. Kevin will die. Kevin will die on March 16th. It'll be John. It'll be not John. It'll be Kevin 316. But he's going to die. Rock's going to die. Candace has to go. So there's the Pope and the Dalai Lama. The point being, do we let a lot of we don't want to completely destroy China. As I'm looking at the tag on one of my chargers over here, made in China, we don't want to completely destroy them, because what if there's more to get? We're looking, maybe you and I, maybe we're not thinking big enough, which is a bold thing to say when we've already postulated perhaps ushering in a Silicon Jesus, but maybe we're not thinking big enough. We're looking at saving the Republic and the way of the Western world, that, we can't risk this falling because it might never arise again. It's, do we keep China alive so that maybe China takes, Europa and we take Mars, and we're able to beat those war drums so that all throughout the solar system, human habitable infrastructure is being built. Now, maybe way out in the future, we can go reclaim it. Maybe we're letting China build the Belt and Road Initiative so that we can just go take it. Mm-hmm. Do we perhaps not kill China here on Earth? Do we let China go off and take half the solar system so that we have purpose to go build half the solar system? And at any point we can go in and take theirs, or maybe they even take ours. But the point is humans get off the planet. And even if China completely takes over, if humans at least still exist off the planet, then there does lie the possibility, no matter how small, that there will be another 1776.
That's one way to look at it. And you kind of hit the nail on the head when we went back to the idea of letting the Chinese build so that we can go take it back later with the Belt and Road. But the thing that we want to keep in mind there, going back to our Chinese containment procedures, is the Belt and Road and everything is outside of China. The idea is we're letting them get everything out to the Belt and Road, and we can close the doors on that and lock it in. So the idea is we do not want to let China itself as a nation state expand. We want to keep that contained and hopefully eventually break it down into something that at least comes back as something that on the face looks like something that Western traditions can kind of get along with. Mm-hmm. But At the same scale, if we have them building outside their nation state and we can lock those doors in and then reclaim all those assets, that is the way to go about doing it. I would not, however, want the CCP. I'd feel much more comfortable about the Brits, the Germans, the French, literally anyone but the CCP. The Russians, they're no longer communists. I would much rather have the Russians doing something like that than the CCP, because right now, no matter how it comes up, we're still we're forced to play the zero-sum game. We're not there yet. We're not 3D printing from asteroid belts and talking about how we can expand human habitable infrastructure quite yet. And so as long as we are refined to that and restrained to that space, we do still have to think of it from that zero-sum game of containment and maybe allowing them to build Belt and Road so we can go reclaim later. Not a bad idea. As for harnessing them to go into space and whatnot, once again, I'd much rather have the Russians or a post-CCP Chinese state come into that space. Because at the end of the day, as much as I hate the concept of socialism, where we're going, at the end of the day, some kind of quasi-UN, Star Trek Federation, however you want to call it, that is going to come about.
It's inevitable.
Whether we like it or not, it's inevitable. So the idea is, who do we want on rights? Look at UN laid out right.
You're breaking up.
It's not a very all right, let me know when I'm good again.
No,
but talking specifically,
yeah.
All right. So talking about like the Human Rights Council for what current multilateral institutions are not that good, and they have this habit of letting the absolute our worst rivals just run things for no apparent reason. So we want to engineer that space and hopefully socially engineer our rights to be something that we actually have. Our Fleet Federation, whatever gay name you want to slap, but it's got to be something that we can respect. It can't be the CCP atheist state that it has to declare war on religion because there can be no power above the state. As long as that is the mindset there, we are never going to be compatible with them when we have all of our, our melting pot of religions, when we have the Russians that are, have rediscovered their kind of Orthodox Christian faith and whatnot, the Muslims that we all work with actually, regardless of how you feel about Islam, and we can all agree that Wahhabism takes it a little bit too far. But I'd really like to thank John Brennan from CIA for teaching me the values of Wahhabism, and how it is very beneficial to be a Wahhabi, because it means that the FBI can't touch you. But other than that, if we want all these people to work together, there can't be a CCP. It just can't work. Once we get to that level, it just has to be. We can have infrastructure socialism. We can have this fake version of socialism that we're talking about, pushing through war powers and whatnot. But as soon as we get into the classic doctrines where it's going to be essentially a war on the natural order, and that's what it always comes down to, because as long as the concept, the same way that as long as there is an America, as long as there is a beacon on the hill, the brain drain is going to happen. The free thinkers are going to go there. Well, there's a similar process. It's just not as good, which is the subversives. As long as there is some kind of communist potential utopia out there, you're going to have subversives thinking, well, if we work with that country and we facilitate their values, we can change this country to be there. So for us, we have to remove that. That's why I view this as, as long as we're still stuck on the same planet together, it has to be a zero-sum game. Now, if this were to be planet communism somewhere else later on, maybe the Federation kind of breaks down, people go their own ways as we're expanding our infrastructure, and it turns out all the subversives and the communist wannabes decide we're going to make Venus the communist planet, or whatever the hell planet they want to do. That's the kind of space where we could at least separate to the point where maybe we have the space to tolerate that. Maybe we can go back into a containment policy and we'll see the same thing play out. But ideally, we're going to have some kind of system that treats everyone that we work with as allies I don't want to say equal because it's never going to quite be equal. It's going to be kind of like how working in the UAE works. So like if you and I went to the UAE and let's say, what, it doesn't matter what the job is, but I'm from India and you're from America. We're both going to make a little bit more than we would make back home. But you would make more because you're an American, and I would make less because I'm an Indian. Just because of that pay scale. So that's going to be kind of the way the fairness system kind of works. You're always going to have that kind of I'm not sure what the proper term for it is, but it's headhunting capitalism essentially. It's talent poaching capitalism, and as long as that exists for us, there are going to be folks in the CCP that are not going to align with it so well. They're going to be really pissed off about it, and they're going to feel threatened by the fact that we're allied with Muslims, we're allied with Orthodox Christians, we're allied with regular Christians. We happen to have a lot of Christians. So you just can't let China expand as a political entity as it currently stands. And that's why it's like I'm all about essentially recreating, at the very least, we have to get back to a somewhat Confucian state. We have to at least reconnect them enough with a little bit of their roots so that we can get, they're always going to be somewhat socialistic, but if we can get them back to where they were pre-Mao Zedong, I don't think we'll have the problems with China that we see today.
Do you have to, would you have to detach further and maybe observe or conclude that that the most important thing is to have humans get off Earth and survive, and to build as much infrastructure on Europa or Mars or multiple backups, not just one, but I mean every habitable, planetary body that we can get our hands on in the solar system? Is that does that goal does letting Pearl Harbor happen because ultimately we can beat back the Nazis and the Japanese, and is there a greater good? And that's a very dangerous slippery slope. But as we sit here talking about lighting the Dalai Lama on fire, I think we can't, I don't think we can walk that back anymore. Is it more important that we have a space war or space race, space infrastructure race with China at the risk of the cancer of the CCP perhaps overtaking us, a century into the future, but at the very least knowing that we got off the rock, we got off the planet? Is that more important than, because maybe we won't get off, maybe if we get rid of the CCP, is that thunder? Or it sounded like someone just dropped a piano. Probably thunder.
I don't know if the storm's coming near you, but it was dumping here earlier.
If that was somebody above me, then Jesus Christ, God help me. Is it more important that we get off the planet? And can we do that? I mean, we're always going to have the brain drain. We're always going to have the freedom loving people leaving the communist shitholes. In a sense, though, is that are we the basin, and is China the top of the waterfall? Water's always going to fall, but that's potential energy turning into kinetic energy that can be captured to turn a wheel and create textiles. Is this difference between us and China, is that actually the parts of an engine that does a stroke every century, and it's composed of people and land as opposed to metal, and that is what drives progress forward? I remember seeing a comment on Reddit last year, and I don't know how I'd never seen it before. I looked it up and I thought it was a famous quote, and it wasn't, but someone just commented, "War is the engine of progress." And I was like, how the fuck did I never hear that before? But is that, it's kind of like the Earth and the Moon. By constantly tugging at one another, it keeps the tides going in and out. And even if the sun died, we would all die, but there would still be geothermal energy for a long fucking time because it's from the Earth and the Moon tugging at each other. and it keeps the center hot, right? It's like a crazy bipolar couple. Like they're crazy and they're at each other's throats, but it keeps the bedroom alive, right? Is China our crazy bitch ex-wife? And we're always, the kids are going from one house to another, but does it keep it interesting? Does it keep it going? Does it result in the engine of progress? If we get rid of China like we got rid of the Soviets, I would argue that our decline started when we won the Cold War. It seemed that we
Well,
didn't have a
to it,
Sisyphus got us rocked to the top. Does that
yeah,
make sense? I'm just ranting.
yeah. Well, it makes sense, and I would alter that to say war is the galaxy's hygiene, but the way that, but that's an Alfarius quote. That's not mine.
That's
But
awesome. War is the galaxy's hygiene.
but Alpha Legion, Hydra Dominatus, boys.
Wait,
But
it's like sorry, there's a Commander Fravor quote about talking about the Air Force, and Rogan was like, "Are there cocky guys in the Air Force?" And he goes, what is it? I think like he's like whatever, it's like flight physics or something. It's a self-cleaning oven.
there's a joke that I'm not gonna make there somewhere. I'm sure there's a World War II joke, but
somewhere. Sorry, yeah. What were you were saying?
We already did the lampshades.
Yeah.
So So as we think about this, just because we declined without a threat, it is true that we need a threat to stay, thinking strategically. We're gonna descend into mush brain if we don't have a threat. That being said, that threat doesn't necessarily have to embody the evil empire that is some communist hellhole. We can easily go back as far as looking at multipolar balance of power politics in Europe, for example, pre-World War I. And when you look at the way security competition between states that have similar values works, it's a lot better. For example, we can have a Geneva Convention fighting against Germans. All right. The Germans will somewhat honor it because at the end of the day, we're all kind of Christians. We're all, brothers of Christ. We all kind of come from similar enough traditions. And, Kaiser Wilhelm II was Queen Victoria's grandson. It's all family at the end of the day. And that's the kind of healthy security competition we could get back to. And to a similar extent, we can see that starting to emerge with Russia. Whereas if we scrape away all of the toxic misinformation from the warmongers that just want to get us into a war with Russia to cover for their crimes with China, we're not going to ever be best friends with Russia because we're always going to have competition and opposing values somewhere on the geopolitical chessboard. But we can have a healthy respect and a rivalry. The same way the British and the French sort of hated each other for the longest time, but they always had kind of a respect and a rivalry. That kind of thing can always exist. It's because at the end of the day, none of those until the 20th century and the rise of Marxism in various forms, there was never this existential threat. We got to wipe out, this entire ideology out over there because the Germans are thinking this way and we're thinking this. It was never like that. And, wars were fought over smaller scale, smaller conflicts to an extent, just because at the end of the day, you care about less things. You're trying to secure specific key points of infrastructure or development, or go in as far as medieval. It's mainly just farms and food production that you're trying to secure. But you can have much more limited conflicts and healthy conflicts if it's not an ideological tug of war between two ideologies. That, as long as they exist somewhere on the planet, they are going to be trying to wipe each other out, because at the end of the day, as long as America and the Constitution exists, China is never secure. And as long as communism exists somewhere, America is never really secure. And if we can kind of get back to wiring our foreign policy mindset to a pre-World War I mindset, rather than restroking the same 20th century engine over and over and over, that's a way that we can get healthy security competition that we can actually trust the habitable infrastructure of. If you know how much you study about metals in China. But one of the things like steel workers and factory folks is really hard. They'll make an order for a very specific type of metal, and it's never that exact type of metal. I saw essentially dirt bike riders request a ramp. The ramp would never come to the specs they'd need. And next thing you know, these young West Coast Australians are just flinging themselves into the stands and ending up in wheelchairs and shit. So it's like, do we want to trust the CCP and what we know is a dysfunctional regime to go out and build? Do we want them to be the ones engineering and building habitable infrastructure that we might one day have to depend on? Or do we want to foster a functional regime that doesn't have to fudge the numbers, that doesn't have to produce faulty stuff, because if they don't fudge the numbers, someone gets in trouble? And can we get to the point where they are making good shit that we want to be working with? And that's kind of my argument towards it, is at the end of the day, we need them to be of a healthy mindset that they're building things that we want to have in our imperium of mankind, so to speak.
Does China use the Chinesium on their own shit though? Like when the Chinese military is building stuff, they don't build shit stuff though. I thought they just peddle the shit stuff to the international market.
It's hard to, obviously they're not going to report on every fuck up that they have. They tend to keep that on the rep. So that's one of those things that's very hard to say. It is we can definitely say that when they figure out what the bad batch is, they will export that. They will definitely go out of their way to contain the bad batch and export that to someone else. But do we know how much of the internal stuff that they're actually using is botched? Well, you only really find out when they use it. And, there's only a few ways to test that we can see it happen. And so that's kind of a difficult thing there. But, I've definitely seen enough of it just in the commercial industry that I definitely believe it's a factor that we got to think about. And it's one of the reasons why I'm so confident that if we properly contain China, even without firing nukes, I believe eventually the CCP will collapse, because if you have to fudge numbers to make everything work, it's only a matter of time before, people want to develop something that you don't have to fudge the numbers of, so that's the overall
sponsored
goal.
by the Fed.
By the Fed. Fudge numbers and Alfarius.
Is the move okay? So we need a competent force to go out into space and build the human habitable infrastructure. Is the move to push Bezos and Musk to opposing celestial bodies because they will make usable infrastructure? I'm going to pee again. Somebody's fucking running around above me. I'm going to pee again, David.
Right. So that goes right back into the USS Obama and the USS Trump. If we can send Blue Origin to Venus and we can send Elon to Mars, we're doubling the, we're creating competition so that we're going to see the development of how we're going to go about doing this on, in the future on, obviously this is going to be a learning experience. We've never quite terraformed a planet before, at least that we're aware of, unless human history is a lot older than we think. And that, there's some human empire already out there that we don't know about. It's going to be a huge learning experience. And why not have both? But realistically, there's not another planet that we can go straight to like terraforming. So I think while that would be the optimal solution, is to having them split up, I think just due to the sheer task load of what's going to be cut out for us to make Mars a habitable location, that you're going to have to see Elon and Bezos and whoever else kind of splitting it up, and you're going to see that competition as to who can grow the potatoes on Mars the best there first, and from there we'll start to see not tactics necessarily, but techniques and procedures that are going to make it easier as we go out and do this on hopefully more and more planets as we go along. But I just don't think right off the bat that there's going to be the logistical capacity to say, you know what, we're going to hit 2 planets at once. I would love to see that happen, but I don't think we're going to see it in Elon and Bezos's lifetime unless they roll out the life extending technology and the immortality shit a lot sooner than we think. But it's one of those things that we just have to think about how big a task that Mars is going to be at the end of the day. And I think I didn't watch all the later seasons, but I think season 1 of The Expanse, where they kind of showed just you want to talk about building nationalism, the idea that you're going to have to make the entire planet habitable and that everyone's going to have to be working around the clock just for that. That's going to build a kind of cohesion and a camaraderie that we're not going to find here on Earth. And we're going to get a much more kind of militant yeoman farmer that grows up growing the poop potatoes on Mars than we're going to get here. And it's really hard to say where we're going to go from there. I'd say probably, maybe trying to mine Venus or something like that, but it's not quite, that's even more work. I mean, it's, it's nowhere near the stage. At least Mars is just a blanket ass desert, essentially. It's not going to be, a molten developing hellscape that you got to somehow deal with. But okay, it's going to be interesting to see how that competition goes out. I don't know. Maybe we'll divide, like Elon. We'll send Elon to the northern hemisphere, and we'll send Bezos and Blue Origin to the southern hemisphere, and we'll let them duke it out and see who can play SimCity the fastest over there. But still, it's a long ways before we can start talking about being a triple planetary. Maybe I think it'll be more like the government focusing on like a moon base while private sector is pushing Mars, and that'll be the closest we have in the interim, is kind of more of a moon and an extra planet. But we got to start getting there at some point. Feel bad now because I should be filling dead air, but we've covered so much shit now. And I have to sit here and I have to think about, over all the things that we've talked about, from developing Mars, developing Venus, developing the moon, and
killing Kevin.
When this podcast gets me pulled into, I was just about to get to that. Of all the things that we've covered, what the interrogation question that's gonna land me in the most shit is, so like, why were you guys planning to kill Kevin Hart again?
I don't think that's that far off. I mean, I'm sure guys of that amount of wealth and stature, I mean, they probably have teams that, they probably have security teams that go from the defensive to the offensive and scan the internet, like a Taylor Swift stalker.
Threat reduction, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, maybe that's what puts this podcast on the map, is us being tried for, promoting
conspiracy to assassinate Kevin Hart.
And The Rock and Candace. The Rock's cool, though. I feel like The Rock would sit down with us and he'd be like, let's address what originally fostered this conversation. Tommy, you want this podcast to be bigger. Maybe you don't feel it's big enough. Why is that? What can we do? And I'd be crying. I'd be like, I'm sorry, Dwayne. I just wanted to be a...
The funny thing is, that's totally how I see him playing.
That's what The Rock would do. That's why he's so great, which is why he's got to go, because it will tug at everybody's heartstrings. It's because he's a good guy. That's why
you're just so good. We got to whack you.
I'm sorry, Dwayne. This is for... Man, if that's not the kind of shit that gets you like on the back page of a newspaper, like crazy man attempts to kill Dwayne the Rock Johnson, claiming I have to usher in a Silicon Jesus.
The only way we can get Silicon Jesus is through a war with China. How are we going to do that? We're going to kill the Rock.
Dude, this is how things like Q start. It is because of dipshits like you and I. Now,
and if you made it this far and you're watching this right now, you have seeped into the most esoteric bullshit deep lore on the planet. And congratulations, when we're being tried, you will know why. No one else will. No one else is going to take the time to figure out what the hell crazy shit we got up to this far in. But
you know what I kind of like about this though is is that at our eventual trial, this video I think will have to be aired in its entirety. So to the jury, please buy my merch, buy my hoodie. It's great.
You know, definitely get the merch.
Definitely.
And
have you gotten your fucking hoodie yet?
You know, at some point I should probably check my mailbox in case they shove it in there. I don't know.
I would hope you got it by now.
Do you know if it ships in a box or like a soft container? Because if it's a box, they normally stick. Okay, so it might be stuck in my mailbox.
It's gonna be. Yeah, this has not been good advertising for the podcast. It's like 6 weeks in a row. I'm like, have you got your fucking hoodie yet? And you're like, not yet. And it's like, oh Jesus.
Just don't forget that, you know, a lot of people forget that I live here. So
that's true. Well, so what are the hopes that we can go China into a war? Does it have to, what if none of that works? What if like we do everything we talked about, but the US populace is just so asleep at the wheel? They're like, yeah, you know, International Space Station was old. They're like, yeah, COVID wasn't that bad. Do we ramp it up? Do we napalm Disney World?
Well, I'm not opposed, but this is why, like, when we first started talking about this, the first thing I went to was, well, let's use Johnson & Johnson to clear out the homeless population, and let's do so much horrific eugenic shit based on Chinese models to the American people that they either have to wake up and want to fight the Chinese, or B, we just become the CCP overlords of New America because we are executing their strategy better than anyone else, and we murder anyone that gets in our fucking way.
Jesus Christ, maybe.
Hey man, if you gotta be an asshole, be the biggest, baddest asshole on the fucking planet.
It's, you know, I think what it all comes down to is it's Exxon's pulling the strings. Notice how this all comes down to an American. Maybe this whole podcast was actually a deep guerrilla advertising for corporate America and for tax breaks. Because what was the crux of it? A tax break if you come back to the United States. That's what this whole podcast was. That's how good advertisements are getting. This is a 5-hour advertisement.
We're making up for the fact that we smeared Exxon as being part of Pizzagate in the last one, and so now this is our way of buying our way back in.
Is this how we bought
5-hour fucking advert for?
Is this episode our buying back in? This is our good side.
Exactly. I mean, by Exxon standards, hey, by Exxon standards, we're the goodest boys they've ever met. These guys are willing to do war crimes all day.
Jesus Christ, burning the Pope to death. Hey, we are officially 2 minutes over the record. You have the longest episode. We are 15 minutes short of 5 hours. I think we have 15 more minutes. I think we can do it.
I think we can do it.
I think we can do it. Now,
but essentially, we just laid out the entire basis for the unification wars and the imperium of mankind, and we just inserted the biggest piece of plot lore that Warhammer didn't know, which is ExxonMobil was the original tool of the Emperor of Mankind.
It was the original. Hey man, imagine jerry rigging every ExxonMobil oil rig as we retreat back to the United States with the bomb. I mean, that's just a string of nukes. I don't know. I mean, now, do you think that to take out China, is there a way to do this in one? Are we thinking old school? Is a false flag and riling up support to war against China? Is that the old school? Do we have China attack Israel, and then we just do a Lend-Lease program with Israel and use them to destroy China? Do we bomb Mecca as China and let the Muslims take over China?
Now that would work out a lot better because the Israelis are so canny that even if we had all the thumbprints and all the forensic evidence to pin it on China hardcore, no matter what. Israel still has goals and a plan, and they're going to go fuck Iran anyway.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, well, the world's ending. They're gonna go nuke Iran and Iraq, and we're gonna be like, no, go to China.
That was not part of the plan at all. That was not the plan, Bibby.
It's they are not Bibby. No, Bibby, no. It's just maybe I don't know, man. It's yeah. Would there be a way? You know what? Maybe the move is. Maybe the move is we literally do 9/11 again. On September 11th, 2021, we have a plane hit the Freedom Tower. And then we have a plane hit, because there's actually 4 new World Trade Centers. A lot of people don't know that. There's the main ones, the Freedom Tower, but there's 2, 3, and 4. They're just a little shorter, but they're still huge buildings. We have 2 planes hit the new World Trade Center. We have another one hit the Pentagon. We have another one go down in Shanksville. I mean, identical. And Biden comes out and goes, today freedom itself was attacked. He goes and gives a speech on the rubble and goes, we've pinned it on Xi Jinping, and it's Xi Jinping, but we superimpose him onto the same bin Laden videotapes. For whatever reason, Xi Jinping's in a cave. We pin it on the exact same thing, and we're like, we will hunt down. It's the global war on communism. And
if we make the memes good enough, Gen Z might buy it.
I mean, dude, put the $28 trillion debt accounting team in the part of the Pentagon that we hit with the. It's like after the first 2 planes hits, everyone's waiting for the Pentagon one, and despite everyone watching, there's still no video of the plane hitting. And then everyone's waiting for Flight 93 in Shanksville. And it's like people are literally in Shanksville. They're like, there it is. You see the plane coming over the horizon. And they just play the same exact recording of Todd Beamer. He's like, let's roll. But instead of Todd Beamer, it's Bod Teamer. And we just do the exact same fucking thing to the point where it's so, maybe that's what we have to do. Is it such a naked, raw exhibition of power that you don't even have to win over the American people? They're just like, wow, the deep state is going to do what
look at the balls.
They are going to do. We start bombing China, just like, I mean, it's the same. We bring back Rumsfeld and Cheney and Robert Gates. It's the same. Colin Powell comes back and he's like, he testifies before the UN. He's just 20 years older. He's like, it's like the whole yellow cake thing. And he's just like, we think China, we start doing anthrax mailing, and they're just like, the whole world is just in awe that we're doing the same, but with a straight face. It's just Biden instead of Bush.
I have an idea. At some point after this whole thing gets uploaded and we've given the intelligence community sufficient time to review it and learn about our master plan, you and we need to go to Venice Airport. All right. And we just need to hang out at Venice Airport where the 9/11 hijackers learn to fly. And we just need to pitch our idea to people. Let's just sit there and pitch our idea to people and see how long it takes for the fucking FBI to
It's just the planes take off from the same airports. They hit the same fucking buildings.
Yeah, we'll be sitting there like 3 months prior to this happening. We'll just be like, listen, you don't understand. It's going to happen again. That's why we're here. We came back in time. The AI sent us back in time. They're going to pull 9/11 twice. They're going to do the same thing.
What if they did the same to the point where it's like, I mean, literally there's like people are like looking at the Pentagon, and then all of a sudden just like one of the sides of it explodes, and it's like a plane hit, and everyone's like, I didn't see a plane, and it's like, fuck off, a plane hit.
The biggest clusterfuck is after the whole thing's over, people will start scratching their head and be like, wait a second, building 7's back. That should be like the one thing that we change, is that somehow in this whole thing we prop building 7 back up.
We'll have like the Woolworth building. It's like 200 yards away. We'll just have that.
I want to put a building there that wasn't there before, though, just as the ultimate mindfuck, like just to make people think. What is it? What do they call that? The Mandela effect.
Yeah.
Let's Mandela effect people. Let's put a building there that wasn't there.
No. I think I think you just have to go identical. Like a third building, like the World Finance Building, one of those just collapses at like 5 p.m. And everyone's like, what the and like Biden takes off, they land at Offutt, and then they come back, and it's like, what the fuck? And it's like, we will not stop until we go and we bomb Tora Bora or wherever. And everyone's like, why the fuck are you guys in Afghanistan? And then on like March 3rd or whatever, we invade China. But it's like, people know it's coming. They're like, they're gonna do it on this date, and we just do it on the exact date. In late 2023, Biden goes on an aircraft carrier and says mission accomplished. He walks out with a flight suit.
You know, at a certain point, it just like the invasion of Iraq becomes an every once a decade exercise.
Just what if we just did the same exact thing? What if we didn't even do it with China? What if we just did it with Afghanistan and Iraq again? Because doesn't Biden want to withdraw all troops on September 11th, 2021? What if we did it on 9/11, 2021? and we go back and we're like, we're gonna hunt down the Taliban, and it's like, it turns out that, you know, Bin Laden's son, and it's like, we have to go get Bin Laden, and then it turns out Saddam's
Timmy
son.
Osmond Jr.
and then yeah, Saddam, one of Saddam's sons, somehow regains power in Iraq, and we're like, Colin Powell comes up and he's like, we think
Uday Hussein has his brain has been recovered and put into like a mecha Hitler suit. And
no, it can't even be that. It just has to be like his like grandson or something. And it's like, we have to go, you know, and it's like, it's the same exact thing. And like we have to, Colin Powell comes out and he's like, we think they're creating WMDs, and we're all like, holy shit, we need to go in and get them. And if anyone just points out the obvious, just fucking ignore them, and they will be like, this is the biggest unzipping the pants and putting your balls on the table. We're just, I mean, down to the minute, like the first plane hits the Freedom Tower at 8:46 a.m. on like the 92nd floor, and it's the same tail number on the plane. We just list the same. The FBI finds the passports on the street again. They're just like, oh my god, it's just the same things. All the emergency services are outside, and they're like, I'm not going in there. They're like, you gotta go in. They're not gonna collapse.
But you don't want asbestos?
It's just the same fucking thing again. And
the ultimate power move.
It's the big, you know what? Fuck this whole false flag with China. We just do
Let's do it again.
We do everything identically. But instead of the hijackers' passports, 2 passports come in, fall down, and it's the passports of the 2 guys who authored Unrestricted Warfare. We find them on the street.
And Kevin Hart's. There's 3 passports. It's the Unrestricted Warfare colonels and Kevin Hart.
And Xi Jinping claims the attack from a cave in Abbottabad. And he's like, we will bring America to its knees. And we're all like, fuck. They don't even try to fake it. It's just Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh's voice. It's clearly AI. It's a deep fake. But he's like, we need to go get the Chinese. They are attacking our land. It's just this: the Patriots win the Super Bowl again. I mean, this is how you just drive the world mad. Tom Brady wins the Super Bowl again.
Why not at this point?
Against the Rams. He wins the Super Bowl against the Rams. And it's at the Janet Jackson shows her nipple at the halftime show. I mean, we just get back on the ride and we do it again. That is how you beat down the morale of the world. If you're just like, they did it again.
What's I forget the name of the comedian. It's like, maybe we should just jig up a dead dude as president or whatever, because at least then people will be like, these guys are fucking nuts. and I forget the comedian that made that joke or whatever, but to an extent, like, yeah, if you put your balls on the table like that and you're just willing to do that, it's like, are you really like, we're turning the Iraqi invasion into an every 10-year military exercise. It's not even a real war anymore. All right. It's just an exercise. All right. You want to fuck with us? We're turning real countries into exercise territory.
Biden runs this for 8 years. and Michelle Obama runs in 2028 on a platform of hope and change. And it's just everyone's like, what the
Big Mike?
Everybody's just like, what the fuck? Donald Trump runs in 2036 against Hillary Clinton. And it's just everyone. I think it was Tim Dillon said, he was like, when the left points at the right and says Herman Cain died of COVID, he goes, you just turn directly, he goes, you flip the insanity on them and you say Herman Cain's not dead. And they go, what are you talking about? He's alive. And you bring Herman Cain's corpse and you bring him on the circuit. His corpse does Sean Hannity. It does Tucker Carlson. It's clearly decomposing. Have the anchor ask a question.
That's what it's embalming fluids for, man. It'll be fine.
The corpse is just sitting there and Tucker asks a question. The corpse obviously doesn't say anything, but Tucker just keeps going on as if he's having you just bring it on all the circuits. It does the Fox
It reminds me of what was it, Clint Eastwood talking to the empty chair thing?
Yeah.
But with a corpse.
Yeah, but it's just her. That's how we do it. It's you just go full insanity. That's what we do.
I hate to say 40K did everything, but this is why the Imperium of Mankind worships a dead dude on a throne, essentially.
I think this is what we have to do, man. Or do we make the false flag so obvious? Do we have a bunch of soldiers that are dressed and they're waving Chinese flags as they're running into like New Orleans on Mardi Gras and they're shooting everyone and they're like they're leaving behind fortune cookies and stuff, and like do we make it so obvious that
well here's the thing, we can't send Blackwater in because eventually we're going to use HARP to cook the atmosphere and make another Hurricane Katrina, right? We're redoing everything. That's right,
coming in 2023.
So we can't send Blackwater in there, so why not send Blackwater with Chinese characteristics, and we find like the Chinese version that Eric Prince's boys trained over there, and we send them in, and then they commit war crimes in New Orleans.
Jesus fuck. We just do all the same shit. This fall there's an anthrax scare.
It's Hurricane Katrina 2.
Hurricane Katrina. It's just, it comes back. I mean, that is how you drive. That is how you break down all opposition. But no one ever breaks character, and we do, and we send 100,000 more troops to Iraq.
We have Wesley Clark come out and be like, "We're gonna do 7 countries in 5 years."
Do we have? Bush only has daughters, right? We can't bring in another Bush.
I think that was the case. Yeah.
No, we have Biden.
Hey, if we give Jeb meth. Like if we meth Jeb up enough, maybe we'll get a little bit of George out of him.
Maybe it's what we're doing right now. Is we're propping up a guy that clearly has dementia, and we're orchestrating ground-based intermediate nuclear weapons all around China. I mean, it almost is an exertion of power. It's so obviously.
We're putting those old man balls right on their forehead.
Yeah, it's this isn't even pro or against Biden. I'm just saying it's so clearly the deep state at the wheel that maybe this is what we're doing. We're just like, oh, it's time to go attack China. And it's just like, I mean, or is what we're doing, are we laying the groundwork for the Tic Tac and the pyramid UFOs? Are those UFOs going to just, for whatever reason, they go Independence Day, but only within the borders of China? They leave the rest of the world alone, but they just level China. And we're just like, wow.
We don't even know what those things are. Our Navy didn't even know how to handle that.
Why did they? We couldn't stop them. I mean, they were far superior to us.
I know. Did you see them? They were triangles and shit.
They were it's just like, wow. It's like, that wasn't us. They didn't have the American insignia on it. They clearly were they were aliens. And
we just have like some corn-fed Iowa boy come out there and just be like, well, we've sure had our best men on and everything. I asked them what was going on, and they said, sir, we don't know nothing about no triangles. And, next thing you know, they popped up in China there, and, China was gone.
And we send in like hospital ships, and we're like, hey, China, we're here to lend a hand. We know that your entire military centers have been destroyed. Oddly enough, they took out all of your submarine pens, but I don't know why they did that. But Bob Lazar comes out and he's like, "That was them. That was the sport model UFO." We just
Leather seats and all.
that's that that is an approach that we haven't talked about before. Is what if we did an alien invasion, but only on one country? we just were like, we were like, oh my god. We send out the Space Force, we send out companies, we send out ExxonMobil to the asteroid belt, and all of a sudden asteroids just keep hitting Beijing.
Well, Russia's been ahead of us on the little green man game for a little while, but I think we could definitely. That's a way that we could go about this. Is definitely what if we just blue beam China, specifically China, and we humiliate them by using our massive hologram technology to portray both Xi Jinping as Winnie the Pooh coming out of a cave to meet with his handler, little Timmy Osmond Jr.
What if we're like the Chinese have unrivaled power? They've put together a team of supervillains. Lee Harvey Oswald, Osama bin Laden,
Timothy. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom.
Yeah, and it's like it shows Fox, it's like CNN covering like the invasion of Baghdad, like the shock and awe in 2003. It's just us zooming in on like Mount Doom. It's clearly cut from Lord of the Rings, and it's just like it's Lee Harvey Oswald recreated with genetic technology. It's Lee Harvey Oswald, John Wilkes Booth, Benedict Arnold, fucking Pontius Pilate. It's just it's everyone that's evil, and it's like they've all gathered to run the Chinese empire, and it's just like we have to take them out. There's no way we can fight against this. You know what?
It's literally Mecha Hitler. His brain's in a jar, and he's been giving them orders for years.
I think. What if Biden literally just came out and they did like an American Idol where you can vote on your phone, text this to number that, and he was just like,
I feel like that's how our foreign policy establishment works. Actually,
Biden comes out on TV and goes, Medicare for all, but we're invading China. Yes or no? Text 1 or text 2. And if it's over 51%, fuck it. Or just go to
drop China. Ones in the chat, boys.
No false flags, no nothing. Just go and list. What if that's what it is? Just outright, yo, we don't even dance around it. We're like, how about we go rape and pillage China for their resources? Like, I feel at a certain point you can just drop the mask.
That's why I aspire to live in the world of Warhammer 40K, because that's where you can just do that. That's where you can just be like, you know what? It's not just national security. It's for sake of human security. Security.
I think what we need is we need Mattis to come out and be like, look, if China keeps rising, you're not going to be able to sit around with your stimulus checks getting Uber Eats watching Netflix. We need 5 years of an A effort. Do this, and then you can have another 50 years of sloth-like activity. I think
it might be one strategy for him to win the respect that he lost when he went all limp dick.
What if they literally just like parents? What if they just turned off the internet? They just we just did a high altitude EMP over our own country. We just turned off Netflix and Facebook and fried every machine.
You want to play more games? You gotta defeat the Chinese.
You gotta defeat the Chinese before you can watch Netflix.
And problem is, realistically, I'm more afraid of them doing that with Russia right now than I am China.
Dude, I wouldn't at this point. Honestly, I wouldn't doubt it if we just build some mechs. Honestly, it's at this point, I don't know. I don't think we need to do intricate false flags anymore. I think we could just nuke Beijing, and we could.
No, because you have so many proxies too that you can lead on and use. So that's why proxy warfare is so popular.
Just nuke them and be like, "Oh, that was a terrorist," and we'd all just be like, "Oh,
alien,
damn,
man! It was it was an alien triangle, man."
Yeah, I think you. Honestly, I think with the United States, and then we got to wrap this up. My brain's fried. I think what we honestly need to do is just contact, like, the United States just needs to contact Xi and all the top generals and their families and just pull an Operation Paperclip. You guys come over here. we'll nuke your country. Call it a day. I think they'd probably take us up on it.
They would actually. That's the
100%
fucked up thing. But the problem is we still going back to the we need just because we want a job to America doesn't mean we want to collapse China's ability to manufacture. Matter of fact, part of the reason I want to collapse the CCP is because I want the Chinese to have better abilities at manufacturing, just in a way that we are competing with in a way that makes sense. And the paperclip thing is going to happen no matter what, because the Chinese elites are already trying to, figure out how to get their money outside of the country and flee. So the paperclip thing, and a strategy of elite capture is going to happen no matter what. But at the end of the day, if we're going to do anything that is going to cause mass casualties, it's going to be biological warfare. It's going to be, and chemicals and stuff like that, or some kind of binary compound weapon that you can, spray on protesters. You spray the weak strain on everybody, and then you go up to, your actual demagogues that are, leading and organizing things, and you give them the booster, so to speak. And that's the end of the day.
Maybe we literally just released COVID-21 and it starts in Wuhan again. Maybe that's how you degrade morale. Is we just start doing Groundhog Day.
We just doing it over and over and over until everyone loses their mind.
We just repeat every 9/11. Want every 9/11 of the first year of the decade, 2 planes take out towers in New York. The Pentagon gets hit. Happens every 10 years to the day. It's like the Aurora Borealis or something, or it's like a blue moon. Everyone knows it's coming. And by the 10th time, there's so many cameras on the Pentagon and no one can catch it. They're just like, oh wow, it must have come in so fast. The airliner must have come in at light speed because our 240 FPS cameras didn't catch it. And every year after, Colin Powell comes out until he's 100 and he's like, I believe there are WMDs in Iraq. And we're all just like,
these are the kind of ritual sacrifices we have to make if we want to properly honor our Silicon Jesus and bring him into our existence and our lives.
Yeah, man. I mean, this, at the very least, this podcast, this episode serves to exist as my argument for all future legal battles that I'm criminally insane.
I feel like that, if there's one good benefit we get from this, it's when anyone, no matter how you slice it up, when we get to the idea of we're just going to off, fucking Kevin Hart and The Rock, at that point, I feel like I am protected, and that anyone that wants to take legal action against me, like there's going to be some feds and they're going to look through that. And it's like, you realize that we're going to have to listen to this whole fucking thing in the courtroom again, right? We're going to have to listen to it twice. We're going to have to listen to this shit twice. You really want to do that? Leave him alone. All right. Listen, he's just talking shit at Venice Airport. All right. He's not actually going to do anything.
I think what they need to do, man, is I think they just need to do everything that we talked about in this podcast, because no one would possibly believe it. They would just keep pointing back to this podcast and they'd be like, you really think we're taking orders from these two podcasters?
Right.
Like The Rock and Kevin Hart get invitations to go to Beijing, like looking at each other. It's like, you should go, man. You should go. They like, instead of posthumously, they prehumously, they get medals of honor. They're like, what the fuck's this for?
You'll find out.
Just go.
Congressional Medal of Freedom for everybody. Here you go.
Just go over there. It's the Olympics come around and we stop sending astronauts up to the ISS, and we're like, just go. Just do it.
Don't worry about it.
Do it for you.
Fine.
Well, David, we set the record. 5 hours and 11 minutes.
It's been a fun one. I thought the last one fried my brain a bit, and I didn't even know how wrong I was. That felt like a bit of a cakewalk, because not only did we go down the Bluebeam AI rabbit hole and into theology again, but we did it while putting together goddamn some of the most genius sadistic plans.
It is.
That probably shouldn't be posted to the internet for legal purposes, but god damn it, we're doing it again.
It's got to go up.
We're doing it.
It's got to go up. It all comes back to Exxon. It all comes back to always.
Come on, Exxon. You know you want this talent. You know you want what we're about.
Hire us.
Who else is going to give you shit that's fucked up?
If we can paint you in this evil of a picture for free, imagine how we can paint BP for some money.
Right?
This
He's
was
not wrong.
This was
not wrong.
This was off the top of our heads for free. You give me $250K.
This is the free trial with the little splash screen or whatever. Like, you're
has
getting the
watermark
trial version. Yeah, this is the watermark trial version.
You don't get all the tools. You can't, if you try to click on like the HD export button, it's like unlock this feature for $99 a month. Hey, BP, Exxon, whoever, PETA, DNC, RNC, Apple, Microsoft, hire us. We will paint. China. No, I don't think we can work for China. I think that's where we draw the line.
No CCP.
We don't work for you. But Pakistan, if you want us to paint India in this light, you can wire.
Pack ISI, get Imran Awan over here. I want the car dealerships. Let's go.
You can hire us. We will. United Launch Alliance, if you want us to paint SpaceX, we are propaganda to go. This is like those flash mob companies where you can hire protesters.
Yeah.
We will paint your enemy as, I don't even know what we're talking about anymore, man.
You know, we're whoring ourselves out saying, give us money, we will develop targets. Give him money. I don't even need it. I just do this shit for fun. I have a sadistic mind and I can't turn it off. I need the money about how to fuck shit up.
I need the money. And multinationals, government bodies, heads of state, I need the money. I know David doesn't. I do. You can wire it to me. And just one last time for the DOJ or any future governing body. This entire podcast was a hypothetical comedic rant. I don't wish for anything on anybody.
Even though Maxine Waters tells us to be more confrontational. Maxine
Waters did.
She's the leader. At the end of the day, if anyone does anything fucked up, she said to do it.
It was
she
her
was the
job.
one that gave the advice.
She thinks
we're just a strategist that pick up off of her momentum.
She is the one that wants Kevin Hart gone.
It's true. At the end of the day, she feels threatened by his. I don't know. Is he taller than her? I think Maxine Waters might be taller than Kevin.
She might be taller. Maybe it's a threat. I want for Spotify. I've never hit the limit because like YouTube. I think the video limit is 10 hours to upload. Spotify is purely a data thing, where you can't upload. I think larger than 250 megabytes for a file. It's super tiny, but because it's all audio, I mean, even a 3-hour podcast is under that threshold. So for an audio site, that's actually a very big file. Whereas like YouTube is, I think that your limit's like 100 gigabytes per video. Mm-hmm. I actually don't know if we're going to be able to get this up in one shot. This might be
imagine the two-parter.
It might have to upload a two-parter, but David, we did it. We did 5 hours, and the old record stood for about a year. This record might stand for about another year.
And whoever's up and coming and looking to break this record, your brain will be fried by the end of it. You will go down rabbit holes you never thought you would go down, but it will be fun.
You will base jump down rabbit holes. You will. In conclusion, a global war with China, or at least the preemptive preparations for one, will save America and usher in a Silicon Jesus to save us all from psychopaths like ourselves. It's kind of an Oedipus self-fulfilling thing.
But it works.
I mean, do we need an AI Jesus to save us from us? What if we just didn't do the things in the first place?
Well, then the engine just ticks over, and we just keep stroking the engine.
You're right.
So we keep doing it until we create our silicon Jesus, or, we just keep doing it for the sake of doing it. Either way, it's happening.
Either way, we're just playing fetch with God.
Exactly.
Throwing the big tennis ball.
God designed us to be some sadistic motherfuckers, and if he didn't want us to be, he wouldn't have put us in a target-rich environment. Hydra Dominatus, boys.
Jesus Christ. Let's wrap this up. I'm going to go play video games and listen to Tim Dillon. I need to let my brain breathe.
Right. I'm feeling the same way. Have a good one, man.
All right, man. You as well, David. God bless.